The oldest of the Minotaur farmers smiled and patted Karl on the shoulder. As long as they don't make it to the house, it's fine. We have no animals, and they've already trampled the fields. We will see in the morning what can be salvaged. Karl nodded. I will do what I can to keep them out of the vegetable garden out back. I would appreciate that. Once Remy and her bodyguards were in position, with 2 on Karl's left, guarding the side of the house, and 1 on his right, making sure that the escorts for the general didn't get overrun by a single giant boar, Karl was ready to begin. Karl instructed. Hawk was almost drooling at the thought. He was already looking for one, but the boars didn't appear to come in anything but commander rank. Being a spawn situation, there were no young ones with them. But it was also incredibly rare to find a monarch rank Cyclops. Hawk had scouted most of the way to both cities down the road now, and he had only seen 3 of them, 2 of which were at the fortress. The overlords would take care of those in a few minutes, so there was only one that was an actual option, and even that one was over 20 kilometers away. He informed the others. Karl chuckled at his depressed tone. He replied with pride. It was strange to have pride in what he viewed as a food supply that he didn't even raise himself, but Hawk's mind worked in its own special way. Karl could hear him mentally calculating the food supply from multiple days of harvesting the boars, and how much space he had to store them in. If he processed them and got rid of the parts that weren't tasty, he should have enough for at least a week's harvest in the space he dedicated to boar-type animals. Rae came out of her space, and Cara appeared on her back as the bloodbath spider summoned her golems in the distance. Cara insisted. Karl stared at the strange spectacle for a moment and then realized that Cara was much bigger than he remembered. She had gone from badger to large dog-sized, and when she spread her wings for balance, she had a wingspan as wide as Rae's standing posture. Karl asked her, curious about the change. Why she wanted to adjust her size was a mystery, but Karl suspected that it had something to do with punching drakes in the face. She kept facing big things that didn't respect her because she was small. They vanished off into the darkness with a barrage of disintegration and boulder toss attacks at the handful of nearby boars. Then they were on the surprised Cyclops, whose night vision was apparently terrible because it hardly reacted until the golem was liberating its head from its body. Karl looked around the farm and realized that he might have miscalculated. With the dynamic duo going crazy on his side of the property, he didn't actually have anything to do. He could hear the others fighting, and one of the Naga warriors had gone to assist the shatters, who were losing their fight with the giant boar. Karl heard huge rushing feet and saw one of the massive beasts coming for his left side, where the other Naga warriors and Remy were stationed. Then Thor was on his feet and charging at the armored challenger. This was his yard, and nobody was just running inside. The Cerro hit the side of the boar, and his upper horns punched through the armor plating as the beast was thrown from its feet. A shake of Thor's head freed his horns from the twisted metal, and a Naga warrior rushed over to wrap the beast's neck. It gave him a steady base to attack from, with the side benefit of cutting off the creature's breathing as the boar reared up to try to hit Thor with his tusks. Thor was quick on his feet, and the charge only reached open air as Thor rammed his nose horn up into the boar's belly, then slammed his tail into its head with earthquake charged. The boar's skull shattered, and blood ran down its face as it staggered. It wasn't a lethal blow, but there was definitely brain damage behind that stunned effect. Then the Naga warrior's blade slid between the broken skull bones and the boar collapsed. That one they would have to leave in the yard, as everyone would notice it going missing. But they could use it for breakfast and lunch, or leave it for the farmers, whose crops had taken a lot of damage. Karl noticed that a Cyclops was getting close to the outlying vegetable patch, so he moved to intercept. The farmers might have lost a lot of their crop, but he could save at least a bit of it. The 2 royal rank opponents met on the road, and Karl quickly realized that the Cyclops was almost blind. It had no depth perception, nearly tripped in the drainage ditch, and couldn't see Karl standing 5 meters away in the dark. That wasn't even a fair fight. Not that it was going to stop Karl, as 5 stacks of disintegration on the head of his maul removed most of its torso. He quickly dragged the body back into the pasture on the other side of the road and looked for another target. Rae and Cara were on a rampage, and Cara had taken to the air so that she could dive bomb and maul the boars from the air. That was way more fun than just throwing orbs of death at them. Her disintegration was a monarch-ranked skill, and the damage that it did to commander-rank boars and their makeshift armor was devastating. It was so much more satisfying to go for the terminal velocity dive bomb into their back. Karl saw a group of heat signatures racing his way and prepared for battle. But as they spread out a little, he realized that it wasn't more Cyclops, but a larger-than-average Minotaur and his family. This way, everyone. We have a royal rank team of guards to protect the farmyard. He shouted, loud enough that everyone would hear him. Is the yard holding? The man yelled as he turned to approach Karl directly, and not the house. Yeah, we're in no danger of being overrun. We've got a commander-rank golem mage and royal-rank Naga warriors among the other guards in the yard. There are clerics with us as well, if you are injured. Thank you, traveler. The big Minotaur replied, then let out a deep rumbling bellow that would echo through the distance to the other farms. It should be a signal of some sort that it was safe to gather here, but it startled the farmers in the yard, who definitely didn't feel safe. If you can fight, talk to the Red Dragon cleric after you are fed and healed. We were selling weapons made by and for Minotaurs. They will hook you up, and you can trade them loot from your kills for the cost if you're short on cash. Karl informed them. The big Minotaur smiled and patted him on the shoulder as he ran by. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but it's good to see that someone has the good sense to set proper defenses. With the route being so safe, most groups didn't set night guards, they just went to bed in the farmyards after dinner. After the bellow by the farmer, more groups began running in their direction. The farmhouses were fairly well spaced, but each family could only farm a few hundred acres at the most. Even with Rae and Cara on the loose out in the dark somewhere, there were still hundreds of giant boars nearby, terrorizing the other farmhouses. The pair had been prioritizing clearing the area around this farm so that they would have as much left as possible. But there were just so many creatures spawned this time that they couldn't eliminate them all. Is it just me, or does this not follow the pattern? Remy asked. What pattern? Thor asked, as he hadn't been paying attention the first time. It was supposed to get weaker and lower density as we moved away from the dungeon, right? Well, we're a long way from the dungeon now, and this is the strongest one so far, with the most monsters, she explained. Hawk considered reasons, then came upon a good one. What if it's a present? We haven't had a good food influx for a while, so maybe we're being rewarded with thousands of boars. They appeared centered around us, that has to mean that they're ours. That was a somewhat horrifying thought. What if 1,000 square kilometers of land had been overrun by giant boars and Cyclops because Hawk was feeling peckish and the gods wanted him to have a new flavor of snack? As much as Karl wanted to say that was ridiculous and impossible, he had a sneaking suspicion that it might actually be a plausible answer. But the fact that this one appeared to be centered on them, while the last was only a few kilometers away, did make it seem like they were somehow involved in the generation of these anomalies. If they were, wouldn't it be a disaster if they went home and brought the spawns with them? Karl had plenty of time to think, as it was only farmers headed their way at the moment. For a moment, he wondered where Prince Corbin and his Spellblade clan were. They should be well west of this incident, and hopefully out of danger. But they were faster moving than the wagon, and had a day's head start going in the same direction, so they might have already been close to the fortress. It would have been nice to know for sure where they were, but there was no way of verifying that in the middle of the night. During the day, Hawk might be able to scout them out if he could see through their disguise, but even that was questionable, as it was most likely being created by Prince Corbin, so Hawk wouldn't have a power advantage when trying to detect flaws in the spell. The influx of farmers from the surrounding homesteads didn't come without its own dangers, as the movement was drawing the attention of the giant boars, who were leading the Cyclops toward the gathering. The giants' eyesight was terrible, but their hearing was decent, and they seemed to realize what was going on, even if they were struggling to find their way with the fences constantly tripping them. If they followed the boars, it was better. The beasts smashed through the wooden fences without hesitation, and they had no issues finding the farmers in the dark. You have more coming to your side. Cara and Rae are over on the far side right now, Hawk informed Karl, who was distracted watching the farmers coming their way. Karl moved away from the farmhouse to intercept the boars, which were running towards a group of small minotaurs. The parents must have been at their home farm because these ones were all children. One solid swat of the hammer killed the beast, but Hawk was not impressed with the use of chain lightning, which internally cooked them and made them hard to prepare for later consumption. All right, I will use disintegration instead. That will only take away a small amount of them, and if I hit the head, it won't even be a tasty part, Karl conceded. Rae laughed at their argument. She was using lacerate, as were her golems. There was still plenty of blood left inside after they died, so a little mess wasn't a major loss. The clean cuts left the entire beast usable, but neither rend nor shred were as powerful as disintegrate. There were suitable options to stack 5 deep on the hammer, though. Karl could release them without contact, so he could just use it to build up a charge of concurrent casts. But he really didn't need to do that for the commander-rank beasts. Even just attacking normally 2 or 3 times would be enough for most of them. Karl tried that on the next boar that was coming for the children, and the first strike with rend cut into its skull, but didn't stop it. Karl had to hurry to intercept the beast before it could reach the Minotaur children. "Sir, is there a safe spot?" "Dad and Uncle are fighting at the house," one of the children asked, gesturing behind them. "Keep going straight towards that house with the fire in the yard. We lit it to help people find us. There are others there already." "How far is it to your house?" "I might be able to help your family leave," Karl asked. "I don't think that they will. Uncle Lou is a colonel in the army and a royal. They plan to hold the yard and keep the house safe so we can return in the morning." "And they sent you away anyhow?" Karl asked. The Minotaur girl nodded. "Yeah. They said that it's safer to be with the whole herd. We heard the bellow indicating a safe spot, so they sent the children." "Good luck. I will make their lives easier for a few minutes." The kids started running, and Karl headed for their house to clear the area. If there was a royal rank soldier there with someone to watch his back, they should be fine. There were still 3 boars in the area, not attacking the house. The Minotaurs were teamed up to deal with a Cyclops, and Karl could see that they both had proper weapons and armor. So, a few minutes to clear the boars should be enough to give them a rest. "Rae, when you guys make your next loop this way, clear around the farmyards that still have someone fighting in them. We can start expanding our radius if the battle slows down." "Got it. We're getting pretty well stocked already. These boars take up more space than expected. I don't know what we're going to do with 100 tons of bacon, but it's going to smell wonderful when we smoke it." Karl laughed as he finished the boars near where the Minotaurs were still dealing with the Cyclops. That didn't seem right. There were 2 of them, and the Cyclops was only using skills on the lower side of royal rank. Karl turned to help them out. There might have been a reason other than safety in numbers that they had sent the children away while they defended the farm. The Cyclops never stood a chance as Karl leapt across the yard and smashed it in the back with disintegrate. It was already heavily injured, and its armor was compromised. "Thank you, merchant. Were you at one of the other farms? Are they all right?" The older of the 2 Minotaurs asked. They were both heavily bandaged, and one of them had only one arm, an old injury that had long since healed. No wonder they had sent the kids away to make their final stand. They were so heavily injured even before the fight started that they were in no shape to fight, but they didn't want to burden anyone else with more wounded to care for. That was a soldier's pride talking for them, Karl assumed. No soldier wanted to drag down others when they were likely to have to relocate in the middle of the night. Instead, they had sent away the ones that could run and remained behind. "Remy, do you have healing stuff in your space?" Karl asked. "The blue ones in the round bottles with the long neck. Those are the new healing potions." Karl took 2 of them out and handed them to the Minotaurs. "Healing potions from my personal alchemist. This incident is huge, and if you're not too attached to the farm, we could use the extra fighters. They're holding out well for now, and we had a watch set, but they will get tired eventually." They nodded, understanding what Karl meant. Part of the reason for the Minotaur's welcoming bellow was so that they had reserves when the frontline fighters got wounded or tired, allowing someone to switch them out. "We have dragon clerics there, who can do more healing for you as well. Did you want to come back that way with me, or are you remaining here?" The pair downed the potions, and Karl made a note of how their wounds closed and their stance improved. "Remy would want that information later. We will join your group. I will just tell the kids that I wanted to get the last of my armor out before we joined them," the older soldier chuckled, with a gesture to a pile of supplies near the door. Karl picked it up and slung the oversized bag over his shoulder. "Is that everything you need? With nobody here, the invaders are unlikely to smash apart the house as long as you don't have a large food supply inside." The farmer gestured to one side. "The pantry is concrete with a steel door and underground to keep the temperature stable. It should be all right." Karl took off at a jog with the soldiers behind him. There was nothing in the area, but they were both on guard and hesitant to move so quickly. "I can see heat signatures in the dark. There is nothing along this path. I killed it all on the way here after making sure your kids made it to the farm," he explained. "They made it safely. Thanks be to the gods. All right, we will trust your eyes. Lead the way." Karl stopped 50 meters from the house. "It's right there. I'm on duty to protect this side, so I will let you go ahead. Tell them Karl sent you if they ask, but I doubt they will. Half the people there are your neighbors." The Minotaurs laughed. "If old man Davos can't recognize us by firelight, we have bigger issues than a few questions." They clapped Karl on the shoulder as they passed, and a few seconds later, happy voices greeted them as they passed the Naga warriors and came into the light of the bonfire. Lotus' voice joined the chaos as she explained that she would heal them, and that everyone else here was still in fighting form, so they were the backup line. They had a bit of time to eat and catch their breath, then they could change spots with Ophelia, who was watching that side along with one of the other farmers. The battle near the farm began to fall silent as more farmers came to join their group, and as Rae teamed up with Cara to slaughter everything that moved and wasn't a farmer. That was a surprising level of restraint for that duo, but Karl didn't see any small creatures or minotaurs coming into the piles in their spaces. 2 hours later, they were getting bored with the lack of powerful targets and variety, so Karl called them back. "You can rest in your spaces. We've secured the area well enough. There should only be a few issues before dawn, and the others can take care of that." "How did your collection efforts go?" he asked. "Pretty good. I think we got all we need, but there are no monarch-rank Cyclops close enough to fight. If we could have gotten one of those for Rae's bath products, it would have been better," Cara replied. One of the satyrs came over with a bowl of oatmeal and some roast pork slices for Karl, and then joined him for breakfast, taking a seat on the woodpile. "You've done an outstanding job on this side. Do you need anything else? We can send someone to assist you. Or you can pull your Naga warriors back. They're covering 2 sides of the house already, and they've taken a lot of the load off the rest of us. I don't think that our patrol would have made it through the first attack without his help, and it appears that the army isn't coming," the satyr sighed. "This incident isn't just on us. It's at all the farms as far as the farmers can communicate with each other for 3 relays. By my guess, that's at least 15 kilometers in every direction that is under attack, and likely more. How many army units are in the area? Even if they sent them out right away, they could take a while to make their way here, Karl suggested. He couldn't tell the guard that the issue extended past the next city, or all the way to the fortress. At least not without explaining how he learned. They would find out soon enough, and it was going to be a nasty surprise. It was better not to spring it on them in the middle of the night when everyone was panicked and exhausted. I see that they went with raspberries today. That's a change from the usual, Karl noted as he started at the plain wooden bowl full of oatmeal. Apparently it's a specialty of the local farms. They have whole bags of dried berries here, and they go well in the oats, the satyr guard agreed. I will have to buy a few bags. Monster invasion, war, or emergency, goods still need to move. The satyr nodded. That they do. Fortunately for us, it will be dawn soon, and then we will be able to see trouble signals and find out what is going on in the distance. But I've never heard of a surprise invasion this deep into the nation. It should have been stopped near the border, not allowed to get to the Overlord Council's doorstep. I am sure that the council will get it all sorted out. We just need to get enough rest that we don't get overwhelmed. They ate quietly for a few minutes until Karl saw Minotaur-shaped heat signatures in the distance. Go let someone know to Bello that this is a safe spot. There are more refugees in the distance and they look lost, he warned the satyr, who informed one of his teammates with hand signals. They're on it. They'll likely call every hour or so, just in case there are others in hiding. The hours until dawn passed quickly, with sporadic attacks 2 or 3 times an hour, as the farmers from the surrounding area, and those who had been on the run in the area, had all come to them after the second bellow by the royal rank Minotaur. His effort seemed much more effective than the first attempt, and Karl wondered if there was something about the voice of Minotaurs that changed with their rank. Now, they had nearly 100 Minotaurs in place, and as the sun came up they were making plans to fortify this farm, so they could fall back to it as an emergency resource in the future. A trench line with a rake fence of spiked poles would slow down even a giant boar for a few minutes before it smashed them all apart, one of the farmers was suggesting. And where would we get thousands of trees to make it from? We could do a low wall of dirt and stones with a trench on the other side, but that would still mess with the runoff for the fields, and we would risk drought on the farm. Or we could do just the yard, the matriarch of this farmyard insisted. That would be a pain for them going to and from the fields, but they could put bridges over the wall, and pull them in if there was danger. The defensive fortification didn't need to stop an enemy forever, much less actually hurt it. It just had to slow it down enough to give the defenders the advantage. As the sun came up and everyone could see properly, the extent of the devastation became clear. Hundreds of house fires poured black smoke into the air, while Karl could see 10 different red smoke streams, similar to the green ones that had been deployed when the patrol unit called for reinforcements against the orcs. But worse, there was a massive plume of black smoke to their east. A pillar of smoke that marked a freshly sacked city on fire. The size of the column made the source unmistakable. No matter where they looked, there were signs of destruction, and the further into the distance they looked, the worse it got. The Naga general gestured at Dana and a satyr guard. Mage, how strong are you? Can you use that air walking to carry a guard into the air where they can see further? We need to know how far this extends and if there are others we might need to help. Dana nodded. It's not a problem. At my rank, carrying a satyr with me as I walk isn't a problem. I will take them 100 meters into the air to scout the area, and we will report back in a minute. She picked up the smallest of the satyrs and stepped up into the air, running as if climbing stairs. That was the great drawback to her skill. She still had to walk, so climbing into the air took a lot of physical effort, like running up a flight of stairs or a hillside. But she had been practicing hard, and while she was slowing a lot at the end, eternal lightning gave her enough stamina regeneration that she made it to her chosen viewpoint with enough reserves to run in a circle and scout. The satyr looked shaken as they reached the ground, but Dana had already known what was going on. Not only had she been attacking from the air, but the fact that it was a monster spawn was much less unthinkable to her than to the farmers. "General, I have your report," the satyr informed them in a shaky voice. "Go ahead, Sergeant. What did you see?" "The fortress is under siege, though the battle appears to be close to finished. There are more than 10 emergency calls for overrun units active. Everything in sight from 100 meters elevation was either destroyed farmland or hordes of Cyclops and their giant boars. At least 50 kilometers in every direction. The city of Mitford appears to be lost. The whole city is on fire, and there are hundreds of groups of giants and boars moving away from it to attack nearby farms, which appear to have already been attacked last night. At least 2/3 of the force from the fortress is deployed in the area, but there is no sign of the guard force from Mitford. There are a few visible groups of farmers still fighting, but unlike our area, which has been fairly well cleared of threats, they are not faring as well." His voice was as neutral as he could make it, clearly trying not to cry. Then it dawned on Karl. They were visiting the fortress and returning to Mitford. His family was likely from Mitford, and the city appeared to have been lost in a single night after the attackers appeared inside the walls. Lotus was faster to the important parts than Karl was, and by the time that he realized, she had already pulled the small man into a hug, so he could hide his goat-like face. All the beasts were back in their spaces now, except Thor, who was napping near the gate. Only the 2 bodyguards were left outside, so that the soldiers and farmers didn't notice anything was off when morning came. However, they were all rested now and ready to fight as soon as they were needed. The general looked stunned by the analysis of the situation. There was nothing in his training or protocols that covered this situation. He didn't have enough of a force to even try to make it to the city. And he certainly didn't have enough allies left to rally a force to take it back if it was being occupied. It might not be, as the smoke cloud suggested, that most of the city was on fire at the moment, but that didn't change the fact that he was half a day's travel away, and had no resources. While the general was unsure what to do, back in the fortress, the Oracle had a much better idea of how to handle this situation. He was seated on a cushion in his scrying room with a stack of notes on one side and a nearly empty bottle of rum on the other. His arrival marks disaster and great danger for the fortress. "Gods damn it," he muttered, casting bleary eyes up at Lifa, the Haint Tree Woman overlord. "Do you think that he's cursed? Could it be a side effect of pulling a system user through time? He has a powerful presence, far beyond his royal rank. It is possible that these incidents are occurring near him simply because he exists," she suggested. "So, we send a team to kill him?" the drunken oracle asked hopefully. "And leave the focal point of the anomalies permanently located next to the fortress?" "I think not. If he is the focus of the instability, it's best that he takes them somewhere else. But there is another possibility. We have reports that he might have been with the Yellow Tusk Orcs when the dungeon outside Halcyon first opened. We know that he speaks Orcish, so the reports are plausible. It might be a side effect of that anomaly, in which case we have to worry about the Orcs and every other person who entered the dungeon that first day spreading the instability. Aren't you just a ray of fucking sunshine?" The Oracle slurred. "I do try. But I can confidently say that he does not know. He didn't have the aura of malice on him when he was here. If he had known that his presence could trigger this disaster, I would have seen it." The Oracle finished the bottle of rum. "Just be thankful that it happened after he left. If not, we could have been Mitford, with our walls full of enemies and an army surrounding us at midnight shift change." Lifa nodded. "I will check the reports to see if there have been more incidents in the West that we have not had an opportunity to review yet. They normally only went over the important parts of the reviews, so small attacks or incidents in rural areas might not have been noticeable enough to form a pattern in the reports yet." The conversation between Overlord Lifa and the Oracle quickly spread through the ranks of the council members, who had been spread through the region all morning, frequently crossing paths. Many of them agreed with Lifa's assessment. If they had been somehow marked by the opening of the dungeon, it was better that they just go away and take the troubles to someone else. The mountain giants, for example. However, there was another thought on the matter, shared by Slyth of the Naga and Tink, the fairy overlord. What if we take him back to where he started? Tell him to stay next to the dungeon until the incidents calm. Then we would be able to prove if they were centered on him or just expanding in a shockwave pattern away from the dungeon. This last incident suggests that they are not all going to be milder aftershocks of the event, so controlling the location seems like the best option, Tink explained. And what would a bunch of rural farmers out in the western lands do about royal and monarch rank monsters appearing in their area? Council head Arnold asked. His trolls were the predominant people in the region, and he didn't want them obliterated. The same thing my Minotaurs did. They can call for help, Maurisa grumbled. They had all been in the field for the morning, going from hotspot to hotspot, rescuing who they could. Now, the magic users in the fortress were too exhausted to open another portal, and they had all had to make their own way back to the fortress, or to the city of Mitford. That was where Overlord Thrax, the Chimera, and Slyth the Naga were right now. They had been too far off on their last deployment to return to the fortress, so they went to get a start on clearing out the devastated city and helping get the fires put out. Both of them had water magic, though Thrax couldn't do much more than make it rain. In this case, that was precisely what they needed. A good rainfall would put out many of the lingering fires, started when lamps and fireplaces were knocked over by giant boars rampaging in the city. Do we have any word on how much of Mitford is still standing? Arnold asked, while slumping down into one of the padded chairs of the council room. The temple still stands. Mitford had a combined temple, an ancient one where our people could go to worship freely, with statues of most known gods present. That served as a disaster shelter for the people, and the guard gathered there, along with the clerics, who used their magic to support the people willing to fight. So, that building still stands, and most of the governor's mansion still stands, though the town's governor is dead. He was found beside the bodies of a pair of monarch-rank Cyclops, an apparent mutual destruction, the oracle explained. The troll sighed and shook his head. No wonder it went so poorly for them. With the governor under attack the moment the battle started, there was no time for him to relieve anywhere else. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. I will call the advisors to start on a plan to repair the farms, send out aid, and collect casualty numbers. Were there any areas in the fighting that took light enough damage that we might be able to stage soldiers there for the relief effort? I would like to set a temporary portal circle, to be kept open to move supplies. The oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned at the vision. There is an area roughly 5 kilometers in radius where none of the farmhouses were too heavily damaged. It appears that they mostly evacuated early in the battle, so the monsters followed them to a well-defended position and left the houses alone. From what I can tell, the largest damage is to homes that had large food supplies inside, or whose residents didn't get any warning. Those with underground pantries were largely undamaged, though there are still giant beasts foraging in their fields. Roughly 1/4 of the number of Cyclops and giant boar teams are still active. The rest have been defeated or are missing, he informed the group. You look much less happy than I had expected, given the news that such a large area was saved from devastation, Arnold noted. Right in the middle of that space, surrounded by farmers and their families, is a very familiar black Cerro and a half-troll holding a pig roast on an improvised spit. Overlord Lifa began to giggle, pale blue smoke puffing from her mouth and retracting as she drew breath. Of course, he would be fine and taunting them with a cookout. The Karl troll isn't wired right in the head. Everyone else might be terrified of them, but don't forget that he is a system-enhanced war champion from the last resurgence. Nothing that a royal rank Cyclops could do to him could even scratch his armor if he has the usual set of warrior skills and limited invulnerability along with trollish regeneration. For all we know, he might be fireproof as well. Arnold began to laugh at that. A troll that was fireproof really was immortal. Burning their body was the only way to stop them from regenerating. Even if you put them through a wood chipper, they would eventually come back to life. If he could keep himself from being burned in combat, he would be a juggernaut. If any of them knew that Karl could grant that level of regeneration to all of the beasts under his control, or even that he had such a team under his control, they would have been terrified. So, we send an army unit to his location to work on stabilizing the situation. He's 2/3 of the way to Mitford, so it's not a bad spot. When the others finish in the city, the portal there will be set up again, and then we can start bringing soldiers in to deal with the issue, Arnold asked. A wave of panic flowed over the Oracle. "No," he shouted, startling everyone. "We must not bring anyone else in. I know what happened, I can see it. The shockwaves of the anomaly are following the ancient lines of power. The fortress is built on one, which explains why it happened near us. But the actual intersection of the lines is under that farmhouse. It is the number of powerful people in the area that is making the situation worse. If we call in reinforcements, we will trigger another incident, even stronger than this one. The best thing we can do is spread the council out. It is too dangerous to leave that bad omen group unattended, but we can't all be in the same spot until this anomaly settles." Arnold frowned. "So, it will happen again. Or only if we call for more soldiers. It will happen again for the next 2 nights. But the strength will go down, now that most of Mitford is dead. I can't see the exact location, only the aftermath. But if we spread the overlords out so we're not all in one spot at midnight, it will make the attack less intense," the Oracle clarified. Arnold nodded. "I will go to the source, to the dungeon. That will put me away from tonight's incident, but close enough to an existing portal that you can call for me if you need it." Tink flitted around the room. "The 2 in Mitford can stay. They won't fully offset the casualties there, and the survivors need them. I will fly north past the edge of last night's incident. I can cross the whole journey from here to Mitford in under 2 hours on my wings, and I've already marked all the locations I was at this morning, so I will know if they're in trouble." Maurice nodded. "I will stay here with the Oracle and command the fortress guard." "What are you doing, Lifa?" The Haint's wooden face twisted up in a gleeful grin. "I am going to go visit our lucky visitor. I suspect that he has more surprises for me than ancient snacks. He's in the middle of the fight, anyhow." She didn't wait for anyone to say anything. She simply turned to smoke and vanished, a species-exclusive version of Shadow Step that could bring her anywhere she knew, and she knew every farm in the region after 300 years living in the fortress. Karl instinctively drew his maul as a shiver of ice-cold energy pulsed in the air behind him. "Calm down, old man." "It's just me," Lifa laughed as Karl spun to face her. "Overlord Lifa. I must say, I wasn't expecting company in the middle of the day. We were just about to have lunch. Would you care to join us?" Karl asked. "Oh, that sounds lovely. I have a small update for you all, as this compound appears to hold the entire population of the area, plus one of our generals. The overlords are going to spread out over the region, assisting with the cleanup, but also because of a vision the Oracle had last night. There will be another appearance of the Cyclops and their minions tonight at midnight, and possibly for the next few nights. The fewer powerful people in the region at midnight, the less dangerous the incident will be. So, I will remain here, while 2 council members are in Mitford and the others are spreading across the country to take care of other duties. This isn't the only spot which is having similar issues, but the dates are sporadic, and sending soldiers in advance only makes them worse," she explained. "So this is happening all over?" one of the satyrs asked. "There have been incidents nearly every day, somewhere in the country. Most of them are not major incidents, but they appear to be influenced by the strength of the residents, as if they were a test of some sort. This one was the strongest reported so far, and a large part of the city of Mitford was damaged last night. However, the residents took shelter in a number of secure facilities, and the casualties were not as bad as we had feared. The unified temple still stands, and there was a shaman god high priest there to put a barrier over the building while the guards rallied to help survivors make it there. This spot was nearly the exact center of the battle last night, which makes it unlikely to be outside tomorrow's spawn, even if the boundaries do move a little. What do we have for barriers? Lifa replied. Karl gestured as he answered. We have Tessa, the war cleric, with her weapon and armor buffs that can spread over the whole group. Dana, our battle mage, knows some barrier spells, and the best boy in the whole world knows how to spread his defensive barrier to his closest friends. He reached down to rub Thor's head, and the farmers laughed. Thor had saved many lives last night, and his massive bulk made him a formidable force. Even in the face of a charging giant boar, he could stand his ground. Nothing else here, not even the royal rank Minotaurs, could take that charge and not be knocked over. They had a few suitable boar spears from Karl's supplies, but not nearly enough for all of the farmers who had come to them last night. None of the other farms had suitable weapons either, and most had shown up with at least some sort of tool in their hands that could be enhanced by Tessa's blessing. At the very least, she was a high priestess of the war god, and her blessing would put a commander rank edge on the tools. That was more than most of the others were going to get. After a moment of silence, Karl clapped his hands for attention. All right, it looks like we know what we've got to do for the evening. Get this pig roasted and carved. Make up plenty of rice and oatmeal so everyone has meals ready when they rotate off the line. Clean and mend weapons. Then everyone needs to get to sleep early, except the watch, so that we're all rested at midnight when the next group appears. That's when the last one did, so it will most likely be the same tonight. 1 or 2 more days, and it should stop. Then everyone can start rebuilding their lives. The farmers nodded grimly and got to work on all the tasks that needed to be done before mid-afternoon if they were going to get any sleep before midnight. With so many children and not enough beds, they had to set up tents out in the yard with the help of the tarps that Rae had made for the wagon, and a half-dozen others. The beds were hay, and the blankets were shared, grabbed from every spare that could be found in the nearby houses that were safe enough to go to alone. But it was enough to get all the kids somewhere they could sleep. Most of the adults would be sleeping anywhere they could find, and then fighting all night. Keeping the kids asleep as long as possible was the goal of the evening, as a horde of terrified children would just make everything more difficult, and if they were exhausted it would be even worse. Overlord Lifa just watched in amusement as everyone ignored her presence and got to work setting up for the night. Normally, everyone was so formal when a council member was present that they came to her for every little thing and didn't do anything without her approval. But with Karl barking orders at them and the war cleric marshalling people to balance the workload while the nature priestess looked after the kids, it was moving more smoothly than even the fortress staff managed on most days. She had been right in her assumption. There was something different about that Karl, and it became more obvious by the minute, but she couldn't see why. He wasn't using any sort of skill, he wasn't even more powerful than the strongest of the Minotaurs here. But when he gave directions, everyone just followed them. There was something else to it, and she would figure it out soon. Her species was skilled with soul magic as a form of possessed treants and borderline undead. So, Overlord Lifa was confident that if he was directly manipulating their minds, she would have seen it. It would only be a matter of time until she learned what his secret to natural leadership was. That evening brought a surprise that Karl had never thought to see in this lifetime. Lotus had found a creature that she simply could not cuddle. Lifa was made of hard and sharp bark, and without Karl's limited invulnerability, even touching her caused instant cold damage. The nature cleric learned that the hard way when she shook the Overlord's hand before the other woman could stop her. The haint didn't sleep, so she sat up with all the watches and seemed to take great joy in the fact that she could shake Karl awake. Normally, she wouldn't be able to touch anyone without a barrier in place, as her very nature drained body heat to a lethal extent. but it was a damage over time effect, so it was never more than 10% of his health at once. The shatters were already getting ready, and the farmers were waking up, while trying to be quiet to keep the kids who were in the tent behind the house asleep. "How are we going to arrange this?" Leafa asked quietly. "Right, we didn't go over that. Last night I was on the side of the house where the kids are, along with the Naga warriors and a pair of summoned Lamia bodyguards, as well as 2 golems. The shatters took this side, along with the Sero and the 2 old royal rank soldiers. The 2 younger royal rank Minotaurs took the right side of the house, and the rest of the force filled the final side and sent reinforcements as needed. We did it that way based on who can see and fight best in the dark. I have thermal vision, so I can see nearly as well at night as in the daylight." "How well do you see at night?" Karl replied. The tree woman chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, still not over the novelty. "I can see souls and magic. I don't see light in the first place, so there is no difference between day and night to me." "All right. Then you can be wherever you like. As the strongest of us, you will likely be moving around a lot. Well, either that, or your presence will scare them away, and you won't need to do anything at all." That was how the second half of last night went. We got a little bit stabby at the start, and then they just stopped coming this way. One of the Minotaurs standing behind Karl laughed. "You will understand once he starts fighting. He's got a maul that lets him stack power on it, and he can one-hit a royal rank Cyclops." Leafa stared at Karl for a few seconds. "You can one-hit kill a target of your own rank?" Karl nodded. "The maul was a dungeon reward, and it lets you stack 5 copies of the same skill on it. I'm already a bit of a beast in combat, but that weapon is just unfair against less intelligent opponents like Boars." "What about against smarter targets?" Leafa asked. Karl chuckled and took out his maul, then stacked 5 copies of Disintegration on it. Leafa smiled. "Oh, I get it now. They have to be stupid to not do their very best not to get hit by that. So, smarter targets go on the defensive and make you work for it." Karl let the skill dissipate and put the weapon away. "We don't have long until midnight. We should get something to eat and pick a position," he offered. A satyr ran over with plates of food for them as soon as Karl mentioned it, and Leafa smiled. "It looks like the Honor Guard has been nominated to be the message runners tonight. They are more of a fast-moving scout unit, not a frontline combat unit. With proper weapons, the farmers would do better," she whispered to Karl. "Yeah, they've all grabbed what they could from my supplies, but it's not high-grade military weaponry. That's why we have Tessa, the Red Dragon Cleric, working all night to keep them enchanted. With that sort of help, they can launch commander rank attacks. Not with full commander rank strength, but at least the weapons will cut through giant boar hide." It wasn't hard to guess that particular moment was exactly midnight. Even if they hadn't sensed the pulse of power, it would have been impossible for Karl to miss the fact that there was a massive Cyclops standing right in front of him. "I don't suppose that this is a great time to point out that my species isn't well known for our combat abilities, is it?" Leafa joked as she looked up at the monarch-rank Cyclops, then into the distance, where 24 royal-rank giant boars had appeared. "Are they known for discretion?" Karl asked. "Yes. When we give our word, we keep it," Leafa replied in an offended tone. "Will you promise not to tell the rest of the council what you see here tonight? Or at least not the parts that involve me?" Karl asked. "All right, but I don't see why you're so worried about the council. I'm only here to make sure that the spawn doesn't overrun this farm. Everyone, come collect the pigs for your pantry. I will work with the Lamia pair to deal with the Cyclops." The beasts appeared behind the one-eyed giant as Karl hefted his maul and called the Lamia bodyguards. Leafa began to laugh. "You're him. Oh goddess, Maurisa will never let me live this one down if she finds out. You're the champion she has been searching the continent for, only she didn't recognize you because she thinks that you're a human. That's why nobody figured it out," she gasped as she laughed. 5. 4, 3. Remy began to count. No. You're not a troll at all. You have trollish regeneration as a skill, along with limited invulnerability and something that makes you big, Lifa realized. And there it is. The Cyclops seemed to think that they were plotting against it, and preemptively lunged at Lifa, going for the greatest threat first. But the bodyguards were faster, and its attack was smoothly parried while Karl dropped a disintegrate loaded maul on the Cyclops' back. That's one down. Watch the children, I will go help out with the Boars and come back for the lecture. One royal rank Cyclops was far from their only issue for the night, and there were more of the giants headed towards them everywhere that Karl looked. It was almost as if their location were a beacon to the attackers, and they were determined that they would take out the threat which had stopped the last wave so effectively. With dual blades, the Lamia bodyguards made great partners. They had Flaming Body to enhance their weapons, and Rend for ranged attacks, so they could just follow Karl's lead as he turned to meet the strongest opponents that he could find. I think that there are more monarchs on their way to us right now than there were in the entire spawn last time. That doesn't seem right. The monsters show up in different spots, but the spawn is usually the exact same group every time that it activates. That's how it was when we fought it at home. Hawk noted. Is it possible that there are more powerful ones still hiding from last night, or that they were at the fortress and they got eliminated before we could scout them? Karl suggested. Possible. But they're all coming for us today. Also, Tree Lady doesn't have to fight, she just needs someone in front of her. Karl turned back to see what he was talking about, only to find that Lifa's primary method of attack was to suck the life out of a target directly. It took about 5 seconds, but she could do it from at least 20 meters away, and the royal rank boar that the farmers were fighting simply crumbled to dust after. That power was a nasty one, and it appeared that there was no easy defense against it except a full barrier. But she was an overlord, and her power would tear through even Thor's mighty barriers in the first few seconds. Only the fact that it took time to build up the effect prevented her species from being declared a menace to society. Unless they were known for their friendly demeanor or something similar. Karl spotted another monarch rank Cyclops and turned to engage it, but Remy was faster. She was headed that way with her third bodyguard, the one she reserved for her personal protection, and Cara was flying overhead. That left Rae and her golems working with Hawk, and the two groups were circling the farm in opposite directions. After an hour or so, they should have finished a full sweep, and the farm would have a breather, like they had the evening before. Karl knew that it was a tried-and-true plan, used by fortresses everywhere, even if he had only studied base defense strategies for a few weeks while they were on the hill giant front. Hold up a minute, boss. I think that I have an idea. Remy insisted. All right, let's see what you have in mind. Remy started to charge a spell, while Cara dodged in front of her and spread her wings wide, as if she was aiming to stall her forward motion. Then the badger tucked into a ball, holding a steel farm tool, and, chain lightning, hit her in the backside, propelling the ball of fur and steel into the monarch rank Cyclops at Mach Void Badger. The thunder of the spell was nothing compared to the sound of Cara hitting the Cyclops' armor after her disintegration wall broke, and then she was in attack mode, all claws and teeth as she tore the hapless and winded creature to bits. At commander rank, chain lightning does less than 10% of my health. Cara announced proudly. Thor snorted in mental amusement. You're both idiots, and that broke Kara's eternal lightning barrier, so be careful. But I'm happy if you're happy. Oh, there are more. Do you think that we made someone mad last night? Cara asked as she flapped her wings to gain altitude and pick another target. Karl turned to face one of the new arrivals and gave his team a warning. Don't get too far from the farm. We don't want anyone sneaking past us while we're busy. There isn't a defensive force on our side other than the pair of Minotaurs who are watching the kids. Stampede. Cara warned as she sent an image of what she was seeing to Karl. Her night vision was strange, grayscale, but extremely clear where something was moving. What she saw was hundreds of boars herded by a group of royal rank Cyclops to charge directly down the road in their direction. There was no way that would miss the farm, but there were monarch rank threats on both sides that shouldn't be allowed to reach the yard either. You guys keep fighting. I will stall the stampede. Advance apologies for the wasted meat. Cara giggled. Even Hawk is running out of space for more boars. I don't think anyone will mind. Karl smiled at the thought his gluttonous bird could ever have enough of a food stockpile. The majority of the boars were on the weak side of Commander, so they shouldn't be too hard to take out, but there were simply so many of them that trying to keep them from running around him would be a nightmare. Hellstorm, vortexes spread across the battlefield as Karl used the flaming tornadoes to herd the giant boars down the road, keeping them from scattering. 6, then 8, and finally 10 were active at the same time, and Karl began to pant with the effort of keeping all those royal rank skills active at once. Bodyguards, forward. Hold the line while the smaller vortexes stop the stampede. He instructed as he took a knee. That way, even if the exertion was too much, he would only fall a little, and not all the way down. Within seconds, there were over 100 smaller vortexes active and Karl was sitting to meditate in the pasture. That was the only way to keep his mana level high enough to keep the spells active until the fight ended. The battlefield glowed like a forest fire, and the wind howled with the conflicting air currents from so many vortexes in one spot. Thunder rumbled as the vortexes merged and split every time a target died, and two serpentine forms danced through the flames, slitting the throats of panicked beasts who saw no way out of the fire. Most animals were instinctively afraid of fire, and being surrounded by it with the smell of burning flesh was a living hell for the boars, but it was impossible to find a way out. Everywhere they turned, vortexes would appear, herding them to the center of the road. But the Cyclops team was smarter. While Karl and the bodyguards were distracted with the boars, they had escaped the chaos and were moving around to the side of the house, where Cara and Rae were already fighting a monarch-ranked Cyclops. You can drop the vortexes now. There are not many. One of the Lamia bodyguards Karl had summoned informed him. The light faded as Karl released the spell, and then he caught the panic of Rae as she was ambushed by a whole group of royal-rank Cyclops. Go to her. Karl ordered, then dismissed the Lamia bodyguards to summon them next to the Naga queen. He was already exhausted 15 minutes into the fight, but the bodyguards didn't require any ongoing effort to keep active. So, all that he had to do was handle a dozen scorched and panicked commander rank boars. That should be possible. Karl struggled to his feet and felt eternal lightning, slowly refreshing the stamina that he had burned through to keep all those Hellstorm spells active. As long as he didn't go overboard, he should be fine. But with that in mind, he switched to his two-handed blade, which was already humming with the stolen energy of hundreds of slain enemies. He didn't need to hold it for the sword to do its work, but he did need to use it for the ability to transfer energy back to him. The influx of power sent a pleasant tingle through his body, and Karl launched himself into the boars. Many were blinded by the fire, their vulnerable eyes scorched and destroyed. So, what followed was not the sort of vicious battle that he should expect, but a one-sided slaughter, basically harvesting the boars. The blade seemed almost happy today, soaked in the blood of the giant boars. But when another of the monarch-rank Cyclops came for him, the blade was nearly thrumming with excitement. The Cyclops held out a hand and a massive blade appeared in its hand. It was beautifully crafted, and covered in some sort of magical runes that Karl was unfamiliar with, but the blade in his hand seemed to take it as a personal challenge, a fight between champions. The giant was half again as tall as Karl was, even with his skills enhancing his size, and not as night-blind as most of his kin. His first strike was remarkably swift and deadly accurate, aimed to take Karl's head off. Flaming body pulsed as the two blades met in a shower of sparks, and the Cyclops twirled his blade with a flick of his wrists, as if the massive weapon weighed nothing. 3 more strikes arrived in the next second, forcing Karl onto the defensive. Chain lightning forced the giant back, and it roared in pain, but its attacks didn't slow. The Cyclops' blade began to glow with blue energy, creating a bubble where the giant could see clearly, and where Karl noticed that nothing cast a shadow. The light came from every direction, not just from the weapon, rendering shadow-based surprise attacks useless. Against Rae, that would be inconvenient. But against the average rogue, that would be lethal. An inability to hide and launch sneak attacks eliminated nearly all of their most dangerous skills. But that wasn't Karl's specialty, and after sending a disintegrate at the giant's face, forcing it to protect its lone eye, he went for the legs, cutting deep into the left knee and nearly toppling the stronger attacker. "You're a tricky one," the Cyclops grumbled, using the common language. Then his body surged with power, and a suit of golden armor appeared on his body, replacing the crude leather armor that the giant had been wearing. Karl backed up a few steps to plan, and the Cyclops smiled. "The Cyclops clan are the finest smiths in the world. You won't be making it through my defenses," he boasted. Karl was certain that claim was highly disputed, but with monarch rank armor on the giant, this battle had just gotten exponentially more difficult. The Cyclops moved forward and the two exchanged blows while the Lamia pair circled to look for an opening. But his back was covered in a chain-link cloak with a hood that was down, but protected his neck. In short, the Cyclops had turned himself into a walking tank. One whose movement wasn't hindered by the mass of magical metal. Karl cast disintegrate over his blade, as it was the only monarch rank skill he had, and went for the lower stomach joint, where hard plate met chain. The Cyclops was slow to parry, but twisted just enough that Karl's blade skated along the abdominal plate, leaving a deep groove in the golden metal. Then Karl was forced to roll to the side as a massive blade came for the top of his shoulder, glowing brightly with blue light. It glanced his left arm and, eternal lightning, shattered, while, flaming body, was forced aside. But there wasn't enough power left to harm his armor, and the barriers were recharged in the next second. Against a direct hit, Karl would not be so lucky. The Lamia pair hurled, rend, attacks to distract the Cyclops while Karl charged again, going for the armpit joint, which was always a vulnerable spot for practical reasons. The Cyclops got its arm down in time, and, disintegrate, cut another deep score in the plates. It snarled in anger at the fact that Karl was destroying its hard work, but the Cyclops species had poor peripheral vision and even worse depth perception, so dealing with three attackers at once was forcing it to constantly move to keep everyone in sight. "Stupid snakes," it mumbled, and Karl smiled behind his visor. The creature was thinking out loud, and the Lamia pair had already realized it was about to turn on them, so they backed off a few more meters. Power surged in the giant's feet, and Karl recognized it as earthquake. So, he jumped to avoid the incoming strike, but that wasn't something that a Lamia could do. They could launch themselves in a direction with their long body, but it was not easy for them to get entirely off the ground. One of the two took a series of stone spikes to the belly, which left it punctured and bleeding as it retreated. Trollish regeneration would fix that in under a minute, but the Cyclops was pleased with the result. Normally, that would be a lethal blow to a Lamia spellcaster, and this giant seemed to have the experience to know it, as it completely stopped paying attention to that side for a moment. Karl attacked, pulling energy from the blade to empower disintegration. He attacked high, aiming for the throat, and the giant lifted his blade to parry. Karl went for the knee kick, hoping to strike the blind spot, but the Cyclops shifted its weight and Karl's kick met a golden shin plate. "I know that trick as well," the Cyclops chortled. "It's always worth a shot." Karl agreed, and the giant smiled, just visible through the slats of its helmet's visor. They circled for a few seconds, trading testing blows. Karl was a rank lower, but faster, and, disintegrate, on his blade had no problem parrying the Cyclops' attacks. After 5 minutes of testing each other, both sets of armor had taken multiple strikes and were showing their wear, but the Cyclops was beginning to slow, while Karl was maintaining his energy with eternal lightning. If he couldn't take the enemy out with overwhelming power, he would rely on teamwork to grind it down until they could force it to make a mistake. Karl twisted a strike to go for the wrist, while the Cyclops went for the base of his blade, sending both blades flying out of their wielder's hands. Neither hesitated, and, disintegrate, on Karl's fist was met with the glowing blue gauntlet of the Cyclops. Neither skill faltered, and the backlash of the strike sent both combatants flying backwards. They rolled to their feet in unison and called their weapons back to them, then summoned them to their hands. The Cyclops attacked to its left, and sent a Lamia flying. The bodyguard was twisted and broken, clearly dead. But Karl just summoned them again to appear behind the Cyclops, where the enemy wouldn't be able to tell if they were healing or preparing to attack. Karl plotted his next move for a second, then movement behind him and a surge of power in front of him made him momentarily forget that there was a Cyclops present. Overlord Lifa appeared at his shoulder, glowing with ethereal blue power, at the same instant that an enormous portal opened behind the Cyclops. A four-armed titan stepped through the portal and glared down at the Haint, then sniffed and turned to face the Cyclops. "You are coming with me," he announced, then grabbed the startled Cyclops and pulled him through the portal, which immediately closed behind them. "What the hell was that?" Karl asked. "That was a Cyclops Forge Master. Or if you mean the other one, that was Overlord Kronos Maximus the 84th. He's a major pain in our ass, and now he's abducted a Forge Master to make weapons for the mountain giant armies. That was not good at all. Who knew how many of the Forge Masters were going to appear in this monster spawn, but the mountain giants would likely get a chance to claim another before it was all over. The Golden Dragon Nation was having enough issues with the mountain giants without giving them weapons armor at the quality that Cyclops had been using. I don't suppose that you saw another one of those last night, did you? The Forge Master, that is. Karl asked Lifa, who was still staring at the location of the now closed portal. The Haint nodded. Yes, we killed one near the fortress last night. We also had the Oracle and Trouble Seers search for more, but only one appeared according to their visions. I was confident that you would win the battle, or I would have come earlier. I never expected that the giants would find out about the situation so fast and try to abduct him. Karl nodded. I think you should likely be more concerned with how they found out about that very specific Cyclops among the entire horde of Cyclops. That seems like a difficult thing for a foreign seer to pick up, but a much easier one for a spy to relay to the enemy. Lifa tilted her head. You consider the giants as an enemy. Doesn't everyone? They're just generally unpleasant to be around. Plus, they keep attacking me. Their conversation was interrupted by the giants that had come to support the Forge Master, and Karl's sword was suddenly thirsty for blood again. He used them all most of the time, and the blade seemed dissatisfied with receiving life force second-hand. Are you good on this side? Your Lamia friends should be recovered by now, right? They're not dead, are they? Lifa asked. No, they're all right. I am more concerned about the other beasts. They are circling the farm now, clearing the area so that the defenders get the occasional breather. Some of the fights have been intense, but they're managing. Karl explained. All right, I will return to the farm. My hearing is good, just yell if you need assistance. The farmers take comfort in my presence. With that, she was gone, back to the side of the farmhouse where the children were beginning to make a fuss as the fear and noise kept them from sleeping. Karl was fighting well away from the farm, but the noise would carry, and it was coming from every direction. The general spawn density tonight didn't look any worse than it was yesterday, or at least not significantly worse. But there were many more powerful beasts at their location than there were in the previous days. Rae was in heaven. She had gotten a literal bathtub full of monarch-rank blood already, drained from Cyclops' bodies, and her thoughts were already on how much she was going to enjoy her grooming routine now that she had such wonderful bath products. The current wave was mostly commander-rank Boars, with high commander and low royal-ranked Cyclops leading their packs. That was an easy target for Rae, who could just shadow step and assassinate the Cyclops, then deal with the Boars while Hawk bombarded them in the darkness. The Boars couldn't see or hear him. The only warning that they got was when the skills were coming at them, and by then it was already too late. It wasn't significantly harder for Remy and Cara. They were leaving the corpses in much less recognizable condition, but the intruders were dying just as quickly. Only Karl was left without much to do, as his job was to hold the side of the house and not scout out new targets. The two teams of beasts had just passed each other on the far side of the yard, and they were moving a bit further from the farmyard to ensure that they had something to fight. They were still letting a trickle of monsters make it to the defenders stationed at the farm, but they picked out any of them that had a decent power level for themselves. The dispersion pattern of the monsters was much different today than it was last night. The farmers weren't at home anymore. They had all gathered with neighbors, rightly believing that the incident wasn't likely to be over, even if their houses were still standing. There were far fewer burning houses tonight, which was a good sign for the farmers, but from his vantage point, Karl couldn't tell if any of the fires were homes that had been guarded. He was waiting for something to come into range while the two groups of beasts came back to meet each other in front of him. Karl could feel that there was something unstable with Remy's bodyguards, and through that, the Lamia that he had summoned with the same skill. "Is your skill advancing?" Karl asked. Remy wiggled happily, shaking her shoulders in a little dance as she inspected her bodyguard. "I think so. Your new skill master is a good skill." Thor grumbled. He had good skills, but he couldn't get them to go over his rank. It might be a potential issue, as even with his changes, the Lightning Sero suspected that he was reaching the extent of his ability to grow. He was already stronger than any Lightning Sero known, as they usually only made it to commander rank. But if he couldn't make it to Monarch, he was going to run into trouble very soon. "Don't worry, buddy. If you get stuck, we will use evolution on you, and then find a new way to keep you going the next time that you reach your limits," Karl assured him. Thor had a point. He had reached equilibrium with his pool full of holy stones. It was comfortable, but it wasn't really helping him advance anymore, and he wasn't advancing on his own. They would have to find something to help him grow if he was even going to make it to peak royal rank. Constant practice and dedication had taken him this far, way beyond his species' limits. But there were limits. Remy, on the other hand, had more potential. She had not been born as a low-awakened rank being, but a commander. As the process completed, the armor on the Naga warriors turned to a deep black that seemed to absorb light around them, and their size increased by a third, making even the largest of Minotaur men look mediocre. The Lamia, on the other hand, gained light red edges on their bone-white scales, and the red dresses that they wore gained silver embroidery. Rae glared at them in annoyance. If anyone was going to be upgrading their summoned creatures, it should have been her golems. Spiders were clearly superior to Naga. They should be easier to upgrade. Karl could hear the chaos behind them as the Naga warriors suddenly grew in size while fighting a small group of Boars, but most of the Minotaurs were taking it as a skill they used, as they didn't know the Naga were a summoned creature. Now, they were at the same level of advantage that they had when Rae had royal rank golems at commander rank. With defenders a rank above them, Karl wouldn't have to worry much about facing stronger opponents for a while, and the skills advancement was a strong sign that Remy would be able to follow them once the spaces were maximized again. The two teams of beasts continued on their routes, but Karl noticed that Remy's side was much more smug, while Hawk and Rae were working double time, trying to grind hard enough to force an advancement. While the farmers didn't immediately notice that something was off, the same was not true of Lifa. The instant the skill advanced to Monarch rank, before the Naga warriors had even finished growing, she had realized what had happened. What she couldn't understand was how. None of the biological group members were close to the boundary for Monarch rank, much less past it. But the skill was very obviously advanced by a rank, just as the Void Badger's disintegration was. The obvious answer was that Karl had done something, but she hadn't sensed him doing anything. If he had a skill that could bump up a skill's power by a rank for the duration of a battle, the Haint Overlord wanted to know it. If she could make her, Soul Steel, advance to the totem rank even for a short duration, she would become one of the peak powers on the continent. Karl nodded a greeting as she came over to speak to him, then shook his head in rejection of her pending question. I can't make your skill advance like that. I know that's what you're after. Even if I was stronger, it wouldn't work, he explained. You're certain? What are the limitations? Karl smirked. Only two things. A comprehensive and thorough understanding of how the skill should operate at the next rank. Then, the restrictive part. It has to be a beast that is bonded to me and capable of retreating to a separate space I control. Leafa sighed. So, it's a trick just for your team members. Well, even if it's one skill at a time, it's still a huge advantage when you have summoned beasts on top of your bonded ones. Karl turned to face her, but stopped when he saw a very strange heat signature. Remy had transformed back into her small snake form, and Cara was flying around with her, so they could both attack from the sky. Cara looked like she had gotten bigger again, but Karl wasn't sure with the distance. The next time they came back around, he would have to stand beside her and measure. Leafa stared into the distance. Morning is going to be chaos. Are you ready for a whole army unit to show up here? They're going to expect you to be able to help them, but they will have a lot of questions if they see your beasts. Karl nodded. When they arrive, I will call everyone back to their spaces, other than the 2 Naga warrior bodyguards that travel with us. If I push myself, I can do enough damage that most people won't have questions. That's how I did it in the past when I first met Orthos. It works well enough, but it burns stamina fast, and this is going to be a long night. The Haint Overlord laughed and seemed to turn to mist for a split second before reappearing in the distance to bisect a group of boars with smooth swings of her blade. Pale blue energy poured from their wounds to her body as she walked back to Karl, and she shrugged. These boars aren't all that tough. I might not be a soldier, but I am an overlord. She had a point. Even if she only had a basic attack skill, as an overlord, it shouldn't be hard to one-hit kill any of the commander rank beasts, and any of the royal rank invaders without defensive measures. There's a whole swarm of bacon food coming our way. Hawk warned. Use Hellstorm all around the farm. We can create enough cyclones with the 3 of us that they won't want to approach. Karl insisted. Remy giggled as Hawk sighed. That was going to take a lot of energy, and he was the one doing the flying in his team, where Remy was just transformed into a petite spirit snake form and wrapped around Cara like a necklace. So, Hawk landed on Rae and began spreading flaming vortexes around the farm, so they would cover a third of the circle. Karl took up his section, and Remy did the rest, as Leafa stared at the 30 pillars of fire surrounding their position. That's the spell that they were referring to. The terrifying fire vortex. It doesn't look that bad to me. It's just a royal rank flaming tornado with some extra damage, she noted. Just wait. They get spicy when someone stands too close. The Boars naturally assumed that if they just didn't run into the fire, they would be fine. But that notion was proven false the moment that one of them got within 20 meters of the initial vortex and a smaller flamestorm spawned at his position. The unfortunate boar was immediately tossed from its feet by the force of the wind and the rend attacks embedded in the vortex. That was a good sign. If the spell could stop them trying to stampede past the main vortexes, they would be trapped on the other side of the line. A smaller creature would have been caught inside and buffeted to death, but the boars were too large for that, and instead the vortex was aggressively attacking it, and spawning more vortexes every time something got too close. Leafa whistled a happy tune. Oh, I like it. Spicy Tornado is an excellent spell. I vote that we rename the spell. Hawk demanded. Spicy Tornado is a great name for a spell. Remy agreed. Make it upgrade with Skill Master to 1 rank or tier higher than it currently is, and you can pick the new name for it. 2 skills in 1 day. Well, maybe I'm on a roll. Let's do this. Upgrade incoming. If it were that easy, it would have happened to someone before this. But on the other side of the battle, Hawk was having more luck. His affinity with fire was growing quickly as he practiced adapting his flaming body skill to allow him to more easily create hellstorm vortexes. Hawk was definitely going to be the first of them to improve a fire skill. But he was combining the 2 skills in a way that Karl wasn't capable of mimicking. Your beasts are strange. What species is that bird, anyhow? Lifa asked. That's a mighty fine question. I'm not even certain anymore. In fact, the way he's going, even if I give you an answer now, it might have changed by morning. His aptitude for fire magic is increasing by the day, and his body is changing as it adapts. The Haint Overlord stared at Hawk, who was only paying cursory attention to his vortexes as he adapted the casting method to minimize the amount of mana that they used. Karl could hear his thoughts, and Hawk had a grand plan. If he cut the mana cost in half, he could make twice as many as Remy did, and then he would have uncontested mastery of the fire element. Being a shaman was a cheat. She got to use evil magic and fire at the same time. But soon, he would be so much better with fire that she would never catch up. After a few minutes of silently staring at the battle while Karl adjusted the position of his vortexes to ensure that nothing was making it into the farm, Overlord Lifa took out a small blue stone from inside her arm. I have a proposition for you. I have an item that will help your friend Hawk advance his power beyond anything he could manage on his own. I will trade you for it, she offered. And what would you like in exchange for such a stone? Karl asked, suspicious of such altruism. Your sword. You have a blade that drinks souls to improve its own power. I want it. It also shared the power that it drank to improve the power and growth rate of the wielder. The extra energy that it gave him was a massive part of Karl's combat stamina. If I trade you the blade, will you teach Hawk how to use the stone to improve his power? Karl asked. A chance to help Hawk master a new level of flame skills was too good to pass up, and even Karl wasn't greedy enough to think that he could have it without any sacrifice. All he has to do is eat it, and he will gain a new level of fire mastery, Lifa agreed. The sword is bonded to me, would it even be possible to transfer it? The Haint nodded. Just hand it to me and will the bond to transfer. You can't unbind such a weapon, but you should be able to transfer it without issue. Give the stone to Hawk and you will have the sword. Lifa smirked and smoke poured from her mouth. So untrusting. I told you once already that I keep my word. Lifa vanished and reappeared next to Hawk, who was focused on his work. When she held out her hand with an open palm facing up, Hawk was fairly sure that she had snacks for him. That gesture always meant snacks. So, he ate what she offered without hesitation. The flames of both his body and his hellstorm vortexes immediately turned the same pale blue as Overlord Lifa's smoke, and a massive surge of power flowed through Hawk's body as he turned incorporeal. Hawk got a new skill. Unfair advantage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down. Remy complained. Nobody else had any idea what she was talking about, but the sentiment translated well enough. A mighty keening scream echoed across the farm as Hawk launched into the sky, his incorporeal form surging with energy. Light blue flames burst from him, creating a small sun in the sky, bright enough that it lit the ground all the way to the horizon and sent a wave of heat across the farm so intense that the soup pot went from a simmer to a boil, and the thatch roof began to smolder. Then he began to reform into a massive bird the size of a rock, but flickering with blue flames in place of feathers, and with a slender body elegant in a way Karl associated more with drawings of a phoenix than with the overgrown sparrow form of the rocks. Lifa turned to Karl and held out her hand for her prize. She was obviously impatient to have the blade, but it was resisting Karl's attempt to take it out and hand it to her. I know, friend. But we made a deal. I'm sure she will be good to you. Karl felt the bond snap as the blade changed hands, and Overlord Lifa surged with power, sending a pillar of pale blue smoke into the sky over her for a moment before it retracted. "Oh, that is wonderful. Everything that I could have hoped for." Her words were eerie, not a threat, but they gave Karl a shiver of premonition that he might have just made a grave mistake of a sort far larger than simply needing a new weapon. Then, Lifa held out her hand and snapped one of her fingers off. "A replacement for your weapon. Don't let anyone say that I'm not a fair bargain maker," she explained. Then she simply vanished, letting the branch drop toward the ground. Karl grabbed it as it fell, and felt the twig bond with him. Haint Claw, obtained. Artifact-grade weapon. Morphable weapon. Deals Ghostfire damage in addition to skill damage. Haint Claw may grow into a haint sapling with sufficient soul power. Karl was admiring the new weapon in his mental space when the familiar power of a portal opening caused him to turn. The Oracle ran out of the portal with a massively powerful troll in rich purple robes, trimmed in white fur, behind him. "What did you do? Where is she? Tell me you didn't unbind her," the Oracle pleaded. "I have no idea what you are talking about. Could you please give me another clue?" Karl asked. "The haint. The ghost weapon. Where did she go?" The troll behind the Oracle snarled with a heavy accent that sounded like he was talking with his mouth full. "She vanished. She does that now and then. She's likely around here somewhere, fighting Boars and Cyclops." The Emperor of Nubon roared, and Karl felt the hellstorm vortexes shudder as the totem rank troll's aura shipped the energy flow in the area. "You gon' be telling me what you done, or I gon' rip yo' arms from yo' puny body," the Emperor roared. His voice shook the ground like an earthquake spell, and many of the defenders on the other side of the house stumbled. "She offered a stone to Hawk, and I traded her my sword for it. The stone helped Hawk master a higher level of flame skills, then Overlord Lifa vanished. We're in the middle of a battle, but all the enemies are trapped on the other side of the vortexes," Karl tried to explain. The big troll looked like he wanted to strangle Karl, but the Oracle had more questions. "What sort of sword did you trade her?" "It was an item from a monster spawn. A blade of champions. It stored life force from enemies and transferred some to the wielder to help them grow. I don't know how much good it would be to her, as I already absorbed as much of the energy as I could. But the sword's bond with me transferred to her," Karl informed him nervously. That big troll seemed quite intent on tearing him into little bits, and his power level made the overlords seem like children. Fortunately for Karl's life expectancy, the big man was swearing incomprehensibly and casting some sort of shamanistic spell that was making the clouds vanish from the sky. "She is going west. Oracle, you will pay for your mistake," the troll growled, then stepped through the portal, which closed, leaving the Oracle behind. "Care to explain?" "We could use our best fighter back," Karl asked. "She's not coming back. You just gave a sentient weapon the soul power to gain full autonomy. A haint is a sentient energy being in a possessed body of some sort. Almost an undead, but not really, considering the nature of the energy that is inhabiting the body. In her case, the body of a deceased dryad that was weaponized as a golem. They have no soul, they're a purely magical being. But they strip the souls from their enemies to power their growth and sentience. Whatever you gave her allowed her to break free of the Emperor's bond, and now she's on the run." Karl blinked slowly and adjusted his vortexes to buy time as he tried to comprehend what was going on. "You're saying that the Haint Overlord, the one who insisted on being called Princess Lifa, is actually a weapon bonded to the totem rank leader of the nation, and now she has what? Gone rogue and taken off?" The Oracle paled and nodded. "Worse. I think that she might have broken through to the totem rank. A rogue totem rank threat loose in the nation, and nobody knows what she wants. Other than snacks. Elven trail rations in particular," Karl added. "I don't see how that is." "No, you are right. She might be trying to get off the continent. There are far more overlord and totem rank creatures on the other continents, and she needs to feed on high-ranked souls to stabilize her advancement. If she's really planning to remain on the run, she needs more souls to give her the power to resist being bonded again. It was probably better not to tell the Oracle that he still had a piece of her. Lifa had helped Hawk evolve, and to Karl that meant he owed her a favor larger than a simple sword and a few days on the run. Well, you might as well take a seat over by the fire. There are still hundreds of giant boars coming for us, and while Hawk's pretty blue flames are scaring some off, they're still trying to get through on the other sides. The Oracle turned toward the house, then stopped when he saw Hawk circling in the sky. That's a Ghostfire Thunderbird. That isn't possible. I would have seen it. No, it wasn't one before, was it? Lifa must have done that with her power. He evolved, didn't he? Karl nodded at the wizened troll, who was looking even more haggard than he had 2 days ago. That's right. Maybe he needs an updated name. I can't keep calling him Hawk when he's no longer a hawk at all, Karl joked. The Oracle sighed. Hawk is a less ridiculous name now that he isn't one. I have a cousin named Hawk. A troll named Hawk. Karl wondered about the naming sense behind that, but it might be a tribal name based on a personal attribute. The orcs did that, and gave their warriors a second name based on their skills and reputation. It wasn't unthinkable that the trolls might do the same. Karl hadn't actually asked many of them their names, now that he thought about it. Karl sighed and looked to the sky for answers. Far above the flames, the Dragon's Tail constellation shone dimly, barely visible over the light of the vortexes, even with every bit of cloud cover forced from the sky. The Oracle quietly made his way to the house, leaving Karl to his thoughts. With the revered Oracle gone, one of the royal rank farmers came over to where Karl was standing, and patted him on the shoulder. I get the feeling that you're going to be leaving here in somewhat of a hurry, he whispered. I get that feeling as well, Karl agreed. I won't ask what you did that angered the Emperor to that level, but if it has something to do with your friend the Thunderbird, or with whatever emergency called Overlord Lifa away, you should likely get a head start on your travels. I will look after your wagon until you can return, if you need. Karl smiled and shook his hand. We will see once this influx of monsters slows down. If I leave too early and something happens to the Oracle, they will hunt me to the ends of the continent. The Emperor went looking for the Overlord. Apparently her mission was not approved, and he was not happy about the timing when the Oracle foresaw it. I don't have all the details, but at the very least, the Emperor is busy for the day. The Minotaur nodded in understanding, then got to the topic that had actually brought him over. That fire spell you are using, is that something that can be learned somewhere? One of my nieces is a shaman apprentice, and that fire tornado spell is the sort of signature spell that could let her advance to high shaman and reach the royal rank. Karl shook his head. I don't know anyone else who can use it outside my group. It is possible to learn, but not quickly or easily, and she would need to know a number of spells as a prerequisite. The Minotaur sighed. I feared that might be the case. If it were so easy, more people would know it. But I do need to tell her about those flame totems. Those are the sort of signature ability that should scale well with level and let her stand out from the others in her training group. There is only so much to go around, and everyone competes for additional resources. Karl nodded. Resources are the great limiter for all of our growth. But at least after this, nutrition won't be a problem for your community for a year or so. The children will have plenty of energy-dense meat to eat, and that will help their growth. That they will. Let me know what you decide, but if you're thinking of flying away on the massive bird, I wouldn't recommend it. A 20-meter wingspan and the fact that he's literally on fire probably don't combine to create the greatest stealth skill. Karl chuckled. That might make Hawk's scouting duties difficult in the future, but they could work something out to dim his glow if he couldn't do it himself. But even if he could dim the light, he was still enormous. Not even Thor was as large as Hawk now, though Hawk was more slender than the Cerro. I will have to make a harness for him later. Thor has his Tessanite mode, so Hawk will want a rider too. Maybe Ardena. They both have good range with their skills. Rae suggested. What am I, chopped liver? Karl asked. No, boar liver probably tastes better. But you're a ground combatant like I am. Besides, Cara and Rae have a system worked out, so you're mine by default. Unless I'm wearing my lotus. Glad to know that I'm the option of last resort. Well, you don't do anything that the rest of us can't, do you? You're like picking all of the others when we only need one. You're a good choice, but not the most efficient one. Karl knew that Rae was trying to make him feel better, so he decided to tease her. That's fine, I have the Lamia bodyguards now. They'll hang out with me. Or you can hang out with Ophelia. She doesn't have a partner yet. Rae offered. The bear and the Karl don't need partners. They just like to smash things. Hawk interjected with a mental shrug. There wasn't much smashing to do right now. The invaders were stuck on the other side of the wall of vortexes. That was what the Minotaur thought that Karl was focusing on when he was speaking with the beasts. How is the situation outside the spell? Can you tell? The Minotaur Royal asked. It's getting better by the minute. The spreading vortexes have eliminated most of the attackers now. If it keeps going at this rate, we should be able to let down the spell in the next half hour. There will be more attacks for the rest of the day, but the monsters near us are nearly under control. The three of us holding the vortexes will need a break after this, but it was the only viable way to deal with the flood of beasts coming our way, Karl explained. The Minotaur nodded and turned to walk back to the front of the house. If you need more assistance than those two Lamias, let me know. We have rested fighters in the yard. Karl nodded. We should be all right. These two are excellent fighters, but I will let you know if we need more assistance on this side. The Minotaur returned to the other side of the fight, but they didn't wait for Karl to make a request before they sent over assistance. If you could call them that. What they sent were 4 of the general's guards, ascended rank satyrs who had a look of determination, and the glow of Tessa's holy blessing on their bodies and weapons. Welcome to the dark side of the house. The vortexes will be up for a while longer, then you can let the Lamias take the front lines, while you harass and distract their targets. It will be the fastest way to get the giants down, Karl instructed. Yes, sir. We were sent to make up numbers so that nothing made it to the children. Fear not, we won't let you down, one of the satyrs replied grimly. It's not that serious. There are no more high-ranking beasts anywhere that I can detect. It's just commander rank Boars and low royal rank Cyclops leading them. The 3 of us can handle those easily enough, but every distraction you cause gives us one more opportunity for a lethal strike. That was enough to assure the satyrs that Karl really wasn't messing with them or putting on a strong front to make them feel better. If he could view their assistance as nothing more than a distraction, even when they had the blessings of a high priestess of the war dragon on their weapons, he must be extremely confident in his abilities, they assumed. A normal person would have been overjoyed just to find out that they had anyone with a commander rank blessing on their weapons that didn't burn the wielder's energy to attack. We will need to take down the cyclones soon. Rae noted. Her power was beginning to exhaust her, while Hawk was unstable after his evolution. So, it was time for the others to begin to fight again and not rely on the 3 of them with the largest area effects. The vortexes are coming down now. Prepare to face whatever is alive on the other side. Karl warned. There was nothing. The vortexes had killed anything that had gotten within 40 meters of them. But it kept the satyr soldiers on guard, just in case something had escaped Karl's notice. For the first few minutes, there was nothing coming. Then Karl saw that a few groups of the armored giant boars had noticed a change in defensive strategy and were heading for the farm. It was only a half-dozen boars and 2 cyclops on their side, but the satyrs were already looking nervous about the situation. Relax, I won't let anything happen to you. You have a defensive blessing from a high priestess of the Red Dragon, the goddess of war. As far as commander rank defensive magic, there isn't much that outclasses it. Plus, you have the three of us here, and none of us is going to lose a fight to some boar. You've seen my magic, have some faith in our capability. That seemed to remind them of their earlier determination. At least a little bit, anyhow, and the satyrs raised their short spears and shields, ready to defend against attack. Are your mounts awake and healthy? It might be easier for you if you were mounted and more agile. Karl offered. The satyrs shook their heads. The mounts are terrified of the boars. The boars are food, but they are also a predator, and these ones view our mounts as a food product, which has made them too afraid to be reliable in combat. We're not a battle-hardened combat unit, we're just the ones best trained to hold banners and move pedestrians out of the way of officers' carriages. Karl chuckled at the description. However, they were soldiers, even if they weren't much to write home about. And that meant that he could use them as soldiers, and they should know at least basic tactics. All right, split up into pairs and accompany the Lamia. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. You attack the boars from the side, and then retreat away from their counterattacks, and the ladies will do the rest. I will take care of the giants. The satyrs weren't cowards, and they moved into position as the Lamia each picked out a pair of giant boars to target, while Karl charged forward before recalling that he had sold his sword. The maul was an option, but if he wasn't going to be getting the soul steal effect that both healed him and helped empower him, he might as well have used his bow. Instead, he equipped the Hank Claw, which appeared as long wooden claws over his fingers, which leaked pale blue smoke, the same way that Overlord Leafa did. Karl flexed his fingers, feeling the power of the weapon on his hands, then flicked a single finger at the commander rank Cyclops on his right. An arc of rend, coated in, disintegrate, and trailing blue smoke raced across the gap, and the giant paused his advance, confused as to what was happening. Then its knees buckled, and the massive beast tumbled to the ground as its head rolled away, cleanly severed at the neck. The claws pulsed with power as the attack faded, and Karl sent another arc of power at the second Cyclops. This one got its blade up in time to parry, and the attack faded as the blade in the giant's hand shattered. Karl split rend, again coated with disintegrate, into 4 arcs, and the Cyclops panicked, trying to dodge to the side. But Karl was too close, and the unfortunate creature had no weapon left to protect itself. That was far more effective than Karl had expected. Karl scrolled through the basic information about himself until he found the weapon description. Hank Claw, artifact grade. Deals 280 Fan-Tram base weapon damage as psychic damage. That was helpful, but Karl already knew that it added the ghostly smoke to the attacks. What he didn't know was what sort of base damage it added to his attacks, or what other status bonuses he might have gained. So, he checked his bow for reference. Unwavering bow, rare grade. Aim assist level 1. Increases skill damage by 10 Fan-Tram. That was an entirely different description, and there was no mention of base damage. So Karl was on to the maul. Crystal Maul of Resonance, epic grade. Applies the effect of spells imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. Deals strength-based blunt impact damage on strike. Again, no mention of a base weapon damage, and no numbers other than some percentage-based increases. He would have to dig into it later, when he wasn't in combat and had more time to search through rows of numbers and possible hidden subcategories. Whatever the actual number was, the damage he was doing to the Cyclops warriors said that it was an impressive one. Karl crouched and leapt to the side to attack a giant boar whose throat was exposed, coating his new claws with rend. Hawk would be proud of him. The claws went smoothly through the thick hide of the boar and left deep gouges in the heavy plate armor, leaving the boar bleeding out with a single strike. Karl used Flaming Body to burn the blood off himself as the boar collapsed, and the satyr stared at him in shock. If you could do that, why are you using all these fancy skills and weapons? One of them asked. One at a time is fine, but those skills deal with large numbers while they're at a safe distance from the house. We don't want to put the children in danger. Besides, this method is messy. Karl replied with a shrug. Then he got a great idea. Maybe the Hank Claw wasn't meant to be used as an actual weapon for attacking, but as a supplemental weapon. It said that it dealt a percentage of base weapon damage as a bonus, so if he kept the claws on when he used another weapon, it might give an additional bonus based on the damage that the other weapon was doing. There were more boars in the distance, so Karl took out his bow and adjusted his grip to compensate for the length of his new claws. He made the drawing motion to activate the bow and charged it with chain lightning. He let the lightning-charged arrow fly, and found that it was also followed by a faint trail of ghostly smoke. The arrow sunk deep into the boar, which twitched in pain, or possibly electrical shock, before collapsing with a puff of ghostly smoke coming from the arrow hole. That was definitely an improvement on the chain lightning alone, and the Hank Claw seemed to pulse with power after the kill. Perhaps it was similar in function to the sword that he had traded, but it wasn't passing any of that stolen essence along to the wielder. According to the extended details of the description, it would gather soul essence with each kill, and had a chance to become a Hank sapling in the future. A sentient weapon like Leafa could make for quite the addition to the team, depending on the abilities that it developed, and Karl was looking forward to seeing what it could do. Karl released arrow after arrow, clearing the area of boars with ease, as he picked the closest targets first and worked his way into the distance. So, you could fight with a bow as well. That is wonderful. But where did all these powerful friends come from? I've never seen a group of intelligent beasts like this outside of their own nation. The satyr asked. They are with me. It's a bit hard to explain, but I can call on their assistance when I need it. Karl replied vaguely. After the wall of flaming vortexes and Hawk evolving right next to the farm, there was no way that they were going to be able to hide the fact that he had at least a few beasts with him, but Karl didn't want the locals to panic. Of course, the satyr likely wanted to know where the Lamia had come from as well, but that discussion could wait. Karl didn't know if he was going to have to grab his team and bolt in the next hour or two, especially now that the Oracle had been dumped in their laps by a furious emperor whose pet Hank had run away. The bow had a range of nearly 200 meters, but in a matter of only a few minutes, there were no more boars to be found anywhere within that range. The overnight fight was coming to an end as the sun rose fully into the sky, and the second day's damages were becoming visible in the distance. It wasn't as bad as the first morning. The invaders had mostly ignored the empty houses, and the ones that had smelled good enough to pillage had been attacked the first night. So, while there was extensive damage to the farms and crops, it wasn't as severe as many had feared. As the fighting died down, the Oracle made his way back to Karl, who had called everyone but Thor, Hawk, and the bodyguards back into his space. They could remain out for now, as nobody was going to forget that Hawk existed. Plus, he was huge now, and flying was an entirely different experience when he could ride on much larger wind currents and updrafts. Before, he could soar on the wind, but now, he could simply tweak his feathers and float in the sky. His new body weighed very little, and his Ghostfire body skill allowed him to fly without using his feathers at all. Like so many magical beasts, he could now use his magic to keep himself aloft, and not just his body. I may have to abandon mice as food. But now, regular-sized boars are mouse-sized bites. Is this what they call an existential crisis? Hawk pondered as he lazily floated above the fields. Is it like growing up and finding out that your favorite little rodents that struggled so prettily in your web are no longer a satisfying meal? I completely understand. It's a tragic loss, but there will be others that put on as good of a show. Rae consoled him. That cheered Hawk up at least a little bit. Even the giant boars were now small enough to be valid hunting targets for the massive Ghostfire Thunderbird body that Hawk had evolved into, but deep in his instincts, there was still that urge to go for the small and defenseless rodents. "Did you learn any new tricks along with your new flames?" Karl asked as Hawk surveyed the aftermath of the second spawn. "I think so, but it feels like they're not ready yet. Maybe after I nap." Hawk wasn't concerned. Fire was the best element anyhow, and he was already big with better than ever flames. The rest could wait for later. Hawk's circling form was a beacon to other defending groups. He was large enough to be seen from many kilometers away, and from a distance he looked like an ice phoenix, with his blue flaming feathers. The phoenix was considered good luck, and they were as intelligent as dragons, even if they could only speak bird. So, if their position was looking untenable, or just not worth defending anymore, they started to make their way towards the farm that had a phoenix protecting it. Some hesitated when they were close enough to see that it was some form of thunderbird, which was also an intelligent beast, but not nearly as auspicious as the phoenix. But Hawk was obviously guarding an area, continually circling overhead while only sporadically diving to attack boars that got too close. Every time he rose back up with a snack, more of the Minotaurs began to consider heading in his direction, as they could hear the force and see the campfire in the yard, showing that Hawk had not eaten the defenders. Not that a thunderbird would hang around after destroying a farmyard. They weren't a scavenger bird. In the morning calm, Lotus had enlisted the help of the children from the farm families to scrub and polish Thor's scales. He needed a good rub down, and the Cerro was feeling depressed now that even Hawk had gotten a great opportunity to advance just handed to him. All the others got powerful so easily, but he was already struggling, even with his holy pond. Karl knew that Rae was likely to run into the same issue soon, but likely not until after she either reached the bottleneck or advanced to monarch rank. She had a few skills that would scale well, and that would give her a better chance at breaking the bottleneck. Eternal lightning probably had the potential to go higher, but Thor's body didn't. But that could be a project for him and Remy. If you go through the ingredients that we have, and make a list of things that we still need to make resources that will help Thor, I can try to find them. I think that all he needs is just a bit higher quality snacks to advance. Karl offered. Thor perked up a little, both at the faint hope of advancement, and at the gentle hands of the children scrubbing down his scales with coarse burlap cloths. Fortunately, his scales weren't as harsh as they had been at first. They were still rough, but they didn't tear through cloth anymore unless you put excessive pressure on them. Having something to focus on helped, and Karl knew the others wouldn't let their resident best boy remain sad for long. The Oracle sighed as he waited for Karl to stop being distracted. It was clear that he was mentally communicating with someone, but the way that he looked around made the Oracle certain that it was the bird. He turned to see what Karl was looking at, then realized it was likely out of sight to him. "You know, out of all of this, I can't believe that I got dad-joked by a teenager," the Oracle began. Karl smiled, and the old man shook his head and continued. "Not that kind of troll, indeed. You have no idea the sort of chaos that your presence has caused, even if you aren't somehow responsible for these incidents. There is a theory that your presence when the dungeon formed might be causing these incidents to follow you and whoever else was there on the first day. But more than that, the mere fact that you managed to make it almost all the way across the country without being detected, while traveling with an entire wagon full of elites and clerics, is like a cock slap to the face of the council." Karl chuckled. "Well, that's graphic. I will say this much, though. We're not here to cause trouble or spy for anyone. I did consider that the incidents might be following me, but only the last two, the undead and this one, have been even remotely close to centered on my position. The first ones that we encountered near Ocamping put us on the very north edge, and one of them didn't even spawn with us in its radius. We traveled into it during the day." The Oracle frowned, then made a note. "The council isn't sure what to do with you. One thing is for certain, we're not going to allow you to die in our territory if there is any chance that these incidents are focused on you." "Oh, I had thought that would be the go-to option. The old troll shook his head. No, eliminating the target doesn't stop the effect of an anomaly, it simply fixes the position of the anomaly. If something happened and one of your members died here today, it is possible that we would have a giant boar and Cyclops spawn at this location every morning, forever. See, that is valuable information to have. Do you know what the plan might be? Because I am considering making a run for it. Karl informed him, letting a bit of his curiosity leak into his voice. Well, my guess is that Marisa is going to suggest taking you somewhere to strangle you to death for making fun of her. But my visions say that it's more likely they will decide to send you back to the humans and make you stay there, or to the mountain giant border, where any more anomalies would be their problem. There has been no decision, and I have seen both possibilities. The Oracle explained. Karl sighed as he scanned the horizon for threats. That's not highly encouraging. I'm not sure what I should choose. It's encouraging that they don't intend to kill me or my friends, but I also have no intentions of being locked in jail. The Oracle gave him a faint smile. Honestly, I'm not even sure how we would keep you in prison. Even with the suppression field on the fortress, we couldn't stop you from setting a royal rank bloodbath spider loose in the hallway behind the guards. Blocking magic and skills is all well and good until half a ton of razor-limbed arachnid is loose in the locker room. Oh, that's a great idea. Attacking them when they're naked on a slippery surface. It will be chaos even before the blood flows. Having the ability to see the future sounds like it's not a whole lot of fun. Karl noted. You have no idea. Oracles of all sorts very rarely see anything but tragedy. Even if I want to look for good news, I have to look for the absence of bad instead. Only then can I see things going right. What a crap skill set. No offense. The Oracle chuckled. Have you never interacted with someone who can see the future before? Karl made a noncommittal gesture. I have, but I never really asked about how they saw things, or about their visions. So, should I be expecting an overlord to show up here with very little notice, or an army unit? The Oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned, then took out a sword. Before Karl could ask what that meant, a portal opened 6 meters tall, and an armored group of giants that looked like they were made of solid stone, only identifiable as living creatures by their eyes and teeth, rushed out. A second portal opened behind Karl and the Oracle, and Marisa stepped through with a snarl on her face and an axe in her hand. Once the mountain giants had arrived, one last giant, 2 meters taller than the others, crouched and stepped through the portal. You really do see only bad luck. Have you considered the fact that oracles might be a jinx? Karl whispered. Has anyone ever told you that you're not funny? The Oracle whispered. More than once, actually. But you might want to step back before things get messy. The mountain giant overlord scoffed. Do you think that having him a few more meters away is going to make a difference? Marisa rumbled a warning, but Karl gave him his best smile. Do you think that your warriors can go through me without my permission? The Oracle poked Karl in the back, and Karl heard Tessa laugh on the other side of the farm. Oh, she's glowing red. Does that mean we're fighting? Hawk asked. Maybe, maybe not. We will see what they're planning. The war god's glow could be for protecting the children when things get spicy. Why are we even fighting? Remy asked. Because Rae needs more monarch-rank giant blood for her pond, of course. Thor stated, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, that's a good point. I hope the overlords fight. We can scoop up some of the splatter to make leg cream for Rae. Remy agreed. What are you thinking? Stop it, I can see the shifting possibilities. The Oracle whispered. Sorry, wandering mind. Karl replied without taking his eyes off the squad of royal and monarch-rank mountain giants. Is the Golden Dragon Nation going to get in the middle of this? The Overlord rank giant asked. That's really up to you, now isn't it? You came to me, not the other way around. Karl replied easily as the Naga warriors moved to flank the Lamia bodyguards. There are soldiers coming from every direction. Angry Remy and beef warriors and a few that look like Dana but aren't. Hawk warned. One day we will teach you all the words for other species. Remy laughed. Meh, they'll get names if they need them. The Overlord rank giant was staring at Karl, trying to determine what he was planning and what the best course of action was. Karl didn't actually know what drew them here yet, though. If they came to abduct the Oracle, that could be a huge diplomatic disaster. But Karl couldn't see what else they came for, now that they said they weren't here for him or his team. Maurica stepped forward to face her Overlord rank counterpart, who stood head and shoulders taller than the Minotaur did. What are you doing here? You know that your soldiers are not welcome here. Speak your piece and go away. The giant snorted at her in derision. Our Earth shaman sensed the appearance of an unfamiliar totem rank creature here. If Nubon Empire thinks that they can hire foreign totems for the war, you are greatly mistaken. Karl hid his amusement as well as he could, but obviously not well enough, as the soldiers from the mountain giant's side were shifting to defensive foot positions in his direction. It was subtle, but his smile must have been the threatening one again. There is no foreign totem here in Nubon. Tell your idiot shamans that they don't need to send an emergency response unit every time the Emperor comes out to greet visitors from the Golden Dragon Nation. Maurica informed him in a bored tone. The giant turned to Karl. The Emperor himself came to see you. Why? I brought a rare species with me, and he was intrigued about its origin. The Overlord looked up toward where Hawk was lazily floating in the sky and frowned. A Ghostfire Thunderbird was indeed a rare species. Rare enough that the mountain giant didn't even know what species Hawk was. Like many others, his first thought was that he was a frost phoenix, but the body shape and tail plumage were wrong. One of the monarchs was casting a spell, but Maurica showed no sign of trying to stop them. Maybe it was to avoid a fight between overlords so close to an inhabited farm, or perhaps the spell wasn't a dangerous one. If they were just looking for Lifa, they could take a number and wait their turn. The Emperor was already chasing after her. The spell finished, and the group of giants waited anxiously as the shaman looked more and more confused. He was about to whisper to the Overlord, but the larger giant stopped him and handed him a notepad to write it down. That was a good call, as Karl would hear even a whisper from this distance, but Hawk was directly overhead, and he could read the note as the giant wrote it. It says he only found a totem rank skill that was used by Overlord Lifa. He calls her by name, so he knows the council members. Well, that could make things even more interesting. Once the Overlord had read the message, he crumpled it and made the shaman eat the paper. Well, that's one way to prevent messages falling into the wrong hands. Karl mock whispered in the oracle's direction. The giant Overlord looked like he was going to respond, then he paused and took a glowing stone out of his pocket. Karl could only assume it was a communication device of some sort, but neither he nor Hawk could see any sort of writing on it. The Overlord's smile slowly grew as the glow faded from the stone. Then a fresh portal opened behind him. Forget this waste of time, we're leaving, he announced. That's not suspicious at all. Karl chuckled, which caused the mountain giant Overlord to give him an evil smirk. Maurica frowned as the giant left, thinking the same thing that Karl was saying, and then alarms began to blare from her pockets. She took out a whole handful of glowing stones, all of which were giving off an alert tone. She turned to Karl. I will deal with your insolence later. But I now have proof that the incidents aren't following you around. These are all regional alarms for anomalies that spawned at dawn today. All related to the dungeon. That shouldn't be right. Karl mumbled. Maurica looked between Karl and the oracle, then sighed and shook her head. They aren't. They can't be. The pattern doesn't match. We suspect that the giants have found something that is letting them trigger them. We started to suspect it when we first heard of the advancement trial the hill giants triggered. Now, anomalies are appearing all over the continent. But I have to go. Consider yourself warned to behave. I don't have time to come back and deal with your people. Do what you want, as long as you don't cause trouble on your way out of the country. A stone in her hand lit up red, and she stepped through a portal that closed immediately behind her. They left me behind again. The Oracle sighed. I am not normally the one to play devil's advocate, but I suspect that wherever she was going, you probably didn't want to be anyhow. If nothing else, we will keep you safe for the day. Then we can arrange a team to get you home after tomorrow morning's spawn. The Oracle gave him a faint smile. This will be the last one in this sequence. This spot won't be hit tomorrow morning, according to my visions. However, that doesn't mean you'll be safe for long. I don't understand what is happening. I can see it, but I can't decipher a pattern. Karl picked off a few more giant boars with his bow, then sent more instructions to Hawk. See if you can find the team of spellblades. They should be somewhere near here if they kept going in this direction. I don't know if they're going to be anywhere near us, but if they are, we should meet up with them. Got it. There are plenty of groups of Minotaurs, and some lizards. Oh, I see some goblins and big goblins too. I don't remember seeing those before. I will keep looking. Hawk flew off into the distance, a streak of blue fire in the sky, before he vanished into the clouds. Brother Hawk is fast. Cara gasped, shocked by the speed of his departure. Does that happen when you get big? I'm a little faster when I'm big, but I can't fly. Remy pondered. They were waiting in their spaces now that the sun was out, and Rae was napping, as was her tradition after the sun came up. Can we get a substitution on this side? I need to talk to my team for a minute. Karl called out to the farmers who had come over to support Marisa. No problem. We all heard the Oracle say that this will be the last of the giant boar spawns, so it's nearly time for us to get to work curing, salting, smoking, and drying what we can. We will have to sell a lot of it to the cities, but we've got a solid year's worth of stored meat now. That was about as long as a cured ham was normally kept without being eaten, but Karl didn't know how many survivors would be in the next city to trade with. The fire was out, and it didn't start over this morning with the two overlords present. But that didn't mean that there was much of the city left to salvage. The piles of boar bodies looked like hills in the countryside, with hundreds of bodies stacked for them to process and hundreds more in the fields nearby. Some wouldn't be salvageable, but most of them should still have edible bits. Ophelia switched positions with another of the farmers, so the whole group could gather for a short meeting when Karl came around the house. What's the plan? Are we going to try to fight our way through a whole spawn? She asked. That's pretty much the plan. I sent Hawk to go scout for a bit, and we can pick a route once he's back. The wilderness will likely be the better choice again. If the monster spawns are being influenced by the population density and power level, they won't be as bad in the wilderness. However, the Oracle thinks that the giants have something that's triggering the anomalies. Starting with the first advancement trial along the hill giant border, and now all over the Nubon Empire, the anomalies all appear to be linked to the giants, according to his visions. Karl explained. Dana frowned and gestured around them. So all of this, might be the result of the giants' interference. That might mean that the dungeon anomaly in the west might also be their doing, and now it's a stable dungeon. The Oracle's frustration made perfect sense to them all at that moment. How and why the giant clans were causing anomalies was a mystery. However, if the Oracle could see their interference, there had to be some reason. If they were trying to mess with other nations, it was one thing. But this was excessive, and there was no way that they could control that much territory even if they had an invasion plan that actually worked. I found Prince Guy and the Dana herd. No, the Spellblades. They're all too large or too small to be Dana. They are north of the spawn by about 20 kilometers and headed east. Hawk informed them. He was getting better at sorting people. At least a little bit. All right, remember where they are, or are they not hiding anymore? Karl asked. They're still hiding. But with these new flames, I can see them glowing anyhow. All right, I have a scouting report. North and then east appears to be the way for us. Now, we just need to make sure that everyone will be all right with what is left wandering the area. Karl relayed. However, the fact that Hawk had covered over 100 kilometers in the last 15 minutes was extremely impressive. Even the helicopters back home didn't fly that fast. Tessa referred to the map. That works. There aren't any major roads in that direction, but there are farms that were still fighting further from us. We can help them clear the area as we go, and then head out of the spawn area to turn east. The farmers were doing well at taking care of this area, so Karl didn't feel too bad about leaving, but he did hope that someone came for the Oracle before he ended up being blamed for something happening to him. The one-armed royal rank Minotaur soldier came over to join them, and nodded to Lotus, who had been nearly constantly healing the whole farmyard with her area spells. If you're all headed out, I wanted to say thank you for the help. If you happen to be back this way, stop in at the farm, and we will make you something. Lotus hugged his leg, and the Minotaur laughed. You made enough for us in the last 2 days that none of our families will be satisfied with the simple fare from the fields. We're going to have to start expanding our recipe lists. Lotus smiled up at him. It's not my fault that you prefer raw roughage. I just hope that my cooking wasn't too hard on anyone's stomach. The old Minotaur chuckled. Our stomachs aren't that sensitive. We will miss having your cooking around, though. One of the boys smirked at her. Fear not, little cleric. I will figure out what you did to make rice and beans so good, and then make them even better. Karl looked at the wagon that Thor had pulled this far across the wilderness. Then he turned to the oldest of the royal rank Minotaurs who had come to the defense of the farm. Jacob, I bequeath my wagon to you. I know yours got destroyed. It was smashed when I got to your house. We are going to have to move faster than the wagon will allow, so you may have mine as a replacement to help bring the supplies your neighbors will need. The Minotaur patted him on the shoulder. Are you sure? Humans on foot are not faster than a wagon. Karl chuckled. I have a harness for them to ride on Thor. His might won't be challenged by a few dainty ladies. The Minotaurs laughed while Dana stuck out her tongue at him and Tessa rolled her eyes. Karl and Ophelia were both fast on foot, but Karl was planning to swap out after the first few hours, once they weren't being as closely scrutinized. The other farmers wouldn't know or care about the beasts as long as they didn't approach the farms, and his secret was already out, so he didn't have to worry about the council finding out who he was anymore. I will take my Dana as an artillery accessory. Rae agreed. That would free up a seat for Ophelia on Thor's back, so she was well rested when they ran into trouble. But she would likely want to remain on foot once they got into the more dangerous areas. But with the Lamia and Naga warriors flanking Thor, they had plenty of ground forces already. I will take Remy. Cara insisted. Having the Naga Queen in spirit snake form was a great compliment to her skills while flying, and if she wanted to fight on the ground, Remy could transform and bring out her final bodyguard. The bodyguards were monarch rank now, strong enough to defend against anything that they were likely to find out here, while Cara found a way to disassemble it. The beasts came out as soon as they were out of sight of the farm, so they didn't leave a strange impression with the farmers they had been secretly protecting for the last 2 days. For the first half hour, it was easy travels to head north toward the edge of the incident. All of the nearby farmers had gathered in one spot, and the monsters had followed, or had been hunted by Karl's team. But no good thing lasts forever, and after that first half hour of cleared monsters, they were into the area that hadn't been cleared yet. Turn a bit east. That path will be faster. There are a few farms ahead on that route, but they've taken care of most of the monsters. That worked well enough for Karl, and the route between fields was either clear or the fences had been taken down by the giant boars. Many small farmers in that house. Rae informed them as they passed by a damaged farmhouse. Karl turned to see what Rae was looking at, and found that the house had collapsed, but the floor seemed intact, and there was a basement or a cellar under it. He ran over and rapped his knuckles on the wood. We've cleared most of the attackers from the area. Do you need medical help? I have a cleric with me. He called. Dad said to stay until he came for us. A small voice called back up. He had to leave the farm. Do you want us to lead you to safety? Karl asked. There was a defended farm only half a kilometer away. If they knew about these kids, they should have come to get them already. So, it was likely that nobody told them the kids were here. A few meters from the rubble of the house, a small trap door pushed up a pile of straw, and a young Minotaur and a satyr stuck their heads up at the same time. The yard was completely destroyed, very little could be salvaged. But when they saw Karl, they sighed in relief. You said you have a cleric. Some of the others are hurt. They came from the neighbors' farms because we had the best cellar. The satyr girl replied. Karl whistled and gestured for the others to come over, which brought Lotus running. Tessa wasn't far behind her, but Lotus was obviously the more enthusiastic of the pair, and she had area healing instead of just direct healing spells. There turned out to be far more children than Karl had seen through the rubble. Over 50 of them had gathered there, and Karl began to wonder what the farmers were doing. Perhaps they had chosen to defend a house with no basement. Hawk, go check that out. Hawk circled around to check the actual content of the farm, and not just that there were people moving at it. No enemies right now, but only 5 commander-rank Minotaurs and a juvenile troll. They all look like they're half dead. Thor snorted unhappily. So, they didn't come for the children because they don't expect to survive the day, and hiding is safer than out in the open. Karl pulled Tessa to the side. The last few adult survivors in the area are on their last legs. They're not going to last the day, or possibly even one more attack, if there is a royal rank Cyclops. Did you want to search for a way to carry the kids and bring them with us? Or did you want to ask them to hide until a rescue team can come for them? I'm sure someone will be searching for survivors as they clear the area. Tessa sighed and looked at the rubble. I will have Lotus make a sled. There is no food in that pantry, it was empty when they got in. They're not going to last long hiding here with no food or water. There was a wagon in the yard, but it was smashed beyond repair, and they would do better to just have Lotus use her magic to make them a sled to have Thor pull across the grass. Tessa went to the basement and traded with Lotus, who came up to inspect the rubble, looking for something that could be repurposed to transport a large group of children. 50 kids weren't going to be easy to move with any standard wagon, but if they strung a couple together, or made something like the sled Karl had in mind, they could at least have enough room for them all to sit. It would just be a very rough ride. Oh, this can work. Rae, darling, you sweet girl, could you please help me make a large cloth floor with side ropes? It would take forever to grow the wood for it, but we can make a really long wagon out of these 2 axle assemblies and that fallen tree. Then I will make hangers for the bench seats out of cloth, and everyone can just ride down the sides. Lotus suggested. She drew it out on a piece of paper, and Rae realized that all she needed was 2 long pieces of cloth. So, instead of making anything, she just handed over the tarp they had been using to cover their camp. Oh, yes, this works as well. Karl, can you bring me that tree? No way can I lift that. Lotus transformed the wagon into an oversized or cart, using cloth to create high sides to keep the children from falling out. The silk was stretched taut between the 2 ends of the long wagon, while the back remained open so they could climb in without needing to be lifted over the sides. 50 children were a considerable number for a single wagon, especially since over half of them were satyrs, who remained small even in adulthood. But after half an hour of construction and Tessa ensuring all the children were fed, they had them loaded and ready to depart. No further attacks had befallen the survivors at the next farm, and Karl was reasonably confident there was still room in the wagon for them, even if they had to lie down for a time. The children had learned they could dangle their arms over the sides to see out, and the cloth walls would support most of their weight. This method actually proved to be a smoother ride than the hard wooden wagon, as the silk had some stretch to it, so the riders simply bounced and weren't harshly jostled as Thor jogged through the fields. Thor took them straight to the half-dozen survivors at the next farmhouse, and Tessa began healing even before the wagon came to a complete stop. "Sir, might I ask what you are doing?" The children were safe underground. The juvenile troll asked as they approached. Karl could see that he wore a soldier's uniform, but the 5 commander rank Minotaurs were all farmers. There was no food or water in there. "We are relocating them to safety outside the incident zone, or to a farm that has the capability to protect against the aftermath of this tragedy. There is one behind us with a general on site and multiple royal rank soldiers. We held the position with no losses, so there should be others who have gathered their neighbors." Karl replied. That was what this group had tried, but none of them were royal rank, so when they faced a royal rank Cyclops the first night, they had lost half of the nearby families before it had been stopped, and the second night was even worse. The Minotaurs glared at Karl as he implied they were less competent than their neighbors. They knew who he meant because there were only 2 royal rank Minotaurs within 30 kilometers of them. There were some strong commanders, but only the 2 old royals lived nearby. What they didn't know was that there were others who just didn't leave the house often anymore, and one that had been traveling when the incident started. But they had all ended up at Karl's location. Karl addressed the survivors again when nobody had anything else to say about him collecting the children. "The war cleric has healed the worst of your wounds. Are you going to come with us? We will take everyone to relative safety. Once the army or a local force clears the area, those of you with families can return home to rebuild." They turned to each other and nodded. "We will come with you. The 6 of us aren't enough to handle what is out here, so we will need to find a larger group anyhow. Traveling with you to defend the children seems like the best course of action." Karl nodded, while the children seemed nervous. Most of them seemed to recognize these people, but after a few seconds, Karl realized what the issue was. They were all wondering where their families had gone. They had been safely locked in a cellar and didn't know that the defenders had taken such gruesome casualties, as the bodies were not out in the open. "Load up and we will get going. There isn't much room, but if you need to bring any essentials, you can hang bags from the corner posts." They just shook their heads and got in the wagon, swaying awkwardly until they realized only the edges were stable. Thor had just started moving again when a massive blast of power in the distance nearly knocked him off his feet. The power sent Hawk tumbling through the air for a dozen kilometers, and knocked Ophelia to the ground while Karl slid backwards 5 meters. The buildings to their northwest were entirely leveled, and there was a mist of blood in the air near the horizon. Whatever had gotten too close had been obliterated, but Karl had no idea what had happened. Cara and Dana both sensed the next blast coming and put up a barrier to defend against it. Kara's wall of obliterate failed a split second after Rae and Karl both built, Earth Shield, walls to protect the group. The first fell, but the second held and Dana's barrier shifted the remaining energy over their heads. What in the 7 hells was that? Lotus complained. Totem, all of the beasts thought at the same time. There are totem rank leaders fighting in the distance. I can only imagine the damage they have inflicted on their surroundings if we're being hit this hard from over 30 kilometers away. Karl relayed. Other side. Tessa warned. Karl put the shield all around them, making a dome, while Rae focused on the direction she sensed the attack coming from. This blast was much closer, and Kara's barrier was the one that protected them after both stone walls failed. This time they could see the cloud of blood and ghostly mist in the air, then the shift in energy as the combatants moved dozens of kilometers between skills. The Emperor caught the hint. Remy surmised. It felt like their energy, But the question was, how was anyone expected to survive this? Then the sense of power faded as they made a larger move, taking the fight elsewhere. All civilians take shelter underground. A magical voice boomed over the area. A little late for that. They've been and gone. But on the bright side, most of the Boars and Cyclops are dead now. Karl joked, hoping to ease the tension in the air. What is gone? The young troll asked. The Emperor is having a disagreement with Councilwoman Lifa. Or at least, that's what it feels like. Karl offered. How does that explain anything? Ophelia asked, and Karl realized that the Oracle hadn't explained anything to anyone else. Councilwoman Lifa may have reached the totem rank, and she is somewhat of a free spirit. I don't have any real details, but when she left our location, it was assumed she was planning to go overseas on vacation. An unauthorized vacation, it seems. Hopefully, it doesn't get too out of hand. Overhead, Hawk warned as he ducked into his space. All barriers up. Thor, we're counting on you to protect the little ones. Hawk coated Ray's stone wall with Ghostfire Body, while Karl used Flaming Body on his for extra safety. Then Cara put all her energy into Nullify, hoping to dissipate some of the energy that was coming at them. From only a few thousand meters overhead, the blast was overwhelming. Karl felt all the barriers shatter, even with his whole group pouring everything they had into them. Then a massive troll crashed into the ground with a victorious smile on his face and a branch in his hand. You bitch, I've got you now. He snarled as magical chains began to wrap around the haint. Lifa's face turned to face Karl, and he could have sworn that she winked at him before she was engulfed in purple magical chains, and her aura began to drop, returning to the Overlord rank. Item gained, Sword of Champions, artifact-grade item. The blade was beautiful, glowing a faint mithril blue and covered with runes that leaked power, but it felt hollow, completely drained of soul energy. Lifa had used every drop of energy that it had trying to escape the Emperor, but she hadn't managed to get away, and with her aura returned to Overlord rank, the Emperor seemed confident that she would no longer be a threat to him. The Haint seemed unconcerned as he set her back on her feet while he sat in the grass catching his breath and letting his regeneration regrow the missing chunks of his body. Oh, it's the merchant Karl and his band of merrymakers. Good to see you again. She greeted them. It's a pleasure to see you as well, Councilwoman. Do either of you require healing? It might be a moment before our clerics recover, but we can help. She waved her hand dismissively. We will be fine by then. Did you see the Oracle lately? He's at the farm we were at earlier. Lifa nodded. Lovely. Where was that? Karl gestured in the right direction. About a half-hour jog that way. You'll find them easily enough with Soul Sight. They have a number of royal rank Minotaurs with them. You know about Soul Sight. That makes life easier. We should take time to catch up one day. The Emperor was glaring at Karl, who was baffled by the Haint's strange behavior. She remembered him, but she appeared to have lost her short-term memory, or perhaps it had been purged by the spell she was under. Certainly. I am sure that you have a wealth of knowledge to pass on. Karl agreed easily. She was one of the leaders of this nation, and while she was openly fighting with the Emperor only a few minutes ago, anyone could see that they had settled their issue. The Emperor stared at the cloth wagon full of children. Is there a particular reason for the relocation? He asked delicately. The damage from the recent incidents left them homeless. We were going to bring them to a group that could protect them. Karl replied with a casual shrug. That could be a lot further now that the two totem rank monsters had leveled half of the countryside. But eventually, they would find a safe spot to drop everyone off. I will bring them with me. Once we recover the Oracle, I will bring everyone to the fortress. The Emperor insisted. They might be all right at the location where the Oracle is waiting. The defenders there are strong enough to deal with most of what is left. The Emperor nodded. If they are strong enough to hold until the army clears the area without any additional losses, I should be able to trust them with a few more mouths to feed. Karl smiled. We left them over 100 boars cleaned and dressed for butchering. They'll be at that all day, and then salting and smoking it for ages. The fields that we could save won't be much supplemental feed, but they haven't taken any casualties since they arrived. The Emperor looked startled. You and the local farmers held a location with 0 casualties. How many people are there? Karl did a quick mental calculation. After the royal rank farmers called for their neighbors the morning after the first attack, there have been about 20 proper fighters, plus children and some crippled that our clerics couldn't fully heal. I don't know if you have any clerics in the area, but if you can get another dragon cleric to come to them, it should solve most of their issues. These ones have sworn an oath to remain with our group. And I presume you are also under a similar oath. Karl nodded. Yes, not to abandon any of my people or go off without them. The Emperor nodded, then turned toward the wagon, where Tessa was working to free Thor from the harness. It was all royal rank spider silk, so she couldn't just cut it without using a skill. The Emperor nodded politely to her as Tessa got the hesitant Thor to move away from the wagon. He had just gotten it, and he was understandably reluctant to let his new wagon go, especially when it was full of small creatures that could scrub his scales when they stopped. Lifa, let's go. Say goodbye to your new friends. The Emperor demanded, returning to his borderline enraged state when he had to talk to the Haint. Lifa waved to everyone, but didn't say anything until she passed by Karl. I feel like I'm supposed to come see you again one day. I will see you when I remember why. She whispered, nearly too low for even his sensitive hearing to pick up. Then she was gone, stepping through a portal that led to the farm Karl had been at this morning. He hadn't realized that she could just open a portal instead of vanishing. That was quite the skill set, and it was a miracle that the Emperor managed to catch her in the first place. But perhaps there was some limitation on it, or she couldn't do it after she broke their bond. The Emperor took the leads to the pulling harness for the wagon and followed her without looking back, leaving Karl and his team alone in the middle of a zone of destruction. There were no intact structures in sight, not even the small stone shed had survived the battle of the totems intact. Dana activated her movement skill to step up into the sky, then turned in a slow circle as she ascended. After only half a minute, she returned to the ground and shook her head. If there were other survivors near us, there aren't anymore. Everything is gone. The invaders, the buildings, the crops, any survivors that were above ground. Everything. She explained. I suppose everyone needs an explanation. I learned while speaking with her during the battle that Miss Lifa is bonded to the Emperor with a spell, but when she broke through to totem rank, she escaped the bond and went on the run. What we just saw was him recapturing her. The purple chains of that ability should be locking away some of her memories and restraining her powers. So, basically, she forgot everything after we left the fortress. If we run into her again, she probably won't remember fighting at the farm with us. However, she's there now, and someone might say something that helps her remember. Karl explained. So, she's not part of the council of her own free will? Tessa asked. I can't say for certain. She seems to enjoy her time on the council. But she definitely wants to break her bond to the Emperor and flee the continent as well. What next? Was there a reason other than the survivors that we were going this way? Dana asked. The Spellblades are northeast of us. I was taking us there by the easiest route. Once we have regrouped with them, we can make our way out of the country. We have more information to pass to them, and they should have a way to pass that information back to the people in charge. Tessa looked around at the situation, then sighed and rubbed Thor's head. On the plus side, even though we turned over the orphans without so much as a thank you, we can now get back to moving at a decent speed. Karl smiled, and Rae called out a pair of golems. Yes, we can ride in style now. Ophelia, do you think you can ride without a saddle? Karl asked. I think so. The golems move pretty smoothly. But can the bodyguards keep up with Thor? The Naga warriors gave her a thumbs up, while the Lamia pair nodded. They might struggle to catch the golems or Rae in a straight line, but they were pretty quick, and Thor would only be at a casual jog that he could keep up all day. Karl mounted a golem and took the point position, while Hawk soared overhead, scouting the area for surviving threats. The chosen route out of the area had nothing, as the last attack had been nearly overhead, and that didn't give the giant boars much of a chance. If there was anyone alive and hiding underground, Hawk was determined to ignore it so that they could actually make progress today and not just keep stopping to pet babies and build wagons. Neither of those activities held any interest for him, but once they found the group of Dana mages, they were guaranteed to find action. Every time he had met them in the past there was a fight of some sort, and most of them were with new species. That had to be a good sign of their interesting nature. So, he flew to the edge of the destruction and searched for surviving Cyclops and Boar teams. Dead was dead when the rest of the team arrived, and they wouldn't stop just because it was Hawk that killed some of them. Karl could hear his plotting, but it wasn't much different from what he would have ordered anyhow. Even at the casual jogging pace, it wouldn't take them too much longer to make their way out of the affected area. There was a chance that some of the invaders had scattered, but a few groups wouldn't be a major issue, even if Hawk didn't find them first. The Dana mages are on the move again, but they're slow today. I think that something happened to them. Hawk updated. Can you tell what it is? I think that they have wounded members. They don't have the hiding spell up anymore, and some of them are being carried on a cloth between people. How far are they? About an hour if Thor runs. Hawk guessed. You up for it, buddy? Karl asked Thor, who started to run instead of answering. The startled passengers held on for dear life as the Cerro's swaying gait turned into a ramming speed sprint. But the saddle was made for this, and the golems had no problem keeping up, while their multi-legged body gave them a much smoother ride. After half an hour, Thor's stamina was fading, and his sprint had faded to a run and then to a fast jog, but the Spellblade clan was now in sight, and they should have been able to recognize Karl and the others just as easily as he recognized them. They had even been sending scouts up every 10 minutes to get a better view, so there was no way that they didn't know Karl's team was coming by now. Once they realized that Karl was coming to them, Prince Corbin turned his clan back towards the incoming elites, and the promise of healing from the clerics they knew were with them. Karl didn't bother getting down from the golem when they met. He just nodded politely to the other royal rank elite and waited for an update. We were caught by surprise when the pair of fighting totems appeared overhead. We were far too close to their battle, and they didn't appear to care that there were others in the area. Do you know who had the audacity to attack the Emperor? Scratch that. Can I get your clerics to heal my people? We have some severe injuries that our potions couldn't handle. We can discuss the rest later. Corbin began. Of course. Tessa, Lotus, would you look after the Spellblades? Remy, you can help as well if you would like. Remy came out with a bag full of potions to test on the wounded, and Tessa did her best not to laugh at the aspiring alchemist. Even if she poisoned them with a bad concoction, there were still other healers around, or Remy could just cast a healing spell on them to cure it. Most of the damages were internal, the aftermath of the blasts from the totem rank battle, and without intensive treatment, they might not make it. That sort of healing wasn't easy for most healing potions, and it was one of the reasons that the doctors had originally suggested to Remy that she work on using Healing Splash as an injectable healing spell. A regular healing spell worked from the skin inward. A potion worked from the stomach out and took a while to take effect. But injected into the blood, a healing spell would be much more evenly dispersed. That was what she tried first, with one of the most severely injured ascended rank Spellblades. Remy crouched over the casualty as if listening to their heartbeat, then subtly bit the victim's arm and injected Healing Splash. Then she fed him a blue potion and hovered over him to watch the effect, using her long lower body as a base so she could remain close enough to see all the minute changes. That works better than expected. We should get someone to make us needles, and then we can just stab people with healing. Rae laughed at the reaction people would have to a needle the size that Remy had in mind to inject them with a whole potion. Rae is right, I think it has to be concentrated for injectable use. Karl agreed. That's easily fixed. But most importantly, look how well biting people works for healing. I'm going to bite another one. Her body darted toward another wounded spellblade, a commander, who she bit on the neck like a vampire. The man squeaked in horror, then the lacerations and bruising on his body began to visibly fade, starting at the bite mark. You're letting her do that because it's funny, aren't you? Healing splash doesn't have to be injected. Prince Corbin asked Karl quietly. It actually works faster when injected. But yes, she could just douse them with it, or feed them the spell suspended in a potion. The Spellblade Prince shook his head, and Karl noticed that Remy had picked up a heavily injured girl. Nobody else in the group was that small, it had to be Tamarind, formerly Tori the Mage. As she was still ascended, she had taken heavy damage from the blast, and Remy had shown at the Beast Temple that she had a thing for grabbing and relocating small people. Don't run away with her after she is healed, Karl warned. No problem. She just needs more healing than my bite and a potion, so I'm bringing her to Lotus. Karl and Prince Corbin went over everything that had happened to their groups since they last met, and found that the Spellblades had not had a much easier time than Karl's group had. Despite the fact that they had gotten stuck in a Cyclops spawn, the Spellblades had just had a terrible time getting out of the wilderness. First, they had chosen to double back on their route, so they would be further from the major population centers. But that put them only a few kilometers from the undead spawn, so they had ended up moving camp in the middle of the night. Then they had come across a group of nomadic demons who were not happy with the trespassers on their pastures. That had led to a small fight, but fortunately no casualties. Then, they had to divert again because there were soldiers everywhere, working to contain the Cyclops spawn, and the Spellblades weren't willing to try to pass themselves off as local as it would just lead to being conscripted for the cleanup effort. So, while Karl had been fighting for multiple days, the Spellblades had been running constantly and spending mana to keep the barrier up and avoid detection. Prince Corbin finished his story and leaned against his staff as he watched the healers work. What's your plan from here on? Are you going to travel with us, or are you looking for something in particular to help your growth? He asked. I need either a holy item, or a unique skill that will help Thor, the lightning Cero, grow. The wounds weren't going to take long to repair, as there were no missing limbs or organs. There was heavy internal damage from the blast, but for cleric healing that was one of the easier forms of damage to heal, right behind simple cuts. Even broken bones were harder to mend than soft tissue damage. Tessa and Lotus already had everyone on their feet, though a few were still weak and exhausted, as healing used some of your own energy to do the mending. They had been pushing hard to get away from danger, so they didn't have a lot to spare, and now with the healing, they were going to need a proper meal and a short nap before they were back in top shape. That process was already started, and while it was a simple meal with no need for cooking, energy was energy. The part that really mattered was getting as far as possible from here by the time that it got too dark for the Spellblades to efficiently travel. They would be headed northeast, in order to increase their distance from the incident's borders, and then they would start heading for the Beastkin Nation border. That was going to take them most of a week, and they would have to cross from the open grasslands through a large portion of marshland before entering the jungle. That was going to slow their progress even more than the fact that the Spellblades didn't have superhuman strength on their side, so their traveling speed was mediocre, even with magical assistance. Ophelia could cover more ground than they did in a day, just relying on Werbear form. Everyone finish eating and then get some rest. You have 1 hour, and then we're moving out again. Corbin warned his team. Hawk landed next to the camp and brought out chunks of boar to roast. Only Thor didn't enjoy a good chunk of ham, and with so much in his inventory, Hawk was even willing to share with the not Dana mages. The fact that this one came fresh from the zone and not from his stockpile was mostly irrelevant. Even with all the extra people to feed, a whole boar was far too much food. But they only had an hour, according to Corbin, so they began picking the prime cuts and preparing to roast them for lunch. What do we even do with all this extra? Unlike you, we can't just store it indefinitely in raw form. Corbin sighed. Either leave it here or bring it to a farmer. Grab as much as we can cook quickly, and I will have Hawk drop the rest off for a group of farmers. The ones outside the incident will still be short on meat. Hawk mentally laughed at the idea. Hurling half a boar at someone's porch sounded like a lot of fun. The spellblades made a 5-meter-long fire, and then arranged the strips of meat on an extendable pole intended for their tent. Narrow strips draped over the top cooked quickly and were easy to flip. Then they just needed to cool the pole and clean it after they were done. If they had more time, that was how they would smoke and dry jerky. But nobody wanted to stay too close to a dangerous situation. Once the meal was done, the mages lay down for a short nap, and Hawk took off with the remainder of the boar, looking for a suitable target to donate it to. He was flying high in the clouds, as the presence of a flaming blue avian monster with the wingspan of a full-grown roc or phoenix would panic the locals. He wasn't seeing many good targets at first. However, about 10 kilometers north, a young boy was kneeling in the yard with his hands folded in prayer and his tusked trollish head facing the sky. He couldn't hear him, but he could read his lips well enough even with the tusks. "Gods, please forgive my family and end this famine. Grant us the food to make it through the winter and a strong harvest to send my sister to school." The boy was pleading with the sky. A sharp turn as Hawk released his claws sent the remains of the boar hurtling towards the farmhouse at well over 100 kilometers an hour, and into the budding stalks of the corn plants in the field in front of the trollish child. The boy froze in shock as the animal flew over his head, then began to cheer and call for his parents to come outside as it crashed to the ground on the other side of the fence. Hawk was laughing uncontrollably in Karl's mind as the farmers tried to determine why a gift from the heavens would be a giant boar, already gutted with the best cuts removed. It came from the sky, they had all seen that much. But why this boar in particular? Did they do something right to be gifted so much fresh meat? Or did they do something to anger the gods and make them take out the best cuts first? Was it as good as you hoped? Karl asked the happy bird. All that and more. You should see the looks on their faces. They're so confused. Hawk agreed. You're going to do it again, aren't you? As soon as I can find another boar. Forget throwing monkeys. Hurling food at people is much more fun. I saw in a book that the humans used to use it as a punishment, but the trolls are so happy. Remy giggled. That's because you threw the food to them and didn't hit them with it. The punishment was to hit them in the face with food while they couldn't run away. That wasn't quite how the stockades worked. But they weren't entirely wrong either. As long as you're enjoying yourself and you don't hurt anyone. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Just make sure that you don't drop a living boar in someone's yard. They might not be prepared for a fight. Karl warned. Got it. Only dead food. Once everyone was rested and ready, the group got moving again, slower than Karl would have preferred, but moving steadily northeast out of the attack zone. Soon, they would be crossing the major road that ran east out of Cliffnell, where they were originally intending to sell their goods, but they couldn't follow that road east just yet, as it ran southeast down into the region that had been influenced by the Cyclops spawn. Hopefully, there hadn't been too many merchants going that way in the last few days, but Karl was certain that at least a few unfortunate groups had wandered into danger, unaware that anything had changed since they left the city. The road should be a good spot for the night. We can also pretend to be proper merchants again, despite our lack of wagon. Why don't we stop there for the evening, and then if there is another incident, we might be able to gather more allies for the fight, which we can leave in the morning under the guise of regular business. Karl suggested. Prince Corbin considered that for a moment, and then nodded. That works for me. The less suspicion that our presence draws, the better. Even if we don't have any wagons, most of the groups that meet us at night won't know that until dawn, at which point we can make up an excuse. If there is no incident, we won't need to say anything, and if there is an incident, they'll be happy to have us, and unlikely to look too deeply into our motivations. They made it to the road an hour before dark, a proper time for a traveling group to start setting up camp. Nobody within 10 kilometers, and most of them are already set up for the night. Hawk reported. All right, you can come down and rest. Rae will take over the night watch duties in an hour or two. Hawk landed outside the camp, and then smirked at Karl as he took out one of the many transformation tokens that Rae had stolen from the fortress. In his natural form, he was a massive flaming bird, blue at the feathers, but when he focused on toning down the fire he turned back to red as the temperature dropped. But when he activated the transformation spell, he didn't turn into a human as Karl had expected. Instead, he appeared to be one of the feathered demons. His head looked the same, and while he had a mostly humanoid body and feathered arms, he still had pale blue and red wings on his back. Ha, I am people now. Hawk chirped, then got the most confused look on his face. The spell is broken. I think that you need to focus more on looking like a human. You still look like yourself, but you're shaped a bit like a human. Karl explained while trying not to laugh. Hawk transformed back into his natural form, then focused hard on what humans looked like. He hadn't seen a lot of them without clothes on, but he at least understood the difference in male and female forms. So, he focused on making himself into a Karl. He knew that form very well. Oh, that version is much better. You've still got a lot of feathers and wings, but you definitely look more human now. Karl congratulated Hawk as the transformation succeeded. He had pale blue skin and red feathers for hair and on the large wings on his back, but otherwise, Hawk now looked human. He smiled, and Karl noted that he didn't have teeth, but a rim of shiny red beak. That might cause some issues eating, but it was a small thing. I am the Karl now. Hawk agreed. His voice was deep, but musical, and Corbin couldn't help but laugh. Is that the first time you used that ability? It's an incredible one. He congratulated the proud Thunderbird. It's a token, see. I got it from the Emperor Troll's fancy house. Bedhoek Fortress. Karl explained. Oh, those are valuable items. They let you leave with them? Corbin asked. Both Hawk and Karl began to laugh, and the Spellblades did their best to hide their amusement as they realized what had happened. Oh, you borrowed them without telling anyone. I see how it is. Those spells are normally never allowed to leave the property. We have a few at the Spellblade sect as well, so that non-human visitors can take on forms that can speak a language we understand. Karl nodded. Speaking of which, have you noticed that you can understand trolls and orcs much more easily than others? I noticed the other day that the system seemed to be translating Orcish and Troll to Common in my mind. I didn't notice at first, but when the guards came to investigate, I had to break up a fight because the demons couldn't speak Orcish. Prince Corbin froze in shock. You speak Abyssal. Corbin made a vague gesture, indicating that he was trying to determine how to explain the problem. The demonic guards of the Nubon Empire speak Abyssal, not Common. The orcs speak Orcish, the trolls speak Trollish, and they only switch to Common for the benefit of humans, or when they're speaking to someone who doesn't speak any of the other languages. Mostly, everyone speaks their own language, but they learn all the others, so they can understand each other. Karl motioned for the others to come over. Did you have any problems understanding people after we arrived? Dana shrugged. The demons and satyrs have a brutal accent that is a pain to understand, but other than that, not really. The others all speak Common pretty well, except the serpents. Corbin reached into his pocket and took out a pipe that he lit with a fire spell from his fingertip. So, the system doesn't translate serpent, but it's translating the rest for you all. Do the others hear heavy accents or unfamiliar words? He asked as he smoked. Ophelia nodded. Trolls and orcs are easy to understand, and the satyrs and minotaurs as well, but I have a terrible time understanding the demons' accent. They use a heavy slang, kind of like the mountain village farmers back home. Lotus looked confused. The demons sound funny. I thought that the orcs all sounded like they were drunk. One of the commander-rank spellblades began to laugh. To think that I spent an entire year learning new languages, when you five didn't even realize that you might need to. Lotus giggled. So, you speak Minotaur? The man shook his head. The Minotaurs speak common. But the satyrs don't. They speak a dialect of Abyssal. The fact that you didn't even notice is just an unfair advantage. Tessa was making notes. So this is the advantage of having more of the system functions unlocked. Personally, I can tell when their words are being translated. It has a distinctive inflection in my mind that's the same no matter the tone. Karl thought about that for a moment. That was not true for him. Everyone had a different way of speaking. It was only when they got mad like the Emperor had that he began to hear their dialect. Maybe if he focused harder on what they were actually saying, he would get more detail from the translation. You could tell a lot about a human by how they spoke, so logically he should be able to tell more about other species the same way. The novelty of being a Karl lasted about 10 minutes, then Hawk returned to his space and his natural form. Talking to people was overrated. They just kept asking him strange questions about flying, or wanted to touch his feathers. Rae smirked as Hawk retreated to safety. See, being here in the shadows is far superior to being out there where people can bother you. We can't all be Thor, who people naturally want to love on and groom. Have you considered not trying to jump scare people? Cara asked. Considered it, rejected the thought. Rae confirmed. Karl chuckled at their interactions and the way that they just accepted Hawk's decision that trying to be human was overrated. But now he knew how to do it, so if he wanted to come out in places where his natural body was too large to fit, he would be capable of it. No more forced sidelining if they were fighting indoors, though he would likely just remain in his space anyhow and cast out from there. The fact that they could use skills while in their spaces was the ultimate advantage for the beasts. If they didn't want to interact, they didn't have to, and nobody could bother them in there. She did come outside for the night watch, though. If there were any lost monsters or stragglers, she wanted the advantage of already being in the area when she detected them. It could save nearly a second in the process between finding them and eating them. She was the only one from Karl's group that was on watch that night. The rest of the work was being done by the spellblades. The first light of dawn was Rae's signal to go to bed, and Hawk's signal to start scouting. He could do it at night now, as his vision had changed with his evolution, and he no longer had any issues seeing at night. But that was Rae's turn to hunt, and he didn't want to start family strife. There are merchants coming. They must have started moving very early. From the south. Hawk informed them not long after taking off. That was not the expected direction, as the road led through the area that had been affected by the spawn in that direction. But if they had come through that way, they should have additional information about the situation. Perhaps it had been mostly cleared, and they wouldn't have to go east to get around the dangers. Prepare for visitors. They're coming from the south, out of the danger zone, so they might be in rough shape. Karl warned the spellblades. The group was jogging down the road, and Karl noticed that they also didn't have a wagon with them. They had large backpacks full of supplies, but the packs looked like they were hastily assembled, and not the sort of pack that one would choose for a long journey. Karl stepped out to the edge of the road and raised a hand in greeting as they came into sight, hoping they would stop to give some answers. The group was entirely made of trolls, the slender blue-skinned variety, and they had a royal rank shaman leading them. Karl could feel the elemental magic lingering on him, like a scent of ozone, but not an actual smell. The shaman stopped in front of Karl and bowed slightly, panting hard from the run with a pack on. I take it that the road south of here isn't safe. We were coming across from the west and had to turn north to avoid trouble. Karl greeted him. You would be correct. We lost everything but what we could carry, plus 2 of our people. There is some sort of invasion of Cyclops and giant boars to the south. The army is out dealing with them, but there are so many that it will take them ages. Is it safe to go west from here? He replied. Yes, you can go west overland from here, just don't go much further south, or you'll be into it again. It runs all the way to Bedhoek Fortress. The troll cursed. So the city markets at Mitford are inaccessible. Karl frowned. The city of Mitford was sacked. I don't know what has survived, but the whole city is in rebuilding mode, and I was told by Overlord Lifa that 2 of the council members are there overseeing it. The problem is that everything from here to there was invaded. You might make good money on what is left, but it would be safer to go west until you are past the fortress and then turn south if you want to trade there. The troll sighed and looked at his ragged group of companions. All of their clothes were tattered, and their weapons were cracked and chipped from intense battle. The last thing that they wanted was another fight. If they hadn't been trolls and able to regenerate from the wounds that the boars and giants inflicted upon them, they would never have made it out. I don't suppose that you have any cloth for sale. We might not get through the fortress gates looking the way that we do right now. Karl chuckled and nodded. Yeah, I've got a bit of cloth with me. Consider it a gift in hopes of good fortune. They still had the rough canvas that had been the cover for the wagon, and that would be enough to at least make a basic toga for each of the trolls, which they could hold closed with their sword belts. As he was handing over the plain gray cloth, one of the spellblades came over with an armload of cloth. Here, take this as well. A simple kilt and clan Macaulay tartan looks good on everyone, and trolls usually go shirtless anyhow. He offered. The troll shaman turned to Karl. What did he say? I can't understand his accent at all. Karl chuckled. He is offering you a bolt of his clan's signature tartan so that you look presentable, and not like beggars in the rough canvas I have. The troll smiled and patted the confused man on the shoulder. Thank you. We will look glorious in your clan's colors. My people will wear it with pride. The trolls stepped to the side so they could change from their tattered clothes into kilts with crudely cut canvas tunics. I thought that my accent was fairly easy to understand. The spellblade whispered. It is for me, but apparently not for trolls who are used to the local common accents. They're happy to have the tartan, though. Is there a reason you had so much of it? The mage chuckled and shook his head. I have a spell to make it. I always carry 1 bolt of it in a spatial storage bag, just in case. I will make another once we're on the road. You should speak to Lotus as we walk. She would be genuinely interested in a cloth creation spell that can make fancy cloth. Or perhaps Dana, as she's also a mage. Karl suggested. The mage shook his head. Clan secret, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to teach it to outsiders. I've tried to convince the elders to teach the whole Spellblade clan, as generations of my family have lived there, but this spell only makes my family's pattern, and they said it wasn't appropriate. Karl shrugged. Still, if you change your mind, let one of them know. They might be able to modify the spell to make other patterns. The trollish merchants turned west and left as soon as they were presentable again. They weren't rushing, but they weren't waiting around for something else to find them. That left the surrounding area clear for the Spellblade clan to finish packing up and preparing to head east through the grasslands. First, they just needed to warn the groups coming south that there was danger ahead so that they didn't walk right into the incident unprepared. Karl jogged over when he saw a group coming, giving them plenty of time to slow down before reaching his team. There has been an incident south of here. There are Cyclops and giant boars running rampant, and the army is trying to clear them up. We met the remains of a trollish merchant group this morning, and they lost everything, including half their team. I wouldn't recommend that you go any further down the road. My people are going east instead, Karl warned the lead driver. Do you know how far east it goes? The driver asked. Karl shook his head. It goes west all the way to the fortress before it ends, but I don't know exactly how far east or south. Well, he did know yesterday, but it could have been partially cleared up by now. All right, we will wait here for the day, then. Once we see someone coming north with news, we will know if we can move again. Thank you for the warning, traveler. Karl nodded. I lost my wagon as well. I was in the western end of it when the giants appeared. Be safe out there. The merchant wagon driver nodded, and then gestured for his team to come forward as Karl returned to his group. All right, let's get a move on. The others know about the danger now, so we can let them tell anyone else who comes along. He explained. The Spellblades looked more than a little jealous as Rae called out her golems to take Karl and Ophelia as riders, while Hawk landed to take Dana for the day. His flames were ethereal, not hot in this form, and Rae had made a saddle just for this purpose. Dana, on the other hand, had not been informed of the change in plans. Wait, am I expected to ride on Hawk? She asked when he headbutted her to end her hesitation. That's the plan. You have ranged attack skills, he is the longest ranged attacker on the team. So, you're well paired. Besides, Rae just made him a fancy new saddle, and he hasn't gotten to try it out yet. Karl agreed. And why is it not you, who is unlikely to suffer fall damage, who is testing this theory? Because apparently I'm a ground attacker. I don't make the rules here, I just follow them. Do you need a hand up? Dana shook her head in dismay and used a movement skill to step up to Hawk's neck height, then settled into the saddle and began to tie herself into the harness. It was fairly intuitive, and it tied around her waist and thighs as well as over her shoulders, so she could move her upper body freely, but not worry about being tossed too far back and forth. Well, I approve of the harness. It's solid, and made of Rae silk. I don't have to worry about it breaking. As soon as she had finished tying herself on, Hawk flapped his massive wings and rocketed into the air at a speed that folded Dana against his back. I need to warn her next time, it's not comfortable when she goes backward like that. Hawk noted as he used Ghostfire Body to form a shield protecting her from the wind. Remember, she's not as strong as you or me. Her body isn't made for that sort of rapid maneuvering, you need to give her time to get a grip. Over the next few minutes, the new pair got used to each other, and Dana's narration let Hawk know what she was capable of enduring. Watching him dive, twirl and swoop from side to side as Dana got used to flying was making Tessa laugh constantly. Ophelia just looked happy that it wasn't her. The ride on the spider golems was smooth and comfortable, almost like riding on a sofa. If she had a proper cushion under her, it really would be. The pace was casual, just a brisk walk for Thor, even though the Spellblades were doing their best to cover ground before it started to get dark, and they had to stop again. That night found them in open grasslands, mostly unpopulated now that Hawk's presence had scared off the smaller beasts and one nomadic tribe that only had 6 people. They had spotted the bird in the air and had simply changed directions to avoid coming into what it might consider its territory. The next morning, Dana wasn't nearly as reluctant to board her transport for the day, and the group was moving right at dawn. Their goal for the night was to make it to the river. They could either follow that southeast to the capital, or they could follow it as far as the road, then head northeast until they came to the trading route that led into the Beastkin Nation. That would take them close to their destination at the Forgotten Temple. It should take 2 to 3 more days to make it to the road along the river, then likely 10 more to the temple, depending on how slow movement in the jungle was. Karl didn't have high hopes for the speed that the Spellblades were going to manage once they were in dense trees or the marshes that they were going to get before the borders, but with their magic, they might be just as good in soft terrain as Thor was. However, Karl was thinking too far ahead. There wasn't much between them and the border but grasslands, marsh, and one town they would use as a waypoint. But getting that far was not going to be as easy as he had hoped. The first signs that all was not well in the land of Nubon came just before dawn, when Rae spotted a portal opening, but nobody came through. Instead, there were signs of spell casting on the other side, and then the magic in the area began to destabilize. Karl, get up. Something is happening. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction Rae's attention was focused. The spell was still ongoing, and it was doing something to the energy in the area. Karl couldn't tell what at first, but then something under the ground began to shake, and the ground itself began to glow. Karl felt one of the spell blades coming over to see what had attracted his attention, so he motioned for silence as he pointed into the distance. I think that there is an ancient ruin there, and someone is casting a spell to try to activate it. Rae spotted the portal when they opened it, and I can sense the magic they're using, but I don't know what the goal is, unless they are treasure hunters seeking an ancient artifact. Karl whispered. The spellblade nodded. That might be the case. We do the same thing from the sect compound at home. We have a portal array, and we either send out teams or we check on known and likely opportunities. Seers can't tell when an anomaly or trial will appear until someone finds it. So, we search using historical references. Normally, we focus on things within the Golden Dragon Nation, since those are the ones that might be a direct threat or an accessible opportunity. But there is no real reason that you couldn't focus on the historical sites of the other nations. If that is what someone is doing, there shouldn't be any effect on the area, though. It's just a scrying spell. If they are doing something to a ruin they found, that is an entirely different matter. They might have activated an ancient relic. Normally, we try not to do that, as so many of them are unstable and could explode or cause other issues. Even the anomalies are some of the milder effects, as they normally only last a day or two. Legend says that the old capital of Hitland, a human nation east of here, was completely obliterated when someone accidentally activated the ruins it was built over. 10 million dead within seconds. Karl frowned. Well, we can hope that whatever they're doing doesn't cause something like that. We're still far enough away that even if it would level a city, we should be safe. Besides, I can create stone walls for defense. A bomb outside the wall is much less scary. The spellblade nodded. About that wall. You might want to start thinking about making it. The power in the distance seems really unstable. Rae, want to give me a hand? Let's build a proper wall around the camp in case that thing blows up. I'm on it. Then Hawk can cover it in his Ghostfire barrier. That should stop the rest of the damage. That turned out to be the worst possible answer. While they quickly managed to build the barrier, the power used to activate the skills was resonating with whatever was going on in the distance, and everything in between was beginning to shake. Trees were falling, the ground was trembling, and the portal snapped shut with a surge of power that Karl was certain had been the caster on the other side erecting their own barriers. What is going on? Why are we turtled into a stone castle? Prince Corbin called as he woke up. Someone opened a portal in the distance, and they were doing something that made the ground glow. It might be an ancient relic or trial. I didn't want the camp to take a direct hit if the ground exploded instead of just shaking. Karl explained. It was doing more than just shaking now. There was something coming up out of the ground, a simple stone construct that looked like the ruins of a city from Karl's vantage point. Hawk was resisting the urge to go out and inspect it for now. Until the mana stabilized, and he wasn't at risk of getting blown up, it was safer to just wait and keep his barrier up around the camp. Karl could see that there were crumbled granite walls, ruined buildings, and in the middle of the risen city, a faintly glowing purple sphere. Is it just me, or does that look like a trial instance entrance to anyone else? Karl asked. None of us can see anything past the walls. Lotus reminded him. Karl shrugged. You can't see anything because Ophelia is standing in front of you. But I get your point. I'm cheating with the relay from Rae. There is a ruined city that just came up out of the ground, and a glowing something in the middle that might be a trial instance entrance. Now, someone triggered this, so it could get messy if they realize we're here. But I still think we should have a vote on whether to steal the instance from them if that's what it is. Corbin sighed. You're nuts. However, you're not wrong. Anyone who sees us in the area is likely to try to kill us. It might be safer to be inside the instance than outside of it. The rest of his clan prepared to move, trusting his judgment, and Karl's team waited for Thor and the golems to come prepare them for a trip. The city literally starts right outside this wall. It is less than a kilometer to the instance. We will do better moving on foot with a full retinue of guards. Karl explained. He also didn't want to damage the ground any more than it had been, in case there were treasures there which were hiding in the dark. There was too much magic present for Rae and the others to tell if there might be treasures left behind, and that meant manually searching. The Spellblades seemed to have the same idea, as the moment that Karl and Hawk took down the defenses, they began to spread out, making a wide line to travel through the ruins, instead of following the leader on a path that they knew had no traps. Rae did still call her golems, and Karl added the Lamia bodyguards to the group, but Dana left her golems in reserve. Unlike Rae, she didn't get much situational information from hers, only a vague sense of where they were and what happened around them. They couldn't be used to search for treasures in the ruins, but they might accidentally squish them into the soft dirt. The majority of the ruined city was still covered in the rich black topsoil and long grass that had grown over it, but the magic which had caused it to rise was slowly dissipating the excess. The architecture was simple, with fieldstone walls crumbled by time, and piles of small round river rocks next to the remains of small houses. Many appeared to have been one-room buildings, but there were signs of indoor plumbing, so they weren't completely primitive, just small homes. Do you think that these were the slums of town? All the small houses, and I see a lot of petrified wood piled up in the corners, but not split for firewood. I think they had bunk beds, so it might have been a military barracks as well. One of the Spellblades noted quietly. The quality is good, fieldstone with stone floors. Barracks or possibly traveler dorms would make sense. Corbin agreed. That reminded Karl of something he read in a history book. Back in the ancient past, when the system was fully active, most towns were built around a dungeon entrance. Both to keep the area secure, and for the travelers and adventurers who came to visit supplied and fed. There was a whole industry around harvesting the resources from the dungeons, but it took skilled and powerful groups of warriors. But most dungeons were for groups of either 5 or 10 people. So, these small houses could be something like private hotels for them, rented to house the whole group, but not a lifelong, or likely even a long-term residence. The slums would look empty in a place like this, as they would have been canvas tents or tin-roofed shacks. Plus, there normally wasn't much left of them if the inhabitants had to evaluate. The magic that had raised the ruins from the ground was still too strong to detect much, even for Remy, who was very well attuned to mana flows as a shaman. But the Lamia bodyguards did find a few treasures in the dirt, which turned out to be silver chains with semi-precious stones in them. They handed them straight to Remy, though it was Tessa who actually knew how to identify magical items properly. However, it appeared that Remy could do it as well, though not in the same way. She had just learned to use the system to sort things that had some level of attunement. Inspect, Karl heard her think. Junk, oh, shiny. Necklace of fireball, damaged, charges 0 fan 50, Hawk, I got you a present. Hawk laughed when he saw what it was. Just put it in my space and I will see if I can make it not broken later. Neither of them actually knew how to fix the necklace, but it might be something obvious, like a cracked stone or a broken link. They could fix the link, and they had lots of little stones from the giants. Giants always had stones in their pockets, and the beasts loved to collect them. Karl didn't even see them anymore, they were just pilfered by the beasts as soon as they were detected. Along the line, one of the spellblades found a plain metal ring, and another found a broken amulet. There wasn't a lot of value to be found, but it was clear that whatever was in the center of this ruined city was powerful. I can see the thing. It's a purple sphere, glowing and floating in the air. It doesn't look like a portal. Hawk noted. As they rounded the corner, everyone could see the orb, and the platform that it was floating above. There were no stairs up to it, though. Perhaps it wasn't something that was meant to be touched like an instant's entrance. But neither Karl nor anyone else present knew what else it could be. Prince Corbin made a gesture to his team. Everyone stay well back of the object until we know what it is. I need a volunteer to go forward and examine it. Karl nodded and patted him on the shoulder. You know I'm going. But if you want to send one of your people as well, that's fine. Corbin raised an eyebrow in a curious gesture, questioning Karl's judgment. Are you certain? If there are dumb things to be done, that is my job. I have the best defenses and the highest chance of survival out of anyone present. In fact, I am invulnerable to many of the attacks that could cripple others. So, I am going. Dana was glaring at him as Karl finished speaking, but he made an excellent point. If they needed an actual person to go forward, and not a summoned creature, he was the best option. Next would be the Lamia bodyguards, or the Naga warriors, as they were intelligent and could explain what was going on. Karl motioned for them to join him, as they could share barriers. 3 layers was better than 1, especially when 2 of the 3 barrier layers would be the monarch-ranked, flaming body, barriers from the Lamia. One of the commanders from the Spellblade clan, an older man from Karl's perspective, but most likely only in his 40s with prematurely gray hair, joined him as he moved toward the orb. The trio extended their barriers to the Spellblade as well, adding a level of safety as they cautiously approached the plinth beneath the purple orb. Karl stared at the runes for a moment, then gestured for the Spellblade to come forward. The inscription was not in common, or any language that Karl could read. Oh, I can read that. It's the language they use in shaman books. Let's see. Great power awaits those who dare to embrace the power of the world dragon. Take him into your heart and receive his blessing to know true power. Remy read. But the world dragon is in my heart. Are we not all faithful followers of the gods? He's in both the beast and dragon pantheons. Karl replied, not noticing that above his head, a faint purple copy of himself was forming. It took a moment for the beasts to notice it as well, so the first warning that something was off came from the group behind them. Look up. Ophelia called, while the others froze, unsure what to do in this situation, as the apparition might be a good thing. Karl was wondering what to do when suddenly the mage behind him simply vanished. That brought everyone's guards up, but Karl held up a hand for them to stop. I don't think he's injured. There is an inscription to the world dragon on the stone, and I think that it might be system-related. He warned them. The apparition over his head was becoming more solid, but he didn't sense any danger from it, as if it was just an illusion, and not an actual spell effect. Then, words began to appear in Karl's vision. System active. Checking compatibility. Checking qualifications, checking eligibility, first advancement trial completed, upgrade compatible skills found. Then Karl's vision went dark, and he heard Rae laughing in his mind. Now you're both gone. But don't worry, I'm calming down the others. She informed him in an amused tone. You are calming down the others. Oh, ye of little faith. I have a transformation toy too, and I am much better at this than Hawk. Karl got a mental glimpse of her from Remy's point of view, looking very much like Morgana, the witch doctor, in an elaborately decorated black gothic dress and cloak with a face veil and gloves. Except Rae appeared to be larger, as all of the humans present were shorter than the mental image Karl got before his attention was drawn back to the vision in front of him. Only Ophelia's werebear form, at well over 2 meters, was taller than she was. There were 10 copies of Karl standing in front of him, each wearing a slightly different set of armor. Some were carrying weapons, some were not, and one appeared to have on cleric robes over the armor, while holding a staff with an ankh. That one reminded him a little of Orthos, the bronze dragon. A floating message appeared over the clones, and a stone room appeared, so they no longer seemed to be floating in the void. Class upgrade options, the message read. Karl turned to the one in the robes, and activated the system overlay that he normally ignored for its lack of information on people and creatures without system access. Beast Cleric, a disciple of the beast gods. Gains access to advanced regeneration and holy magic. That wasn't bad at all. But Karl had an important question. Do I lose the skills that I already have if I change? He asked the void, hoping for a response. Class changes affect future advancement paths. Hopefully, that was a no. Karl checked the other images to see what he could learn. Divine Hunter gains a bonus with bow skills. Adds holy damage to attacks. Ghost Ranger uses Ghostfire to create smoke and mist-based stealth skills. Gains a bonus on all surprise attacks. Beast Avatar allows merger with a spirit animal to increase the effect of known skills. Those were all of the ranger-looking options, and none of them were particularly appealing to Karl. However, they were all supposed to be an upgrade to the Beastmaster class that he already had, so perhaps they had some special skills that would make them worth it. Karl checked the Ghost Ranger class image closest to him and found that while the skill tree was hidden, he could at least see the class's core skills. Ghostfire Mist appears as pale smoke in a cloud, engulfing a 10 m radius from the caster. This mist enhances all other Ghostfire skills, and may be converted to Ghostfire Purgatory once the skill is known. Ghost Body, Ghostfire stealth ability that allows the user to become incorporeal while within the Ghostfire mist, passing through solid objects so long as the user's body touches the mist on both sides at once. Well, those skills were certainly better than what Karl had been expecting. But neither of them was really his style, and they didn't help his team much unless the Emperor found out that he accidentally freed Lifa. If that was the case, a good hiding spot and a way out of prison were going to be at the top of his priority list. There was a theme to these advanced classes, Karl noticed. They all appeared to be related to a skill that he or his team knew. The Beast Cleric should be from Eternal Lightning. Ghostfire was a new innate skill to Hawk, and when he inspected the Beast Avatar, which could merge with a spirit beast, he found that its lone initial skill was Beast Space, the core of the Beastmaster's ability to bond beasts. That one certainly wouldn't be much of an upgrade for Karl, but the ability to merge with one of the team members might be. Then there were whatever skills were still locked away in the skill tree. The next few were the same way. Not quite what he was looking for. Many of them seemed like classes that were meant for warriors, rogues, or mages who had an affinity for animals. Mostly, they allowed the user to get the basic beast space along with a bonus that suited another class. That left only 3 options for him to check. The first was Beast Shaman, which Karl feared was going to be like the others, but actually added shaman magic to someone who could already use Beastmaster type skills. The core skills of the class were simple. Totems allows the Beast Shaman to create healing, regeneration, and earthquake versions of the totem. Maximum 2 totems, effect doubles with every rank. Weather control, the Beast Shaman may create thunderstorm, blizzard, or sandstorm, effects up to 10 meters per rank in radius around the designated point. It was a good class, but he already had a Remy. The second last class option was Beast Noble. The description for that one was just as simple. The Beast Noble gains the ability of mental domination to control beasts under their rank for the duration of their concentration. Up to 2 beasts per rank difference. It would let him simply order commander rank beasts to stop attacking or join his team as long as he focused on the skill. That could be useful, but it felt an awful lot like a sleazy cheat ability. So, Karl turned to the final class option to see if there was anything at all which might be worth choosing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that much was obvious. But if all the options were trash, or simply not suited to his personality, it might be an opportunity that came when he was unable to grasp it properly. The description said that this would be his way forward, implying that whatever skills he hadn't taken from Beastmaster's skill tree would be unavailable. He had almost all the good ones, but there were still the Tier 4 offensive skills to choose from. The final class option was Beast Commander. The class skill allowed him to bond one extra beast, and to bond new beasts when one was killed or released. That also wasn't a bad class, in theory. For a combat soldier, it would be an incredible class, as they might lose combat beasts in battle, and need to replace them. But Karl had no intentions of losing any friends, beast or otherwise. With a sigh of resignation, Karl sat down to consider his options. There had to be something to one of these classes that he was missing. Something that would make it worth taking. As he considered his options, Karl scrolled through his system interface. Available skill points, 51 now. That was something that Karl could work with. Many of the class options were related to skills that he had. If he added another combat skill, there was a chance that he would get another option. 50 points, Rampage, every time an enemy is damaged by the Beastmaster or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beastmaster or the bonded beast for 1 minute. That was the best option that he had, and even if it didn't trigger a new class option, it was still a skill that he wanted to have. Plus, if he did pick a class skill, this would be his last chance to get it. Rampage, learned. New advanced class option available. That was the best possible news. Karl turned to face the new image and smiled as he saw the name. Beastmaster Packmaster, it was so similar in name that it had to be close to the path he wanted. The only question was whether it was a good class or not. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. The description sounded great, but wasn't all that helpful, so Karl moved on to the skills. Pack Tactics, damage and healing done by bonded beasts and the Packmaster increased by 10% per rank. It was hard to argue with flat stat bonuses, but that wasn't the only class ability that the Packmaster got. Bestial Champion, the Packmaster gains a bonus to speed, strength and luck stats when his pack is threatened. 2 passive skills for one class, and both of them were useful ones to Karl's mind. They suited the way that he fought, and the role that he served within the group. Actually choosing to change his class, even if there weren't many options left, was a strange thing to Karl. So, before he decided, he checked his skills. Attack skills, Tier 4 skill chosen, max, core skills, none available, defensive skills, available skills, barrier, refresh. Karl knew there would be Tier 3 versions of those defensive skills available after he bought them. But he had limited time to choose an option from this class menu. Like the trials, he might turn out to be this event's Lotus, ejected for just playing around instead of making a choice. He definitely did not want that to happen. Karl took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Packmaster image. I choose Beastmaster Packmaster, he stated. Class change processing, upgrade complete, previous class skill upgrades locked, new skill tree unlocked, Packmaster skill tree, 50 points, follow me little one, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. 50 points, Pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points, territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. What sort of names were those? Karl was definitely making up new names to tell others when he used follow me little one in the future. If he was using it to teach a new skill to a juvenile beast he was recruiting, that was one thing. But if he was teaching a skill to one of the other elites, how embarrassing would it be to use that phrase out loud? However, there didn't seem to be many restrictions on the skill, other than that the target had to be compatible. Maybe he could get around writing the spell books and just directly transfer knowledge to the target he wanted to have it. That would be incredibly useful. It also wouldn't lead to anyone wanting him to sit and write books for hours or days on end. He could just transfer the skill, say it took a lot of energy, and call it a day. Of course, it really might be draining to do. He wouldn't know until he tried. Exit in 5 seconds. Karl found himself standing right back where he started, next to a stunned Spellblade, who was staring silently at the purple orb. Karl whistled and motioned for everyone to come forward. This wasn't a thing that they could afford to waste, and once someone else realized that it was here, all hell was going to break loose. Forget the stable dungeon, this thing was as good an active set of system stones. Did you see that? The older Spellblade whispered. Likely not quite the same as you did. I saw a class upgrade opportunity. Karl replied. Class upgrade. I watched the end of the world. An abridged version of the events that led to the destruction of the original system. Did you know that the World Dragon Scale actually created a system just for this world? Like, a unique one, not the same as the one that was being used on other worlds. That's why the system collapsed when the World Dragon Scale was lost. The system stones are an attempt to recreate the original effect, not the source of the original system. He explained. So, it hadn't tried to awaken the system for him, it had just shown him a history lesson. Actually, that could be more valuable than anything else because if he knew the full and true history, there was a chance that he might be able to track down holy relics that would help them bring the system back to a fully online state. Karl, what is going on? Corbin asked. No time for a chat. Everyone needs to focus on the power of the World Dragon and their sense of piety. Karl replied. Seriously? It's a religious artifact. That's not what the Spider Lady said. Karl shrugged. It's a system artifact, but it's activated with loyalty to the World Dragon, as far as I can tell. If you can read them, the words on the plaque will explain it. The first one to vanish was Lotus, and she wasn't even near the orb. She was still 20 meters away, and flying. That took Karl a moment to process. She had convinced Rae to toss her in the air and catch her while they waited, and she had been in midair when Karl finished his explanation. Tessa vanished a few seconds later, along with a couple of the Spellblades, including Tamarind. From what I can tell, the most faithful, or the ones who have had divine intervention in their lives, have the easiest time. But, with luck, we might all be able to get in and out before whoever raised this place returns. Karl informed Corbin, who nodded and began to focus on the orb with his hands folded. Dana and Ophelia vanished a few seconds later, then the Spellblades began to vanish from existence, leaving Karl, one mage, and Rae standing around to guard the site. Are you having fun in human shape? Karl asked. It's better than expected. People don't ask me stupid questions like they do to Hawk. I wonder what species I seem like to other people. Can they tell that I'm a spider? I could usually tell with the ones in the fortress, just by smell. We will have to test it out later. Those tokens can be used more than once, right? Karl replied. Yeah. Not forever, but more than once. Rae inspected Karl for changes, as she could feel that he had new skills active on the team. You know, you're getting wider instead of taller. She noted. I'm still not fully grown. Humans aren't fully grown until like 20 years old. The men get all their height early, then they fill out with muscle. Karl explained. Yeah, but look at you, and then the other human men. They're all so skinny. Hardly thicker than the women, just bigger. Male bloodbath spiders are much smaller, they don't usually get much larger than Cara. But the more beard you get, the whiter you are. Karl smiled. Are you suspecting that I'm not human? Rae shrugged, then admired the way her modified body moved and did it again for effect. Nobody would mistake you for one in the dark. You don't smell like a human. You just smell like Karl. Karl thought about it for a few seconds, then shrugged, mimicking Rae's movement. That's just how people from my town are shaped. I'm taller than almost all the men in my hometown, but most of them are almost as wide as they are tall. It's an advantage in the mines, so all the tall people must have moved away years ago. Rae gave a twirl, then turned back to Karl. Humans come in so many varieties, but I kind of like this body. I need to learn this skill before the token wears out. With Ghost Beast and these lovely black robes, I can sneak up and terrify people at will. They are much less likely to notice a small woman than a glorious bloodbath spider, no matter how good my hiding skills are. Karl chuckled, as Rae's human form was 190 centimeters tall, but incredibly slender with a nearly flat chest and just enough of a curve to the figure to make it undeniably feminine. Her skin was also as impossibly black as the shell of her chitin in spider form, a color he had never seen on a human before. But with the glowing red eyes that her human form had, it looked good on her. Well, I must say, you had a much easier time with it than Hawk did. Rae smiled at him, a row of sharp teeth with serrated edges, and flexed her fingers, which looked to have polished nails, until you realized the red was the same metallic chitin as Rae's spider legs. When you added it all up, she was clearly not human, but a humanoid monster. Hawk came out to explore, now that the magic was stabilized. He raced off into the distance with a streak of blue and red fire, twirling in joy at being able to spread his wings again. Since everyone else was coming out, Remy also came out to explore. There weren't much in the area except broken rocks, but there might be good rocks with them. Cara and Thor were resting in their spaces, waiting for a reason to be doing stuff. Unlike some of the others, Cara didn't really collect rocks, and she had already scanned the area for cool stuff, but found nothing. It shouldn't take long before the others started to come back out, and by then Hawk should have a good scouting report for them, so they could move on safely. The first one out was Corbin, who had a beaming smile on his face, which turned to confusion as he realized he was the first one to finish the process. The others are likely taking their time, or they're incompatible with the system, and they are watching a historical video. I spent a lot of time choosing because I had many options. Karl explained. Ah, that makes sense. I had one option, ironically named the Spellblade class. I took a while to examine it, then check myself for changes to the system afterwards. I have more features active now, and even an inventory option. I don't suppose that you have access to that same function and simply never mentioned it. Corbin replied. Karl nodded. Mine is different from others, as according to the Bronze Dragon Orthos, I am actually more akin to a crafting class. So I get the option for bulk storage boxes. Most people get some sort of slot system to put their items in. Corbin smiled back at him, and Karl noticed that some of the hairs in his blonde beard were turning gray. Not from age, but at a visible rate as his beard grew from carefully groomed to chest length. That was a new one. Karl hadn't heard of a class option having a physical effect on appearance before. But Prince Corbin, despite being in his mid-20s, was well on his way to having a very scholarly long white beard. The next one out was Dana, who winked at Karl, and then gently flipped into the air at a slow and elegant speed that defied gravity and physics, before sending a kick at the sky that sent out an attack very similar to Rend. The system called the class a Murim Battlemage. I gained a whole set of martial arts that combine with sword skills, and a cool new ability. Dana explained. The sort of flexibility that it took for the moves she had already shown was already impressive to Karl, but then she summoned a whole array of blades over her head that attacked a stone that she tossed to them. The rock was sliced and swatted in an intricate dance that had the stone suspended in the air, leaving even Corbin startled at the intricacy of the movements. That's a fantastic skill. With the combined skills of those blades, they should be able to completely control the movement of a target. But against large groups, they will be a deadly distraction as well. Corbin noted. Then, Ophelia came out, looking somewhat disappointed. No suitable options. Karl asked. Options? I was hoping for something awesome, but it only gave me 2 options. The first was a feral berserker, which looked like a slight upgrade to the bear totem berserker. The second was a titanic berserker, which seemed like just another berserker but bigger. It had better base skills, so I went for that one. I probably shouldn't feel let down, but I guess I got my hopes too high. She sighed. Why not show us anyhow? Now that you have it, how is the skill tree? Karl suggested. It's very berserker. Lots of blunt weapon and sword attacks, defensive buffs, and strength buffs. The base skills are passive strength increase of 30% per rank and titanic growth that increases my size, strength, and durability by 20% per rank. Well, how about raging and getting all buffed up in warbear form, then test the new buff to see what you're working with? Karl requested, intrigued to see if the bonuses stacked or multiplied the growth. Ophelia activated Berserk Terror, which brought her warbear form to close to 4 meters tall. Then she activated Titanic Growth, and suddenly Karl was looking at the knee armor of the single largest beastkin he had ever seen. That's definitely a multiplication effect, he noted. So that's what a 7-meter-tall warbear looks like. Forget being hit on by the orcs, you'll have to fend off hill giant suitors at this rate. Rae laughed, startling everyone with the hauntingly musical tone of her human voice. Ophelia's rumbling growl shook the air, and Rae's laugh turned hysterical. She hadn't expected such a great chance to pick on the others during her first attempt to interact as a human. I liked her better when she made jokes about my luck with romance in private. Ophelia grumbled as she returned to her regular size. Don't feel bad, Bear Lady. Look at how many times Thor has struck out so far, and he's the most likable person that I know. Rae offered. That is surprisingly wholesome and helpful. Thank you, Rae. But when you find one that you like, I can help you tie him up so that he can't escape. And there's the Rae that we were all expecting. I will keep it in mind, though. Who knows, maybe the secret to finding true love is just to make sure that they can't run away. Ophelia winked at Dana as she finished the sentence, but Rae missed the gesture and thought that the warbear was only talking about the finer points of webcrafting. The two clerics came out not long after, looking very excited, but otherwise the same as when they went in. I got to learn all about trees and magic and my dragon, and the goddess. Lotus began. Tessa nodded. I also got a vision of the past, but first it told me that there were no valid upgrade routes available. Lotus pointed at her childhood friend. That. It told me that too, then it got to the important stuff. What were we supposed to be upgrading? Karl laughed, and Rae bonked the little cleric on the head. It was an opportunity for system users to upgrade their class. And possibly for non-system users to gain one. We will see once more people come out. The rest of the Spellblades are really taking their time. Karl nodded in agreement with Rae's assessment. That they are. They must be having difficulty deciding. Corbin only got one option, and it was just what he wanted, but some of the others might have more options than just the one upgrade path. Or, if some of them have no class, but have the option, they might be able to awaken. How many of your Spellblades were recruited before the divine injection was widespread? Corbin shrugged. Most of them. Not the 4 ascended ones, they're all younger. Tamarind and Muffin both have, or had, classes, and chose to train with the Spellblade clan. The other 2 had aptitude for magic, but not for the injection. The older ones are all classically trained mages, and spent their lives in the clan working on their skills. Rae looked curious as she moved to stand in front of the Spellblade. Do you think that the little one you call Muffin hates men because you refuse to use her name, or was she like that before? Corbin laughed. She was like that before. Being called Muffin instead of Rose is a punishment she had to accept for her bad behavior to remain as my disciple. She won't be free of it until she reaches the commander rank. That was our deal. Rae giggled, then pulled out a small white stone on a pendant. I think we can make her a commander. She is a wind creature, so we just have to feed her a wind pendant, and once she digests it, she should advance. The transformed spider insisted. It doesn't work like that for humans. Corbin began. Are you sure? I don't think that sticking it in any of the other holes would work better. Rae complained. No, that's not what I meant. Don't go sticking amulets in any of her holes. In fact, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. What I meant was that a human can't digest the stone directly. It needs to be made into a potion or tincture to be used on them in a way that they can absorb. Rae frowned. That's stupid. Why are humans so complex? If I gave this stone to a small wind bird or spider, it would directly evolve. The Spellblade sighed and shrugged. I don't know why human bodies are the way that they are. But we can't really evolve, and we don't use resources the same way as beasts. Maybe it's just because we're too different. Rae handed the stone to Remy. Can you grind that to paste to feed to the mage? Remy laughed. There are other ingredients needed. I can see that it would be useful to the Dana mage, so it should be useful to the Muffin mage the same way. Nether Beast had noticed that the mage in question had left the trial, and was now standing less than 10 meters from them. What did the Naga say? Why is everyone laughing? I don't speak serpent. She asked. They were discussing various ways to make a wind elemental stone work to advance your rank to commander so you could get your name back. Karl explained. And how did that become amusing? I would certainly pay whatever I could to get that concoction, but how is it funny? She asked. It's a translation issue. It only makes sense if you speak serpent. Karl informed her with his best attempt at a straight face. Or hawk. Remy added, then she got sidetracked and began to sing in Karl's mind. Do you know the Muffin Mage, the Muffin Mage? Yes, I know the Muffin Mage, Hawk sang along with her, while Rae rolled her eyes at their antics. What did you get from the orb? Karl asked, distracting himself from the two singing beasts in his mind. I got an upgraded class. Spellblade. Rose replied proudly. Lotus perked up at the promise of a gossip session. Oh, you match. I wonder how many more will get the advanced class, just because they already had all the necessary skills. Does it give cool new abilities? I match with who? Corbin. That's unfortunate. But yes, it does give a number of new combat abilities. Did your Dana get the same class? She asked. Dana shook her head. No, it gave me Murim Battlemage. Similar in effect to the Spellblade class, but more focused on martial arts. I don't know why it thought that I needed a more close combat fighting style as a mage, but the skills that come with the class are incredible. Rose was about to answer, but Corbin raised a hand to stop her. The others are coming out now. Take notes of what they have gained and let's get out of here the moment that all of us have returned. The other Ascended rank Spellblades came out excited about the official status upgrade and the class marking on their arms that came with the system designation of Mage, but only a few of the older commanders could say the same thing. There were the ones who had already been exposed to the system during their travels and had some minor level of benefit from it, though not a whole class designation and marking. Nearly all of the ones who had been successful had gotten Mage as a class, but unlike the members of Karl's group, they were not sent to an upgrade scene, but a class creation menu, where they could have chosen other options. Just to be different, one of them chose Warlock as his class, but the rest all chose Mage so that it didn't affect their progression or standing within the Spellblade clan. The clans had thousands of years of history, and if their choice prevented them from advancing within the clan, or stuck at commander rank until their new class caught up to their existing skills, they would have a hard life. It wasn't the huge win that Corbin had been hoping for, but to the newly awakened mages, it was still incredible. They now had access to the inventory, the status sheet, and even to skill trees that would allow them to earn access to new spells that were incredibly difficult to learn on their own, or in some cases completely forgotten before today. One of the higher-level mage spells in the tree was Portal. If they could make it to the peak of the mage skill tree, they would be able to simply open portals on their own and not rely on arrays. From the way they described it, Karl learned that some of the more powerful leaders of nations were permanently linked to arrays, and some skilled mages carried an array token with them, but under the monarch rank, it was extremely rare to have that sort of access. Leader Corbin, do we have time to go through the skill tree now? Or should we move first? One of the stronger commanders asked. Move first, and we can check your new spells later. What did you see that has you so excited? Corbin asked. I have 80 skill points. My past achievements appear to have been rewarded, and I will be able to choose a number of additional spells. Does anyone know how many points it takes to get them all? He replied. Corbin turned to Karl, who frowned as he did the math. I got some of the more expensive ones free from trials, but if I had to buy them all, it would have taken me nearly 300 points. However, if I had taken the offensive skill tree option, it would have been a fifth of that, but I wouldn't have had access to the most powerful skills my class has to offer. The Beastmaster can choose between offensive, defensive, and progression paths. It calls progression balance, but really the skills it grants are the core growth. Karl replied. The mage nodded. Mage class is the same way, in that you can specialize in an element for a discount or an arcane to get access to everything, but without the discount. I refrained from choosing before asking anyone. The others laughed and nodded in agreement. They had all done the same thing, waiting for a second opinion before they chose. The last of the mages, an older commander, came out and gave Corbin a thumbs up. The last of the mages, an older commander, came out and gave Corbin a thumbs up. I have finished my history lesson. Are we moving out? He asked. Yes. Many have class skills to choose, and it's not safe to do that here. But first, I must send a message. Corbin explained. He took a small platinum strip out of his pocket, and Karl noted the ornate golden inlay in the design of the world dragon on the front. It glowed with power as Corbin sent a message, and then he nodded. The right people know what happened here now. Let's move. That was a one-time use token to contact the Archbishop, but the other totems will have sensed it. The ones here for certain, but possibly even the ones in the Beast Nation and the Mountain Giant territories. They monitor magical communications all the time, but they shouldn't know what I said. They will, however, likely know where the message started and finished. Before he had even finished his sentence, the air was beginning to shimmer with magic. Take your people and run. Put up the barrier to hide them. Ladies, you can go with them if you'd like. I will play the fool and distract whoever shows up first. Karl insisted. Corbin nodded and put the stealth barrier over his clan, who began to run out of the ruins to the east. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Karl noticed that they seemed pale blue and ghostly when they were hidden, where before they were simply invisible. That had to be the effect of Hawk increasing his sensory abilities and sharing them with Karl. Soul sight, Lifa had called it. It wasn't visible when you could see the person, but with their body hidden, the soul became visible. The Spellblades got a 30-second head start before the first portal opened, quickly followed by a second, third, and fourth. Wow, did we pick the wrong day to be standing right here? Tessa muttered as the portals finished forming. Karl smiled at her. Should we hide Lotus in a basement or something so she can resurrect the pieces of us later? Not funny. It's most likely a good idea, but not funny. Tessa agreed. Lotus giggled and patted her on the shoulder. There are no basements in these buildings. I can feel the roots of the plants. Just try not to get squished, and maybe ask Lady Rae and Cara to wait out of sight so they're not tempted to start a fight. Rae looked offended. And why would I do that? To get totem rank blood. Point taken. But if there is a chance. We will get you some. Rae smiled, then vanished back into her space, followed by Cara and Hawk, who was making preparations to grab as many people as possible and fly away. He was exceedingly fast in this new body, and they should be able to make it to safety if a fight broke out. 2 ladies per claw, Karl on his back. That should be everyone, and he could still fly with that much weight. Even 4 friends were lighter than a giant boar. The first to step out of a portal was a massive black dragon at the totem rank. That wasn't the leader of the Divine Beast Nation, as they had the only mythic rank creature on the continent, but this was likely the spokesperson for that dragon. Humans. Beastmaster. I thank you for your succinct communication style. It made it quite worthwhile to intercept. The dragon began, speaking in serpent. Karl noticed that he no longer needed Remy to translate. He could just understand what the dragon was saying, even while it was speaking another language. While it wasn't directly our intention to make your life easier, I will accept your good intentions. I take it that you are aware of the nature of this place. He replied. The dragon nodded his head, then paused while 3 more totems stepped through their portals to form a semicircle in front of Karl, facing the orb with him between them and the prize. That was not the positioning that Karl had hoped for, but he hadn't had time to move. The archbishop stood between the dragon and a totem-rank Naga in plate armor, while an enormous mountain giant stood at the far end of the group. That would be the general, who was the other totem-ranked leader of the Newborn Empire, Karl assumed, as well as the leader of the mountain giants, whose title Karl didn't know. The dragon turned to the others. Welcome to my new toy, everyone. The general hissed in annoyance. Your toy. This is clearly my relic. Not only is it in the middle of my territory, my people are here first. The archbishop chuckled at the combative pair. Your people. I believe you mean my people. There are 2 clerics of the dragon gods here already, as well as a pair of elites. That math didn't math, and Karl began to wonder which one of them was not being counted. Was it Ophelia in warbear form? Or was it him? The dragon had greeted him separately. The mountain giant chuckled grimly. You have a lot of brave talk for a man whose army can't even hold its own borders. Karl could sense that things were about to go downhill very fast. None of these people liked each other, and he already knew the sort of damage that even a casual fight between totems could do. Lifa and the Emperor weren't actually trying to kill each other, but their strikes destroyed multiple square kilometers with every blow. Of course, they likely wouldn't resort to that here. It would risk the relic, and that was what everyone had come for. The Naga general was the one that decided to go for answers first, instead of bickering with his rivals. You, Karl. The Emperor told me about you. Is it true what it says in the message? This place can awaken classes and advanced classes. He demanded. The archbishop looked like he was ready to burst with excitement, as this could be just the sort of thing that the Golden Dragon Nation needed to push the elite program to a new level. Even a short period of study might bring huge gains. Karl nodded. It helped me. But not everyone. It shows the clerics a vision from their patron deity. It would be better if he didn't throw the others under the bus. If it was unclear what Dana and Ophelia had gained, or if they had even had the chance to make an attempt before the leaders arrived, they might escape the attention of the totems. The totems seemed more concerned with defending against each other than anything that Karl was saying, and for a few seconds, it looked like they might be at a stalemate. Then the general opened another portal, and brought through a whole group of soldiers. One of them was Colonel Lu, the wounded royal rank Minotaur colonel that Karl had brought to the farm the first night. Karl waved to him, and the old Minotaur gave him a thin smile. It didn't take a genius to guess that everyone here under totem rank had a low chance of survival. Find out how to work that. The general demanded. Focus on your devotion and loyalty to the world dragon. Those are the instructions on the plinth. Karl added helpfully. The black dragon tilted its head a little to read the inscription, then nodded. He would let the soldiers try first, and then if it actually did something, he would take action for the divine beasts. If this was an active system activation point, it naturally belonged to the dragons, the heirs to the dragon gods. At least, that was his opinion. The giant seemed to be thinking the same thing, and he opened a portal of his own to call through a handful of soldiers, fresh from battle and still treating their wounds. Praise the gods and request access to the system. The inferior beings have found an access point, he demanded. That was odd phrasing. He made it sound like his people were not the ones who had found it. But who, other than the giants, was going around and destabilizing anomalies in search for relics and trials? Could it be that he simply hadn't received the update from his own people before he sensed Prince Corbin's message? It was taking a while as the monsters tried to understand the method. Then Colonel Lu seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and as he closed his eyes he smiled, then vanished. Well, there's one success. Let's see how his luck is, Karl noted. Luck? The general asked. Karl shrugged. Aren't all things system-related affected by luck? Only the lucky few could activate it, even 10,000 years ago. It was a large portion of the population, but not even close to everyone. Plus, everyone who has entered so far got a different opportunity or vision. The massive Naga general frowned as he considered the options. The giants weren't having any luck with the relic, and everyone was pretending that they hadn't noticed the small portal that led to the border between the Golden Dragon Nation and the Hill Giants. Nobody had come through that one, but it was close enough that Karl knew they didn't have to. They just had to focus on the orb, and they might be able to activate it. What Karl really wanted to know was if the giants were going to be able to activate it, as they didn't follow the world dragon. This wasn't an anomaly that just anyone could enter, and the requirement might make it difficult for them. But if that portal to the border led to the location the students were fighting at, there might be dozens of advanced classes gained today. Then, 3 more of the soldiers, 2 orcs, and a troll, all vanished. That made it nearly half of the monsters, and no giants so far. Are you going to get in on this game? Karl asked the massive black dragon, whose casually stretched wing was shading his entire group. Young people are always in such a hurry. There will be time, or I can make time. The dragon replied. Then you should probably make sure that Misty doesn't wander away. Karl agreed. The dragon chuckled, and puffed out a cloud of darkness that gave everyone present a chill down their spines. Black dragons breathed death, a literal cloud of underworld energy which made life impossible within its radius. It was a sign of favor from the goddess of death, and at totem rank, even the slightest of contact would put most targets beyond the reach of even Lotus Resurrection magic. The rest of the monsters managed to make it in over the next minute, but only one of the giants, a commander rank female, had vanished so far. That was not the success that their totem rank leader had expected, and the frustration was visible in both his expression and his posture. That was making the other giants nervous that they would be punished for failure, and the more nervous they were, the less likely they were to succeed. The one who had the easiest time of anyone was Lotus, as she fully and immediately embraced any opportunity that the gods granted, without even taking a second to wonder what it was. It was an opportunity, and that meant it was something new. There were few things that nature clerics loved more than something new. Even Tessa had taken a few seconds to mentally prepare herself. That was when the first of the Nuban Empire soldiers to enter came back out with a huge smile on his face. Colonel Lu, report. The totem rank general insisted. The orb brought me to a space controlled by the system. Then it insulted me for being so slow to awaken a class ability, and sent repeated messages denigrating my level of motivation to better myself. Karl did his best not to laugh as the aging Minotaur went through the list of grievances that the system had with a man well past his middle years finally awakening a class ability. Then it awarded me the warrior class and said that was all I deserved. The colonel finished. So, it did grant you access to the system. That is wonderful news. The general cheered. Yes, General. It appears that I now have access to the system. The giant growled, and the general's hand went to his sword, while the black dragon huffed in annoyance. Then, the massive creature reached a forelimb into a distorted area of space and pulled out a 5-meter-wide basket full of blankets and eggs. He whispered something that Karl couldn't make out, and a few seconds later, all of the eggs in the basket vanished. So that was his play. He wasn't trying to awaken a class for existing dragons, but for the next generation. That way, the dragons would have system users for thousands of years, even if the resurgence began to fade instead of growing stronger. The frustration of the giants was building as their group continued to fail to get any more members into the trial, right up to the moment that the lone female giant to enter returned. What did you find? The giant demanded as she came back out in shining silver plate armor. It is a trial set by the World Dragon. We must request his permission to enter. However, I have made great gains today. I was awarded the class of Knight and access to a skill tree of new abilities. The leader of the giants nodded in satisfaction, then gestured to the remainder of his force. They had all been listening intently, and once they changed their strategy, it didn't take long before another giant managed to enter, then a third. But by then, most of the Nubon Empire group had started to emerge from the trial. Karl was listening to them giving their reports of being assigned the fighter class, with only one shaman and a blood mage among them. That last one was a slender demon man with red skin, and Karl assumed that it was likely an exclusive only available to his species. Behind him, he felt a growth of power, and saw that Lotus' eyes were glowing green. She had moved behind Tessa, and was facing away from the totems, likely hoping that they would mistake whatever she was doing for a healing spell. But when the power peaked, the black dragon turned to face her, focused directly on the nature priestess for a moment before looking back to the purple orb, where his clutch of eggs should be finishing their trials. Karl suspected that Lotus had been letting her dragon patron see through her eyes, but the black dragon totem looked somehow smug as he waited now, and Karl suspected that there was more going on here than he was comprehending. If it was possible for the offspring of the divine dragons to use their link to their clerics to access a trial like this, they might be using it to grow their own powers. As Karl understood what Tessa had told him about the situation, the dragons they were paired with weren't necessarily dragons from this world, only adherents to the same god. So, they might have never seen a holy relic of the world dragon before. Given the personality of the green dragons, they wouldn't pass up the chance to go in and play, even if it meant just watching a historical movie. By the time that the second giant came out, all of the Nubon army troops were out, and they were just waiting to see what happened with the dragons. They might get a class, or they might not. The black dragon had sent eggs into the trial, and while dragons were sentient for a while before they hatched, legend said that most species couldn't awaken a system until puberty. That was deemed to be a safety measure by the gods, so that small children didn't wreak havoc in the cities. But whether it applied to dragons or not, nobody knew. The first one of the dragons out was Lotus Green Dragon Companion, if Karl's guess about what the glowing eyes meant was correct. Then, a small white dragon hatchling emerged from the trial, and landed in the basket all of the eggs had arrived in. It was adorable, no larger than a full-grown house cat. For a moment, even Karl was enraptured by its cuteness, until Thor broke him from his distraction. "Do you think that they would let us borrow one? Scaled creatures grow up very fast in your care. I'm sure the little ones wouldn't mind," he suggested. "Oh, you need to learn the skill. If you already had the head pat for skill ability, they would definitely give you a hatchling to raise," Remy added. Karl sighed. "That's 50 skill points. I have one left. Boo this man. I joke, we know that you needed to get Rampage before you changed classes," Remy amended. The dragon stared down at Karl. "You look like you've got something on your mind." Karl shrugged. I was just thinking that I've gotten rather good at raising scaled friends, and they grow up exceptionally strong and healthy in my care. You can't have a baby dragon. He can't have a baby dragon. Please don't give him a baby dragon. The black dragon, the general, and the archbishop all spoke at the same time, then paused as they realized that they were all on the same side of what they had expected to be an argument. Are you certain? I swear, I'm superb with scale rubs, and I have a supplemental nature cleric to assist. Karl joked. The black dragon huffed in amusement as another pair of hatchlings came out and began chattering with the white dragon whelp to find out what was going on. It was an interesting offer, but they quickly realized that the big dragons wouldn't allow it before they were fully trained and grown enough to travel alone. The rest of the dragons came out over the next minute, all excited about their new class assignment and the opportunities that they would have in the future. A dozen baby dragons with class skills put the Divine Beast Nation way ahead of the others, even if half the academy had gotten a new class through the portal the Archbishop had opened. Hey, Amalgaristica, before you leave, do you think that you could demonstrate your Druid Lord class skill for us? Karl asked the baby green dragon, by name. The system interface gave names that were color-coded by class, and most of them were destined to be clerics or warriors, but that one had been a deep emerald green that had intrigued Karl enough to check its status. The tiny green creature flew out of the nest, circled Karl twice, then landed on Lotus' shoulder facing him. How did you know that I'm a Druid Lord? She asked. It's visible to other system users. I've never seen the class before, so I'm quite curious what the class skill for a green dragon who is also a Druid Lord will be. Karl explained. Oh, that makes sense. Here. The black dragon began to laugh as a 10-meter-tall, commander rank construct made entirely of vines appeared in the ruins. It had a few larger than usual leaves, approximating modesty, but it was shaped so similarly to Lotus that the dragon couldn't help but make comparisons. It even looked like it had the same undercut hairstyle. That is incredible. You are a natural artist. Lotus exclaimed as she gently petted the dragon's head. The black dragon glared at them. What did I just say? You cannot have a baby dragon. Karl raised his hands in surrender. I am not trying to steal a dragon. I just wanted to know what the class skill was. That construct is spectacular. It is giving off a healing aura, slowly repairing the buildings, and regrowing the plants in the area, all at once. For a commander rank class skill, it is incredibly overpowered. The massive dragon looked smug on the little one's behalf. Did you expect less of a disciple of the nature goddess? My apologies, my world was too small. I was judging a dragon's potential by human standards. Your words are polite, but you still have the baby dragon. Karl reached over to tickle the little dragon under its chin, which made it giggle as it took flight, returning to the mobile nest before it got in trouble for making new friends as well. Don't worry, Lotus. We will find another chance to interact with baby dragons. I am certain of it. Karl whispered. The basket of dragon whelps vanished once the last one was back inside, and that seemed to be the trigger for tensions between the factions ramping up. Now that the little ones were gone, all of the totems seemed to be focused on taking the relic for themselves. Normally, they wouldn't directly fight with each other. There were political alliances to consider, and the wrath of the mythic rank black dragon that quietly ruled the continent. But that didn't mean that they weren't going to find a way to fight over it. How should we settle this? Champions or a wager? The black dragon asked his counterparts. Like hell. There is no way I will gamble with you. The totem rank mountain giant complained. The archbishop shrugged. What sort of wager did you have in mind? Or we can do champions if you like. 3 of us have a royal rank representative here. Colonel Lu snorted in annoyance. He already knew that no royal rank opponent would be able to take Karl out. Even if he didn't call out his beasts, he was a beast himself in combat. The mountain giant looked at Karl and the royal rank options in the new Bond army team. He didn't know much about Karl, but he had heard rumors about an elite to be aware of on the hill giant lines not long ago. That could be him. But the leader didn't recall all the details. I suggest that we wager on which nation obtains the next totem. The dragon suggested with a sly smile. The archbishop shrugged. That was a reasonable sort of bet. It was hard to tell which overlord would actually grow enough to reach the bottleneck, and nearly impossible to guess which would break it first. The mountain giant smirked at the dragon. He had a successor who was very close to the bottleneck. He had a very good chance of winning. I would take that bet. The giant agreed. The general was about to say something when he noticed that Karl's entire team, except Karl and Dana, who had her mask up, had turned away to poorly hide their laughter. He glared at them for a moment, trying to understand what he was missing, then glanced at the dragon, who hadn't lost the smug smile. They knew what had happened with Overlord Lifa. They had to, or they wouldn't be so smug. Pick another wager. That one is no good. He insisted. The archbishop looked startled, while the giant was confused. You didn't have to bet on your own nation. It could be one of the human nations you bet on as well, or even an enemy nation. Why would the bet be no good? The phrasing didn't make sense. The archbishop looked at the others. Then another wager. Something different from the usual, perhaps. The mountain giant smirked. How about we test it by preparedness? The word seemed to translate strangely in Karl's head, and the system hung up on the word for a moment, as if unsure what meaning to assign to it. How so? The general asked. The dragon tilted its head. Why not make it a best of 3? Other than ourselves, we will wager on which warrior here has the best thing. The other totems considered that for a moment. The archbishop looked dubious about his chance of winning, while the general seemed indifferent. But the giant looked suspiciously at the dragon. Is this not just an excuse to have our subordinates take out their best items so you can have them killed and looted later? It had better be. Rae agreed. Right. We are short on good things. Cara added. The Beastmaster thinks it is a good idea. The dragon laughed. Colonel Lu, the Minotaur, snorted a challenge. That's because he fully intends to kill everyone else for their loot the moment that you all leave. And he can probably do it, too. Are you becoming a coward in your old age? The general asked. He can summon monarch-ranked bodyguards and personally one-hit kill a royal-ranked Cyclops. I am no coward, but I am telling you now that I can't win that fight. The Minotaur complained. Really? The archbishop asked. That was not in the official records of Karl's abilities. The dragon held up a claw to stop Karl from answering. Why don't we wager on that? Bring us a monarch-ranked giant, and we will see if the Beastmaster can one-hit kill above his rank. I trust the soldier that he can do it to one of his rank. So, we can wager on one rank higher. If he succeeds, I will have one of my clerics bring the giant back to life. Then, if we have more than one correct wager, we will make another wager for the winners. The totem-ranked giant roared at the dragon. Are you looking down on my people? Do you think that I am just going to bring one of my people here to be amusement for the dragons? We could let them fight. The dragon suggested. And if he really can kill a monarch in one hit? What is the difference? The giant complained. Karl was beginning to suspect that this part of the negotiations was actually the most time-consuming portion of the settlement of disputes. They all had different ways of doing things, and the black dragon served the death god, so his suggestion was obviously going to always be to kill someone unless there was something more amusing available. Sure, the black dragons upheld the balance of life and death, but where that balance lay was a bit of a murky topic, and one or two dead wouldn't sway things too far. The Archbishop was a healing cleric aligned with the World Dragon, so he would naturally choose peace in most situations, which meant either a challenge or a non-violent wager. Karl didn't know much about the personality of the others, but they both seemed fairly hot-headed. The Black Dragon tapped the ground with a massive onyx claw. "Why don't you bring out your strongest monarch, and we will pit him against the Beastmaster? That should be fair, right? No matter what skills he has, it shouldn't overcome your strongest monarch. We're totally going to get to loot someone." Rae cheered. "No. Pick another challenge." The giant insisted. The Archbishop tapped his staff on the ground to stop their bickering. "I have an even easier suggestion. Why not something less personal? There have been dozens of anomalies in Nubon lately. This one isn't the sort that we can wager on easily. But if we send a team to one of the others, we can have them race." The other totems considered that for a bit. It would be a good way to solve things, but that would involve moving, and none of them trusted the others enough to leave here until the matter was settled. There were already teams here from 3 of the 4 arguing nations. But if the totems left, it would be a bloodbath for control and not a civilized contest. "How about a slap fight?" Cara suggested. Karl chuckled a little, and the totems all turned to see what was so funny. "Sorry, one of my friends suggested a slap fight." Karl chuckled. The mountain giant's smile spread wide and he nodded happily. "That's a wonderful idea. We have contestants here. Do Nubon and the Golden Dragon Nation have a monarch rank contestant? We can do best 2 of 3 from commander to monarch." The general nodded. "I can get a contestant here. Standard elimination style." The giant nodded, and the Archbishop turned to Karl. "Is your team up to this? Or should we bring someone?" Karl turned to Ophelia, who smiled. "We're up for this contest. It should be fun." The 4 totems silently consulted each other, then nodded. "This challenge is acceptable." The leader of the giants agreed. Karl looked up at the Black Dragon, then checked his nameplate using the system interface. It was a white name, denoting a cleric, and simply said, "Lord Nacht." "Lord Nacht, will you be calling contestants?" he inquired, curious to see who the divine beasts would send. "No. The Divine Beast Nation and the Chromatic Dragons will wager on the Golden Dragon Nation being the winner of this contest. You have beasts and the favor of the World Dragon. It is close enough for us." The Archbishop sighed, then nodded. "Agreed. If we win, we will share. Bring out your 3rd competitor." The general insisted, as he opened a portal and brought a monarch-rank gorilla-bodied centaur to them. That thing barely had a neck, and the body looked like it was a rhino, not a horse. It would be like trying to slap out Thor. Karl had Remy call one of her bodyguards, and then gestured to Ophelia. "I do hope that skills aren't prohibited, other than attack skills," he asked. "Of course not. Skills are what makes it fun. But no attack skills and no barriers. All right, we have our contestants. Which of the giants will you choose?" The general replied. 3 mountain giants stepped forward, and the Black Dragon rumbled happily. Then his body seemed to melt and shrink as he transformed into a black-robed humanoid that looked eerily like Rae in human form, except male. It was even the same 190 centimeters tall. "I will referee this match. Starting with the commanders, we will draw lots for the first match. Short straw goes last. The contestants will trade slaps until one is knocked out or forfeits. Then we will have a recovery period before the winner faces the final contestant. If the final contestant wins, the first loser may challenge," he explained. Karl patted Ophelia on the shoulder and activated Haste, Trollish Regeneration, and Terrorize, as the extra growth from Brutality didn't stack with her Berserk Terror and Titanic Berserker skills. She stepped up to the black dragon along with the commander-rank giant and a burly bison-type Minotaur. "We're having a slap fight with a girl." The giant chuckled. "It's my specialty." Ophelia joked. The dragon held out his hand with 3 sticks, and the contestants pulled. The Minotaur had a shorter stick with a red stripe on the bottom, giving him the pass, so Ophelia and the giant would face off first. Her stick had a number 1 on the bottom, while his had a number 2, marking the order of attack. "Contestants, prepare yourself. The Golden Dragon Nation has drawn the first strike," the dragon announced. The giant did a short stretching routine, and then Ophelia raged, activating Berserk Terror, Titanic Berserker, and Dire Bear form all at once, turning her into a 7-meter-tall dire bear, towering over the 5-meter-tall mountain giant. One massive paw flashed out, and the giant was thrown from his feet to land in the dirt, unconscious. Ophelia rumbled with laughter as the groggy giant got to his feet, facing the wrong way and staggering away from the contest. His friends turned him around so he was facing the fight, and stood him in place in front of Ophelia. As his vision cleared, a look of grim determination took over the confusion, and he lined up his swing for his turn. The massive palm of the giant caught Ophelia on the cheek, and blood flew from her mouth as her head snapped to the side. But trollish regeneration had her back in peak form by the time she had stabilized herself and turned forward again. She nodded at the dragon, and the giant braced himself for the strike. "Second strike, contestants ready. On your time," the dragon announced. Ophelia lined up the strike and smacked the giant again. This time, there was a sickening crunch as the giant spun and fell limp to the ground. "That is a win for the Golden Dragon Nation," the dragon announced. The other giants rolled their comrade over, only to find he was out cold with a broken jaw and numerous missing teeth. The Archbishop of the Golden Dragon Church waved them away with a gust of wind and cast a healing spell on the fallen contestant. "He will wake up soon. He is fully healed." The Minotaur looked terrified as he took his position, but the black dragon didn't hesitate. "Challenger 3 has the first strike. Whenever you are ready." The Minotaur nodded, and swung a mighty blow at Ophelia that nearly rocked her off her feet. He was certainly stronger than the giant, she realized. He also had an extremely thick neck, so he wasn't likely to get whiplash. So, she wasn't expecting much when she put her all into the first swing. However, when her paw made contact, the Minotaur fell with his legs still extended, knocked out cold at the moment of impact. Oh, poor Karl on my part. Who knew he would have a glass jaw? The newborn general sighed, while the other soldiers rushed to help him up off the ground. The Archbishop healed him, and the black dragon smiled under his hood. That makes 1 round to the Golden Dragon Nation. I have to say, a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker was not what I was expecting for the first round of our betting. But the next round should be even better. I have prepared a platform for the contestants, as even with skills active, the royal rank combatants are very different sizes. The 3 royals came forward, and Karl immediately noticed that the Minotaur had been swapped out for a boar man of some sort. He wasn't quite a giant, but at 4 meters, he was still nearly a head taller than Karl's enlarged form. The giant, on the other hand, was well over 6 meters tall. Both of the other contestants would need to stand on a stage for their head to be the proper height for a slap. The dragon held out his hand, and they drew lots. The giant got the draw this time, and Karl had the number 2 stick, meaning the boar man would strike first. The giant smirked at Karl as he faced down the muscular monster. "When you are ready," the dragon announced. The monster was incredibly fast, and the sound of the slap echoed through the ruins as Karl was tossed into the low stone of a ruined wall. Karl stood up and brushed himself off, knocking stone dust off his armor. The strike was less than 10% of his health, and he had taken no damage, but Void Body didn't negate the momentum, and the boar man's arm weighed half as much as his entire body. "Good hit." Karl congratulated him, stopping the boar man's victory celebration. You got up? The big man asked, thoroughly confused. Of course. Did you think I would volunteer if I couldn't take a hit? The boar snorted and took his place for the return blow. Oh, this should be fun. I wonder how much additional strength Karl got from his new skill. Thor cheered. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. That was all that the system had to say about it, and Karl didn't understand the base and modifier system for stats that it had, so he had no practical reference for just how strong he was now with all his buffs active. However, with the 50% damage increase from Pack Tactics, his new class skill, he would be hitting with plenty of force. Karl checked that haste was active, then snapped an attack at the boar. There was a booming crack, then the sound of flesh on flesh before the boar man was sent flying and pain radiated up Karl's arm. Without the barrier up and with only his own skills to protect himself, Karl had dealt himself enough damage with the strike to nearly break his arm, even after the reduction by Void Body. That is fast. Stupidly fast. Who has ever heard of a supersonic pimp slap? You didn't even need the skill. Cara exclaimed, eager to see if she could do that as well. Even the totem rank masters were staring at Karl in shock. Did he jest? The giant asked. The general nodded. He did. The black dragon pointed at the body of the boar man. If you would be so kind, Archbishop. His soul is beginning to detach. That shook the leader of the Golden Dragon Nation from his stupor, and he quickly resurrected the fallen monster. But that left the giants in a dilemma. If Karl hit a mountain giant like that, the result was likely to be the same. They could tell that he didn't use an attack skill, he had just increased his own stats to the point that he could move an arm at supersonic speed. It had obviously damaged him, but the way that Karl was rubbing his arm, he would recover soon enough. The general knew that Karl had trollish regeneration, either as a skill or as part of his racial traits. It still wasn't 100% clear whether he had been part troll all along. Looking at his build, the general suspected that he was actually part dwarf. His build was a bit too sturdy for human, and the musculature wasn't quite right. Likely a quarter-blooded if he had to guess. Enough that his family would have been considered human for some time, but they had likely been matching with mixed-blood humans for generations. Most species were like that. Many of them could interbreed with humans, so there was always a chance of other bloodlines. Generally, those ones were considered weak and were a genetic dead end, but sometimes a lineage would continue among humans. Karl shook the numbness from his fingers and waited for the giant to prepare for his turn. That put the totem rank giant in a tight spot. If he forfeited this match, Karl would win, making it 2-0 for the Golden Dragon Nation and giving them the overall win in the contest. But if he let them compete, there was a chance one of his giants would be slapped to death. The proud mountain giants would never accept that. It would do irreparable damage to their pride to be slapped to death by a human. Unlike the monster species, they weren't so forgiving. Losing a giant's dignity versus the slim chance that they could maintain this trial was a difficult bet. If Karl had gone first, there would have been no question, the giant would have gone. However, with such slim odds, it might be better to cut their losses and find a way to get more of their people to the trial in secret. The giants were categorically incapable of holding a poker face, and even the groggy and freshly resurrected boar man could see that the totem rank mountain giant was trying to formulate a plot to get out of this agreement. To the other leaders, it was no surprise. This happened nearly every time they agreed on something. One of them would back out of the deal, or have one of their allies serve as a proxy to act on their behalf. The giants withdraw from this round. Congratulations to the Golden Dragon Nation on your small victory here today. The leader finally agreed. Thank you for your kind words. The Archbishop replied with so much fake kindness that even Karl felt a little nauseous. The giants immediately opened a portal and left, while the general turned to the transformed black dragon with a smile. So, I know that the humans are going to send as many people as they can before this trial fades, but how much will it cost to buy some of your spots? The general asked. The dragon's face was hidden in magical shadow under his hood, but his voice was amused. Now, I suppose that we can work something out. The leaders appeared to be making plans for what they were going to do next. They couldn't just hang around here forever. They had far too much work to do for that, and the general had been stationed on the mountain giant border specifically to keep them from causing trouble with their overlords. Shall we retire to dinner and let our subordinates take care of the rest? Nacht, the black dragon totem, asked. Yes, dinner sounds wonderful. Prince Karl, kindly wait here for someone to relieve you. The archbishop replied. The general nodded. I will have someone come to take over, but unfortunately, I am needed on the line. The giant's leader said nothing, and simply left with his people. The general turned to his people and gave them a polite nod. I will send reinforcements here within the next 5 minutes. You just need to make sure that nothing happens while they're attempting to awaken their system interface. Understood, General. This all appeared to be part of the ritual, pretending that they didn't know that there was going to be an imminent attack at the lower levels and that the deal they had made actually held any weight. The black dragon opened a portal with a wave of his hand and left with the archbishop. Then the general left, and a unit of 100 commander rank soldiers and 50 ascended and awakened rank support staff rushed through, only to realize that they had no orders other than be here. Karl cleared his throat. Listen up. Every new arrival is to follow the directions on the plinth to give thanks to the world dragon for the opportunity to gain access to the system. Once you have accomplished that task, you will be stationed here for guard duty of the orb. Do you understand? Sir, yes, sir. They responded in unison, then swarmed the orb. Colonel Lu chuckled at their response. Karl wasn't even part of their army, but they were so used to just following orders that they naturally assumed anyone giving them orders had the right to. It only took a few seconds before the first of them had vanished, and the rest were gone within 2 minutes. This unit was all younger soldiers, likely a frontline shock troop unit that the general happened to have stationed near his camp. The old Minotaur rubbed the shoulder of his freshly regrown arm, distinguishable by the lack of tattoos and scars, then smiled at Lotus. Well, little cleric. I told you I would love to try your food again, and it looks like I'm going to get a chance sooner than expected. It appears that your merchant group on a pilgrimage routine is a bit far gone to salvage, though. Lotus laughed and winked at him. Never underestimate our shamelessness. We fully intend to continue with the act as soon as we are done here. We're headed for the jungles and then to Witten Temple. That much hasn't changed. We will just have to leave someone else to help you with the mess here. The old Minotaur smiled at her, then reorganized his troops to surround the plinth. Everyone, I believe it's time to come out and be sociable. Hawk, you can scout the area in case they're forming up in the distance. The beasts appeared in the ruins, and Hawk made a quiet screech along with a come-along gesture to Dana that said he intended to have a rider for the scouting mission. Tessa hopped up on Thor's back with her spear ready, leaving Ophelia and Lotus to wait with Karl. Or roll around in the dirt playing with Cara. How are we going to handle this? There will definitely be a challenge for the orb soon. Colonel Lu asked. If it's orcs, I say that we let them. Same with the nomadic demons if they're brave enough to approach. If the giants challenge, I will deal with their leader. The Lamia pair will guard my flanks, while the trio of Naga warriors are with Remy, the Naga queen. Remy and Tessa will work together as a pair, and Lotus heals. Ophelia and Cara are berserkers, so just stay out of their way. One of the demons, a slender woman who almost looked like she should be undead, with her skin the color of a drowning victim, gestured at Cara. That is a winged void badger, isn't it? You cow brains should stay well away from her. Those things are a menace to society. She taunted the colonel. You have no idea. She's got a monarch rank attack skill. I've already seen it in action. That was fast. The giants are back. 2 monarchs, 10 royals, and 500 troops, almost all commanders. The giants are back. 5 kilometers from here, just over a hill. Karl informed the Minotaur colonel. Oh, did they send enough to make it fun? Karl patted him on the shoulder. Did you ever doubt it? There are 500 commander-rank soldiers out there. That doesn't sound fun at all. They outnumber us 5-1, even after the others come back. What did they send for a leadership squad? They normally have a 5-giant officer squad for a full regiment of soldiers. Colonel Liu asked. 2 monarchs, 10 royals. The Minotaur sighed. I will inform my people. With the few who got a class, we might stand a chance using our new skills. You're too pessimistic. I will take 1 monarch, Remy and her bodyguards will take the other. The rest of my team will focus on the command squad. Remember, they don't know that half the team is summoned. What they see are 6 monarchs, 8 royals, including your team, and a handful of soldiers. They're not going to be hasty when we have the advantage and visible monarchs. If they hesitate long enough, we will have another 100 soldiers, and then whatever other reinforcements we get. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound so bad. They certainly can't allow any of those monarch-rank Naga warriors or Cara loose in their commander-rank backlines. It would be a massacre. As Karl had expected, the giants paused as they came into sight of the orb and saw the defending team. Some of them would be hidden from sight, but the giants could get a good enough estimate to slow them down. From a distance, it was much harder to guess relative power level, especially with mixed species. If they were all giants, you could guess by their size. Though, Hawk had better senses than that. But when it was a dozen different species, you had to guess how they compared to their own species, and then the humans would be a wild guess. It wasn't like humans normally got bigger as they got more powerful. How long do we have? One of the younger Minotaurs asked. If they charge, we have 3 minutes. It's hard to say how long they will plan for now that they have an estimate of our power levels. Expect them to spread out their formation first, so they can see how we respond. Once they have started to shift positions, the attack is imminent. The moment that the attack became imminent turned out to be about 10 seconds later. The leaders moved to the far end of the line, and Karl adjusted his position to match them, with Remy close to him, but toward the main body of the mountain giant force. Remind me again why I am doing this. Karl asked as he watched the commander-rank giants form ranks behind their leaders. Because they're mad that you showed them up, and they're not going to let you leave without a fight. Tessa reminded him. Right. Almost forgot about that part. All right, if everyone is in position, I will move forward with Remy to make the unofficial challenge. When Karl moved, the monarchs and royals all moved to match his group. That made life a lot easier on everyone else, and the giants were already charging forward, aiming for the trial orb with superior numbers. Hawk, see what you can do to slow the attackers once I have the strong ones busy. Karl instructed. All the fire. Hawk agreed. Karl moved to lure the stronger giants away from the group, while the rest of his team grew increasingly concerned about the odds on his side. With all the royals gone, they would have an easier time with the commanders, but 12 on 2, or 7, depending on how you counted it, was not great odds when Remy was a ranged fighter. The bodyguards were monarchs, though. That should make enough of a difference, Tessa hoped. Thor was itching to charge into battle, and she could feel the will of her goddess flowing through her. The will of the red dragon wanted a war, and there was one waiting for them only a few hundred meters away. Or at least they would get to enjoy a small sample of the ongoing war at the borders right here in their own backyard. That was close enough for the war goddess. Karl equipped the Haint Claw as gauntlets on his hands, and then drew his sword. The monarch-rank giants smiled at the sight, not realizing the hell that was waiting for them, and increased their charging speed to take out Karl before they dealt with the others. Karl pushed his speed as much as he could manage, testing the limits of the enhancements that he had gotten from the new class, and the bonus he received from each of his pets. With disintegration on his sword, Karl lashed out at the largest of the monarch rank giants, internally wincing at the sound of his blade breaking the sound barrier. He either needed to stop doing that or invest in some earplugs. It had been the same thing when Lifa fought the Emperor, a cacophony of violence that could be heard for dozens of kilometers. The giant was unprepared for that sort of speed, and hastily erected a guard barrier to defend itself. But the skill didn't hold, and the lingering remains of disintegration, along with the ghostly trail from the hanked claw, were still in effect as the blade pierced the giant's throat. Karl jumped to stop his momentum by kicking off the monarch, and managed an almost smooth backflip to land on his feet. Not bad. 8 out of 10. You need to work on your form. Remy congratulated him. However, the giant wasn't dead. At least not yet. But it was bleeding heavily from the neck, and a stream of pale green energy was being ripped from its body as it struggled. The other monarch saw this and came to the rescue, but the trio of bodyguards intercepted it, while Remy threw chain lightning to slow the royals until Karl's Lamia bodyguards could cut off their advance. It took Karl a moment to realize what had happened to the wounded giant as he was evading the strikes of its enraged companion, but when the stricken monarch began to have seizures, he finally understood. The blow had come so close to killing the target that the hanked claw had grabbed a hold on the giant's soul and was forcibly ripping it from his body with lingering psychic damage. Karl parried with his full force, and both blades rebounded away, nearly putting the tip of his blade in the dirt as the giant's chest was exposed. The monarch twirled away from Karl's counterattack, but immediately found itself falling. A Naga warrior had taken advantage and wrapped its legs with its muscular lower body, and once the giant was face down on the ground, the warrior went wild, attacking with all 4 arms and blades coated in tsunami water magic. Crude, but brutally effective. That left Karl and the warrior free to engage the royals, as the first monarch struggled for its life while fending off one of Remy's bodyguards from a kneeling position. The increased speed was an unfair advantage, and while the giants had no problem keeping up with Karl's running speed, his hand speed was far too high for them to effectively counter. However, after only a dozen strikes on his way through the crowd, his arms were getting sore. There was an imbalance in his stats. He could move faster than his body could currently sustain. Human bodies were not beast bodies, and despite all the enhancements, he was actually dealing a significant amount of damage to himself, which was being negated by void body. That was going to have to change. Once they got out of here, or at least found time to go through their loot, he needed something that was going to increase his durability. Even if it was a workout routine and not a magical item. It was either that or he would have to hold back in combat to avoid injuring himself, and the amount he would have to hold back would increase with every beast that advanced. Worse, if it didn't work, he would have to change his role from frontline fighter to ranged support. The Lamia moved to Karl's flank as the royals double-teamed all 3 of them. That shouldn't be right, there weren't that many royals in the group. Then Karl noticed that once the monarchs were both dead, Remy had taken her trio of bodyguards into the flank of the commanders to set up a combination of blizzard and hellstorm. The defenders were in combat now, and Hawk had just arrived, striking at the back of the force with a wall of hellstorm vortexes that were moving forward at a walking pace, while Dana's golems attacked the survivors, and she assisted Hawk in raining attacks down on the giants. Being attacked from 3 sides was not in their plan, and despite the giants outnumbering the defenders by an overwhelming margin, they were unsure what side to send reinforcements to. With that being the case, Karl held back against the royal rank giants, testing the limits of his physical durability compared to his maximum strength. It was fast enough that the giants could only haphazardly parry, and took indirect hits from most of his attacks, a distinct advantage on Karl's part, as they were forced fully onto the defensive. The bodyguards appeared to have gotten faster as well, but Karl couldn't be certain, as he hadn't spent much time actually watching them fight. "Prince Karl, the reinforcements are here," a satyr runner shouted from a few dozen meters behind him. "Have them join the main force and push the enemy back into the flaming vortexes." Karl shouted back. The goat-legged demon ran off to relay the message, while the royal rank giants rallied into a circular formation, where each of them would have a helper to cover their blind spots and defend against tricky attacks. There were still 5 of them to Karl's trio of attackers, who now had them surrounded. Karl was about to move in for the kill, aiming to cut through one giant and attack the others from behind, when a portal opened, and the giants, including the dead, turned incorporeal. Then, they vanished, and the portal closed. All that they had left was a lot of scorched grass and blood, plus one monarch rank body. The unfortunate giant whose soul had been siphoned by the Hank Claw had not been recovered with the rest of their force. Remy tossed the body into Ray's space for later, then took stock of her bodyguards. They were a little beat up looking, but with trollish regeneration and eternal lightning, their bodies were still solid. Then they refreshed their armor spells, and they were back to pristine appearance. Resounding victory. Is it lunchtime yet? What portion of them do you think that we killed before they ran away? Colonel Liu asked as the defenders were catching their breath and preparing for the next attack. Karl shrugged. At least a third, but I don't think that it matters because they took the bodies back. They will most likely resurrect them right away, and then they will have suffered no losses. The Minotaur sighed. Whereas our losses are permanent, so they're running a campaign of attrition. Karl gestured behind them. Who said ours are permanent? We have Lotus, High Priestess of the Nature God, and a healing specialist, here with us today. It looks like she started with the strongest of the fallen, and then the cutest. She might not be able to save them all before she is exhausted, but with 2 dragon god clerics here, we shouldn't have too many casualties. They had many wounded fighters. Almost all of them had some level of injury after the battle, but about half of their force had been heavily injured and were slowly moving around, getting used to the feeling of their limbs again. It was a measure to prevent lingering mental trauma that would reduce healing effectiveness in the future, an accelerated version of rehab to remind the body that it was healing properly. At least there are more reinforcements incoming now that the first group is out of the trial. Tessa noted as she rode up beside Karl on Thor's back. Karl looked back in the direction she was pointing and saw an entire army regiment coming out to surround the ruins. Dozens of white-robed clerics, nearly 1,000 soldiers, and a full artillery battery had arrived so far, on top of hundreds more soldiers from Nubon, and 1 adult blue dragon. We should likely go speak to the dragon before they have to come here. Blue dragons love knowledge more than anything, and if we give it to them, they will like us by extension. Karl suggested. Tessa smirked at him. Is that your plan to gaslight the clergy? Just play to their aspect. Hey, I brought you a whole battle with the world's best charger to ride, didn't I? I think I'm doing all right. Tessa rolled her eyes. You provided this lovely charger, but I don't think that you can take credit for the whole battle. The giants were coming whether we were here or not. The not Dana mages are coming back. Hawk updated as Karl prepared a good reason why he should get credit. Oh, there are spellblades incoming as well. We should prepare to welcome them. Karl announced, changing the topic while letting Tessa know what was happening. What direction? I will go update them on the situation so that there aren't any conflicts between allies today. Tessa asked. Under Hawk. He's circling them now and preparing to land. The Minotaur wondered how that was going to help with the stated goal of not starting a fight between allies, as the gigantic Ghostfire Thunderbird was not a comforting sight to strangers. Thor rushed off to greet the people, which would give him time to socialize while Tessa explained the situation. Of course, Dana was on Hawk's back, and she knew most of it already, but that didn't sound like nearly as much fun as going over himself. Why would they appear all the way over there instead of being here with the rest of the reinforcements? Colonel Lu asked as the group came back into sight. They were likely sent from their clan compound or another mission, so they didn't want to appear right on top of someone in an already chaotic situation. They're only a 5-minute walk away. Karl replied with a shrug. The royal rank Minotaur decided to leave it alone. He knew that the one who had found them was Hawk, so the rapid response was perfectly reasonable, and there were more forces expected from both sides, as they would be sending as many people as possible to take the trial and attempt to awaken system functions before the orb ran out of energy or the ruins vanished again. That was what usually happened with these things, and why they couldn't just get along and peacefully use the resources that appeared. There were too many factions with too many people who all wanted or needed that power. Whether it was for survival, political gain, or like the Blue Dragons, just because they didn't already know. Karl and the colonel waited with a few other officers as the Spellblades approached. The uniforms were simple, so nobody would have known which nation they represented without the introduction, so sending out someone to greet them and verify their identity was actually a good idea, no matter how redundant it seemed. Corbin nodded at Karl as he approached, then at the Minotaur and the Satyr Runner who was waiting behind them. I am Prince Corbin, of the Golden Dragon Nation. You can just call me Corbin. My people will be on guard here until the incident has ended. He explained. Not headed in to gain the power of the orb? Colonel Lu asked. We have been paid handsomely for others to get that opportunity. Our instructions are that it is likely to be usage limited, so we are to prioritize not letting unauthorized users in. Should we be expecting anyone else? The Minotaur asked. Orcs. There is a group of orcs headed this way. My instructions are that the nomads are considered part of the Nubon delegation, but I am aware that your people have had some issues with them in the past. So, we will have Prince Karl escort them in if they do choose to come here. Corbin explained. I saw them in the distance, and Dana told him. Hawk explained. I understand. Though, the thought of orcs with a system is a frightening one. I had expected that such an honor would be reserved for more civilized factions. Colonel Lu grumbled. A lineup was already forming around the orb, as it appeared to have reached its usage capacity. That would likely drain it much faster than anyone would prefer, but Corbin had already received a message by portal describing the situation. The content of a magical message was easily intercepted by the totems, but a small portal to drop a physical letter would not be noticed. His excuse was a good one. The Spellblades were a powerful faction, but they were willing to be paid for their work and pass up other opportunities. So, the Minotaur and the other Nubon officers wouldn't question why they weren't trying to barge to the front of the line. The Spellblades weren't the only ones that had been sent here. The military regiment was only the start, as they were not expected to be system compatible. The government was assembling elites who had been out on missions to come to the orb as soon as possible, and Karl could hear the military commander talking to someone on the radio about the next expected arrivals. Both nations had more people coming, but the Blue Dragon was beginning to look impatient. I will see you all in a few minutes. I need to go greet our draconic visitor and make a good impression before they start reading everyone's minds. It was a male blue dragon, so at least they didn't need to worry about Thor hitting on this one. But if the dragon started searching for information directly from everyone's mind, they were going to find countless things that Karl would rather they did not. Greetings, Prince Karl. I am Librarian Gareth. The dragon greeted him as Karl approached. Welcome, Librarian. It's a pleasure to meet you. I presume that you have a number of questions about the inner workings of the orb, as well as the many historical events that the visitors have seen. Karl replied. Indeed. The historical events that I have heard so far have added many pages to the history book, and there are so many more to go through. But it is the advancement opportunities and how they might function that is of the greatest interest to me. So much about the system is unknown to us now. Well, I can describe how it went for me. After I entered, there was a group of mannequins, or illusions. They all looked like me, but in slightly different armor, with different weapons. When I used the system interface to look at them, I could see the different class names, and a few minor details about them, like the starting details, or a theme for the class. The dragon had heard all of that before, and it wasn't all that interested in hearing it again, so Karl added some juicy details to bring its attention back. However, I had a number of skill points, and one more skill from my existing class that I wanted to add. There was a skill called Rampage, a passive skill that adds damage to my strikes every time I hit the same target. A bit like stacking damage over time effects, but I have to keep hitting them for it to take effect. Or, if I could poison them, I suppose that would work as well. But the part that actually applies to this situation is that when I learned the skill, it gave me another option. That got his attention. Adding a skill gave you a new option. Perhaps it was the combination with the other skills you already knew. There has long been a theory that the progression of elites was individualized, and that not every person with a certain class would get the chance at the same advancements. But to hear that it could be directly related to the skills that they had mastered is wonderful news. Karl nodded. If I happen to return to see Orthos at the Beast God Temple, I will be sure to train some of the children there in new skills. Then, when they grow up, you can study them and see what paths they follow. The dragon's massive blue head turned to look off into the distance. This wouldn't have anything to do with the Naga Queen and the Nature Priestess wanting more time with the pups and whelps of the Beast Nation, would it? Karl gave him his best fake innocent smile and the dragon laughed. I will consider extending an invitation at some point in the future. Orthos has enough on his hands right now without bringing others to cause chaos. But your people will get to see the pups again. We are sending many acolytes here before the orb deactivates, so they can try to gain access to the system. Karl nodded in agreement. That sounds good. We will look out for the children and keep away any attackers. The faster that we get through the advancement of the defense groups, the more secure the area will be. However, I do expect that we will face attack by either the giants or one of the other nations soon. If experience has taught me anything, it's that nothing on this continent remains a secret once more than two people know of it. With that in mind, most of the continent will know about the situation by tomorrow. I will leave you to it then. Please send your people by individually, and we can finish the debriefings. I will be providing a copy to the Capital Cathedral's library, as well as to Orthos at the Beast God Temple, as per our agreement on information sharing. Karl nodded. One last thing before I go. Which location do you call home? The dragon gave him a toothy grin. Neither. I am from Witten Temple. When there is new knowledge of this level, the blue dragons hold a lottery to see who gets to go. Karl walked away and sent Tessa over to give her report next. If there were children coming, her and Lotus would likely want to be nearby. The red dragon prioritized protecting children during battle, and the green dragon loved all creatures, so it was a duty that neither would have any problems with. That left just the waiting for things to go wrong part of the day. They were slowly getting more soldiers and monsters back to the defensive lines around the ruins, but there was still a long line of them waiting to use the orb, and most of the ones who had success were too giddy with joy to actually pay attention to anything. Thankfully, they had Hawk overhead, and he could keep watch for approaching threats. But if there was one, Karl wasn't sure he would be able to get anyone's attention in time to have them actually respond. The tension held on long enough that the defenders were beginning to relax. Almost all of them had completed their attempt to activate a system interface, and another round of candidates was being brought in. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. These ones were mostly youngsters from the Divine Beast and Newborn Empires, while the Golden Dragon Nation was holding off, due to fears of overcrowding. But for Karl, Librarian Gareth, and a few others with good intuition or a lot of combat sense, the quiet was unnerving. The children who were waiting their turn had been moved to the former slums of the town, where no ruins survived, and Rae had built a maze of stone walls and pillars for them to play tag in. The clerics were all sitting on the walls, keeping guard and watching for injuries, while the soldiers finished their turn. Bring them out 10 at a time. That should be a smooth enough pace that they won't have to wait now that the line is gone. Gareth directed, using the advantage of his enormous size to simply swing his head over to the clerics. All right, the next 10 who are it and tag someone come to High Priestess Tessa at the entrance. She will lead you to the trial while everyone else plays. Then you can return afterward. One of the beast clerics instructed. That brought an increased energy level to the game, as everyone either wanted to go to the trial or play as long as possible before they had to work. The children formed an orderly line to the orb, expertly shepherded by the clerics, and Karl turned his attention to the distant horizon, scanning for danger. There, I found it. 50 meters from the edge of town, a giant-sized portal is about to open. Hawk announced. Incoming portal. Karl shouted, with a gesture toward the portal, which would be under 100 meters from him. Both Karl and Remy called their bodyguards in front of the portal location, and the attack began. But not how Karl had expected it. A barrage of spells crashed into their barriers, and an armed unit of human soldiers in shining red plate armor flew through, attacking everything that they saw. Artillery. Someone shouted from the Golden Dragon Nation lines. That triggered a barrage of anti-aircraft guns and artillery rounds, which were aimed through the portal to delay the reinforcements. 3 of the commanders broke off and targeted Dana, who was nearby, but behind the lines. Then the others focused their attacks on the Spellblades and the soldiers from Nubon. Thor put up a barrier around the orb, protecting the children, while Tessa took her spot on his back. The attackers could move through the air, but like Dana they had to run on air, and that meant it was more efficient for them to fight on the ground, surrounded by larger enemies where they couldn't be focused on with multiple attacks. For the first few seconds, they appeared to be ignoring Karl. Then a Monarch rank mage came through the portal just as Karl fired a disintegration-coated arrow through the opening. The mystical bolt hit his shield and shattered it in a single strike, drawing his attention and blood from his cheek. Oh, he took that one personally. If he didn't want to be embarrassed, he should have put more effort into his defenses. Remy laughed. You damnable beast. I will put you in your place today. The mage shouted. Karl took out the Hank claw and let it form on his left hand, while he wielded the Sword of Champions in his right. In my place. Don't be ridiculous. Your mother's bedroom is nowhere near here. But you can still call me Daddy if you like. Karl's shouted reply made a good portion of the Golden Dragon Nation soldiers burst out laughing, while the Nubon soldiers began to make crude jokes about the inexhaustible stamina of a rock troll. The mage dove at Karl, who sent a barrage of rend attacks at him. Each was hardly commander rank, but Karl sent dozens of them, 5 at a time. The mage laughed as he decided that was all the ranged attack power that Karl had. Trolls, as he assumed Karl was, were close combatants. And the mage had no intentions of getting close enough to be hit with that sword. He only needed to be close enough that his attacks couldn't be parried. The Rampage skill caused an increasing damage buff with every hit, but Karl kept reducing the power he was putting into his strikes to keep the final effect the same and conserve energy. He could feel the bonuses from Pack Tactics and Bestial Champion taking effect as his pack came under attack, and had to cut the damage back even more to lull the mage into complacency as he approached. It had only been 5 seconds, but Karl had sent nearly 100 rend attacks at his barrier, all at the lower end of commander rank. The mage was beginning to sweat with exertion from maintaining the defense, and Karl could see that he was going to go for the kill as soon as he thought he was too close for Karl to avoid the attack. 10 meters, that was the distance he chose. Unfortunately for him, with Karl's increased speed and strength, that was melee range. The mithril blue blade of the Sword of Champions glinted in the light as Karl launched himself forward with a thrust, extending, disintegration, in front of his blade like a spear. The mage spun as the skill shattered his barrier, and Karl flicked his wrist, turning the thrust into a slash as disintegration missed its target. One armored arm fell to the ground as the mage howled in pain, then the air shattered as Karl's left fist came around, and the haint claw smashed into his opponent's face. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the mage crumpled to the ground, leaking ghostly green energy into the haint claw. A long bovine bellow echoed through the city, followed by the deep voice of a commander-rank Minotaur. First blood goes to Champion Karl. The voice must have echoed through the other side of the portal, as the incoming mages all turned in Karl's direction. There was one royal rank combatant with 10 commanders, a standard deployment, but Karl had no idea what nation had sent them. To Karl's left, he could see that Remy had transformed back into spirit snake form to protect Cara's neck and catch a ride, while Rae was tearing her way through the incoming mages at a truly ridiculous rate. The extra damage from the new class skills stacked with the damage increases she already had, and even the royal rank mages had a hard time taking more than 1 or 2 attacks. However, it was Ophelia that was surprising everyone. She had learned some sort of ground slam ability that either increased gravity or negated flight magic, and when she used it, dozens of mages fell from the sky. Once they were on the ground, or close to it, the 7-meter-tall dire bear simply mauled them. Angry Bear is funny. Look how she chases after the terrified Not Dana mages. Hawk laughed. Kind of busy right now. Make sure that nobody manages to hurt her. The mages weren't giving up as easily as Karl had expected. They had built a barrier around the portal that was withstanding the artillery barrage, and while Karl and Ophelia terrified them, the mages were not hesitating to engage with the monsters of the Nuban army. More of them were pouring through the portal by the second to establish the beachhead outside the city. Thor, how are things going there? The faster the kids get finished, the faster they can be relocated to somewhere safe. Karl asked. Most are inside right now. Tessa has the others calm, and they're waiting for the last few soldiers to come out. That was as good as they could hope for. As long as the defenders could keep the invading force away from the orb until the kids could finish and be extracted from the combat zone, it should all be fine. They were mostly awakened and ascended rank magical beasts or monsters. Most of them were only half-grown, and they wouldn't have done more than the very basics of combat training so far. Karl faced off with the mages who had come to challenge him and considered his options. Hellstorm wouldn't work, as he didn't have the control to keep the vortexes in midair. Remy already had a thunderstorm going, but the mages all had barriers, so it wasn't taking them out until they were already heavily injured. The question was what was the fastest way to achieve that. Karl decided to start with the classic crowd control skill. Chain lightning. The bolt came out ethereal blue from his left hand, and arced to 10 more targets, shattering commander-rank barriers and knocking mages out of the sky. They didn't have a chance against the skill, and Karl simply continued to channel it, allowing the damage to stack and the lightning to function as a magical stun baton. The leaders of the attack squad realized that within seconds and began erecting a barrier to block the lightning before it could hit and arc. That let some of the mages get to their feet and make a shaky retreat back to the safety of the portal. It wasn't like Karl had something in particular against these mages from one of the other human nations. But that didn't mean that he was going to give up an opportunity for his people without negotiation. If they had sent someone powerful, the leaders would have sorted it out between them. The fact that they hadn't implied that they were either too weak of a faction for it, or they wanted it to be solved this way. With their shield isolating them from Karl, the mages retreated. The same was happening on the other side of the battlefield, where they were facing Ophelia, and the battle was quickly turning into a rout. Hawk and Dana were raining spells down on the barrier defending the portal, but it didn't appear to be faltering at all. There was most likely a powerhouse on the other side keeping it active, though it was only at the royal rank. If they couldn't exhaust the power behind that barrier, they would be unable to do any more than hold the battle to a stalemate. The kids are all done. Tessa is moving them to Ray's stone maze, and I will keep them all protected. Excellent news. Thank you, Thor. While Thor prepared to protect the kids, Karl steadied the barrier that was erected between them and the portal. He had enough power that he could shatter it with one strike of them all, but it was definitely being fed power from the other side of the portal. If he broke it, he could get through, but it would be back up in under a second, and that would be troublesome for him. Trapped inside a barrier full of enemies, with a portal to their home base, was a terrible idea, even by his standard of bad ideas. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't mess with them at least a little bit. Karl put away his sword and took out the maul to stack disintegration on it. The first swing of the maul shattered a hole in the barrier, through which Karl hurled chain lightning into the startled mages. Off to his right, Cara was torturing the mages in a different way. She had blocked a group of them from retreating, and she was just repeatedly casting nullify every time they tried to cast a spell to get around her. On foot, they weren't fast enough to get around her, and she wouldn't let them use magic, but without using skills, they couldn't harm her either. She was having a great time, and every mage that saw it was absolutely terrified, so it was a win on both fronts. Cara knocked them all over once more, and then sent Karl a mental message. Tell them to stay put. They are my prisoners now. What are you going to do with prisoners? Karl asked. I don't know. Poke them with a stick maybe. They're funny when they're frustrated. Karl laughed and walked towards where she was pummeling a mage's face in the dirt before flying off to recapture another one who had made a run for the barrier. Gentlemen, I believe you have found yourselves prisoners of a void badger. If you will kindly stop resisting and trying to run away, she can stop beating you, he announced. The closest mage cursed and tried to throw a skill at Karl, but at the end of his sword-swinging gesture, nothing happened. Cara had nullified his skill. It seems that you are slow learners. You can either sit here and behave, or I can stun you into submission. Which would you prefer? The mages put away their blades and sat down on the grass, while their comrades only a dozen meters away watched with concern. Now, my lovely associate here just wants to poke you with a stick to see what noises you make, but I have a few questions. First, what nation are you from? Second, what will it take to make you go away? This matter has been settled between the totems. It is not up for discussion or such impolite attempts at poaching. The mages gritted their teeth, unwilling to provide him any information that he didn't already have. They're from Baria. The Dana mage recognized a token on a body I collected. Hawk informed him. Fine, I will start the question and answer period for you. You were sent here by Baria to try to gain the benefits of the relic. That much is plainly obvious. We can skip those basic details, and I don't care what faction, clan, or spellblade sect you were hired from. So, we can skip straight to the important part. What will it take to make you go away? Will your people leave voluntarily? Should I call for a couple of overlords to come here and flex their might? What's your directive on retreat? The mages that were caught outside didn't want to say anything at all, so Karl simply stepped over and smashed a hole in the barrier, through which he cast another chain lightning. The retaliation was half-hearted, only a dozen commander-rank fireballs that were crushed to nothingness by flaming body. Am I being unclear? I am being nice for now. Don't make me send a fist of monarch-rank mercenaries into your barrier with orders to kill anything that moves. Karl suggested. Fine, we can do this the hard way, then. Once Karl made his threat, a new spellblade came through the portal. He was monarch-ranked, and wearing the same black robes and shining red armor as the others, but with a gold-embroidered cloak hung over his shoulders and clasped with a gold chain studded with rubies. Who do you think that you are to threaten my people? He demanded. Prince Karl of the Golden Dragon Nation. And from what I can tell, I personally command more monarch rank combat power than your clan does, so I am asking you politely to take them and go home. If you want a piece of the action here after this pathetic attempt at poaching, you need to ask the Archbishop or one of his people." The mage paused, considering his response before this situation got even more out of hand. Spellblades trained to fight above their rank and were considered an elite force all over the continent. The elites, on the other hand, were a new force without a lot of the respect that the Spellblades had earned over the centuries, but some of them had unique classes that were more than a match for anything else at their level. The clan leader knew the stories of some of the other elites who had achieved things that were considered conventionally impossible. But that didn't mean he would back down from a challenge, at least not just on the off chance that this particular one was capable of such remarkable feats. "And if I say that my people aren't leaving?" the Spellblade replied. Karl called the 2 Lamia bodyguards, and the mage paled. Monarch-ranked intelligent summons were far more dangerous than a conventional golem, and these had immediately created their own monarch-ranked barriers. Karl smiled. "As I said to your men, we can do this the hard way. I was only extending a measure of courtesy to you." The pair faced off across the barrier around the attacking clan, who were all looking haggard and exhausted from the effort of holding the barrier against the constant artillery barrage. The artillery and Hawk, Karl mentally amended, as Hawk was taking full advantage of his evolution to Ghostfire Thunderbird to sit on top of the barrier and let his flames drain the defender's energy without having to do anything himself. It was a brilliant move, and as soon as the barrier cracked, Dana could cast her golems inside. With the barrier up, you couldn't cast spells from the outside in. But every time Karl cracked the barrier with his maul, it was possible for the next second or so. At least spells that didn't try to move through the solid parts of the barrier. Remy came over with her trio of bodyguards, reminding the mage that if they pushed, the defenders could get inside the barrier and wipe out the Spellblade clan in a matter of minutes now that they were tired and low on mana. "Release my people, and we will retreat for today." The clan leader relented. "That should be fine. The energy of the relic won't last much longer. Cara, if you would kindly send the Spellblades back to their bubble." Karl agreed. Cara mentally cheered as Remy passed her a large stick out of her space, allowing the Void Badger to poke and herd the mages, who she was still preventing from using any spells. There was no particular reason to make them walk the rest of the way to the barrier, but Cara wasn't willing to give up her game yet. The clan leader turned and walked back through the portal to his home sect, and the others quickly followed, leaving an empty barrier for half a second after the portal vanished. Ophelia came over to where Karl was standing, and Hawk circled down to land nearby, now that his perch was gone. "What did they say? Are they giving up?" Ophelia asked. "For the day, at least. They might not be back, but someone else will, and likely with a larger force, now that they know that this one failed. Well, there are more reinforcements coming now, so we will be able to relax a little and let the new arrivals take over for us." Karl replied with a sigh. The others all laughed as Karl finished his speech. There was no way that the next group to invade them wasn't going to expect an overpowered royal rank elite and a 7-meter-tall dire bear to be part of the force. Ophelia took a small notebook out of her inventory, which looked ridiculous in her werebare hands. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Get some rest. I am taking wagers on when the next group arrives. Closest to the time wins the pool." She was about to continue when energy surged in the air, only a few meters from where she was standing. "Let me amend that. I will take wagers on the one after this because that was too fast to even get our bets in." The soldiers from both nations began to laugh at the absurdity of it all. They were still recovering from the last battle, and there was another portal already opening in front of them. The others retreated, leaving Karl at the front, with Cara standing on his left side like a guard badger. She now nearly reached his hip, and was thicker in the body than any dog Karl had ever seen. She had to be close to 70 kilograms of pure muscle, but when Karl extended his fingers and gave her back a rub, the skin still shook loosely, in the odd way that void badger's fur did. You could pick them up by the excess skin, and they wouldn't feel anything other than a gentle massage. In fact, Cara had considered picking fights a few times just to get someone to properly massage her, but had given up the notion when she realized she could just ask Remy and Rae. In front of them, a royal rank mage in ornate armor stepped through the portal with a barrier around himself, then stopped and addressed the defenders proudly. The Staptonbia Tower would like to negotiate for access to this relic, he declared. Everyone turned to Karl, and he realized that his positioning had nominated him as the official spokesperson for the defenders. The newborn army was happy to let him deal with the humans, who were notoriously rude to monsters, as most of the newborn army still didn't believe that he was actually a human, despite his allegiance. His own allies were happy to let him, simply because he was the strongest one here. It was either him or Corbin, and Corbin was more interested in looking after his spellblades. Karl nodded in response. All right. I think we all know the routine. The relic allows 10 people to attempt to use it at once. There are no known rank limits, but the benefits are greatest for those who have at least one specialty skill and time to grow. He agreed. The mage nodded and held out a small metal box. Karl flipped the lid open and saw a potion inside. He couldn't identify it at first, even with the system interface, but Remy did. It's not finished. They think it is, but they're just humans. If we add a powdered earth stone to that, it will be good stuff. Karl closed the lid and took the box. Pick your 10. I will guarantee their safety while they are here. The mage looked relieved that his offering had been enough. He didn't know quite what the relic did yet, but it was an opportunity for 10 people, so some would have demanded an exorbitant price for it. Most of the duels for access were a result of a price too high for the challenger to easily afford, though Karl didn't know that and thought it was just a matter of ego. Karl gave the box to Remy, who began grinding a monarch-rank earth stone that she had pilfered from the Cyclops invasion. This will be such a good thing. We can't feed it to Rae, though. She's already a bit too earth element. So either we can feed it to Thor, or sell it and get something holy for him, she suggested as she worked. More earth shields. Rae already does earth shields, Thor complained, feeling slighted with a duplicate ability. No, this is what my book calls an exuberant vitality potion. Well, before I added the earth stone to it. Now it just says that it is good for you. It's more health and plant-based, and less dirt, Remy explained. Thor thought about it for a second. So, you're saying it might be better to feed it to the lotus? Remy considered that. She might explode if we give her any more energy. She's been playing with children for over an hour, and she's not tired yet. The Spellblade brought through 10 teenage acolytes from his clan, all at the ascended to commander rank bottleneck. The system interface said that they were all classically trained mages, so if they were compatible, they would be getting classes today. That might eliminate some of the bottlenecks for them and let them advance. Getting to commander was difficult, but getting past it was considered nearly impossible. So, for a faction that sent a royal as their champion, it was better to get more commanders than to take risks trying to get another royal. Ophelia stepped up beside Karl and motioned for the young ones to follow her. Protocol said that Karl would remain here with the other leader, and someone should bring them food while they waited. Karl waved his hand, activating Earth Shield, and created a crude set of stone chairs and a table. Why don't we sit and wait? There are some conditions to access, so it takes a few minutes for most, he offered. The mage smiled and sat on the chair, subtly activating a barrier underneath himself in case Karl tried to use the skill to attack. Rae transformed into a human again and stepped out of her space with a plate full of roasted pork and berries. Sorry for the lack of cookies, I hope this suits your taste. She greeted them. The mage did a double take as he saw her and couldn't immediately identify her species, other than that she was a royal rank beast and had managed to sneak up on him. "Thank you, Rae. I have some in my inventory." Karl took a small package of travel biscuits that the elves had provided for him and placed them on the tray. He had close to 50 kilos of the biscuits, and they didn't often eat them, so this was a great chance to bring them out. "Are those elven travel biscuits and royal rank giant boar meat? You have extravagant tastes, my friend." The mage stammered. "Far from it. The giant boars appeared in an anomaly spawn not long ago, so I have an abundance, and the elven biscuits are something of a unique snack option that I reserve for special occasions. Like finding someone who likes to eat bread." Hawk noted. "Rae, tell your Lotus to make more of those fried rice ball snacks with the red bean paste in the middle. I like those." Remy added helpfully. Rae agreed. She liked the rice balls, and wondered what this mouth made them taste like, so she shadow-stepped to where Tessa was standing to inform her of their dinner order. "By the gods, that is terrifying," the mage muttered. Karl laughed. "She has a knack for terrifying people, and she has mastered using her movement skills without a power surge, so she just kind of vanishes. I take it that she's more friendly than she looks." The mage chuckled. "Not really. But she doesn't like being in the sunshine, so she's unlikely to start murdering people in the middle of the afternoon." All of the beasts laughed in Karl's mind as Rae nodded in agreement, both mentally and in person, which confused Tessa, who had to try to decipher what body language was intended for her and what was for someone else. Rae was not yet used to keeping her body language for the person in front of her, as for so long, she had only been able to speak to Karl and the other beasts, who could all hear her thoughts. "What did you say her name was?" the mage asked. "That is the Lady Rae, Princess of the Bloodbath Spiders." The mage went even more pale than he had been when Rae vanished. "I see. So, she's using a transformation spell, then." She obtained one from Bedhoek Fortress, and she's working on mastering the skill so she can transform on her own. It will be a great victory for her mobility if she can access human-scaled corridors. Karl agreed. Many human fortresses were designed with ceilings just over 2 meters high and narrow hallways for exactly that reason. So that monsters couldn't run wild inside the fortress, even if they managed to enter. A royal rank beast loose in the hallways was the last thing that they wanted, and the most powerful beasts were far larger than humans. "Is it possible for a beast to learn a skill like that?" the mage asked. "With the right motivation, it is. Lady Rae even learned how to summon golems with a little assistance. She's become quite the versatile hunter. Karl is learning our ways." The mage is terrified. Rae laughed. "I knew he would catch on eventually. We should have brought Thor over so he could see how much a lightning Sarrow could advance. His mind would be blown." Remy agreed as she finished her concoction. "There we go. Now, we can either feed it to Thor and see what happens, or wait until we're bored and then feed it to Thor and see what happens." Thor chuckled. "Those are the same options. You're bored right now." Within 5 minutes, all of the youngsters had managed to follow the instructions and enter the relic's separate space. Now all that was left was the waiting. Karl was just getting comfortable when another portal opened, and Rae used Shadow Step to go greet their visitors. "Ah, monster!" the woman on the other side of the portal screamed. No, Karl realized half a second later. That was a man with an exceptionally high-pitched screaming voice. Because the woman who stepped through looked disgusted with his cowardice. "Princess, are you the leader of this team? I have been set by the Staptanbia Tower to negotiate access to the relic," she announced. Rae smiled at her, a gleaming crescent of serrated teeth. "No, my Karl is the leader here. But I could have sworn that we already had your person here," Rae replied, confused by the way that the humans were using the same name twice. The woman gave her a perplexed look, then turned to where Karl and the royal rank mage were sitting. "What are you doing here, Joseph?" she demanded. "The same thing that you are. I paid for my students to access the relic," he replied with a smug smile. The woman glared at him, then held out a box. "I suppose that he also paid with one of these?" she asked, showing Rae a potion identical to the first, except higher quality. "This one is better than the first one. I can give you a chance to try the relic along with your 10 tributes for that price," Rae offered. The leader of the first group of mages, Joseph, turned to Karl. "Can she do that?" "Normally, there are politics involved in which faction gets to make the decision," he whispered. "It's fine. We're in agreement on the price," Karl replied, dismissing the mage's concerns. The new mage woman turned over the box, which Rae tossed in her space for Remy to upgrade later. They had one ready to go, and now they could make another. That way, they could feed them to both Thor and Lotus to see what happened. All she needed was to find another monarch rank earth stone. Or a nature stone. It should work with a nature stone too. Assuming that she could find one. "I will check my swamp first. I might already have some," Remy noted. Rae was busy playing hostess, so Remy would get started on the work. "I have a royal rank nature stone. Is that good enough?" Remy asked after a few seconds. "Probably. I recall Hawk saying that humans can't absorb resources well, so you can't give them really good things. A monarch rank potion would be 2 full ranks above Lotus, and that might be too much for her to handle. Normally humans used potions at their own level to advance, not ones that were already above their rank, simply out of access issues. Any resource that they could use was usually consumed by the finder, or traded for one that they could use. So, there were no over-level resources available. The human nations simply weren't capable of keeping up with demand. The identify skill that Karl had gotten and passively shared with the team was practically a cheat code for Remy when she started to study potion making. She only had to see the combination that would be good for one of the team members and then try to make something that wouldn't kill a human. She had wanted to make a growth potion that would make Lotus taller, but one of the ingredients was her own venom. If it didn't work to make her taller, it would probably kill her. "You're really fine with a royal rank mage using the relic?" the woman asked. "Of course. But only on the condition that you give our friend librarian Gareth a full description of what happened inside. The blue dragons hate when they miss out on possibly useful information," Rae insisted. "Plus, it will be funny to find out what insults the system came up when we send another old woman in," she mentally added. The woman led her group in just as the first 10 came out, all within 30 seconds of each other. Once they were at the relic, and the blue dragon was debriefing the young mages coming out, Joseph finally gave in to temptation and asked Karl the question that was burning in his mind. "What are you expecting to happen that you are willing to risk a foreign royal advancing with the aid of the relic you're assigned to?" Karl laughed. "That relic won't immediately advance anyone. Your people will explain to you soon. But there is a sentience inside the relic, and it loves to insult people." Rae let her enter just so that she would be forced to describe the experience to the blue dragon. They can read minds, and they will know if she's lying or trying to hide anything. Trust me, you don't want to leave before she gets out, especially if you're rivals in the same sect. Joseph blinked slowly, then looked at Rae, who was very proud of her idea. "That's brilliant. Evil, but brilliant. Now, as I'm going to find out anyhow, what sort of relic is it?" he asked. "It gives the chance to awaken a system class if you are compatible, or view a historical video if you're not. But you see, the system was typically awakened during puberty. Your counterpart is significantly older than that, as is Colonel Lu, the royal rank Minotaur over there. It berated him the entire time that he was there, even though it gave him the reward. So, even if she is successful, we are expecting entertainment. Joseph chuckled as he waited for his acolytes to be returned to him after interrogation by the Blue Dragon. His nation also followed the dragon gods, though they didn't follow the Golden Dragon Church. But the actual religious faction didn't matter much when it came to showing respect for the dragons. Even the beast god followers were kind to the chromatic dragons, and most of the others on the continent followed suit out of common sense. After all, you never wanted to upset someone who might eat you. Once the first group of acolytes were finished with Librarian Gareth, they returned to Joseph and explained the situation to him in detail. All of them had managed to awaken the mage class, and while some had considered other options from the base classes, they had ultimately all chosen to go with the one they knew. As with the Spellblades under Prince Corbin, they had to worry about messing up their future by picking a class that was incompatible with the sect teachings. Unlike the Golden Dragon Nation, there was really only one path for most of the other nations, and that was the path of the combat or research mages. That was the only way that the humans could compete with the other species without technology, and the Golden Dragon Nation was the only one that had focused on technological development, thanks to their previous lack of mages. It was the largest human nation on the continent, but before the elite program began, it had only 3 Spellblade clans in the entire territory, when most capital cities and other human nations had at least 2, plus all the ones that were scattered through the countryside. Oh, Janice is out already, and she doesn't look happy. Joseph chuckled. She began stomping toward the portal with a glare on her face, but she was intercepted just outside the ruins by the massive body of Librarian Gareth, who hadn't gotten his part of the bargain yet. We had a deal. No leaving without telling me everything that happened inside. Janice sighed and gathered her thoughts, while the Blue Dragon smirked at her and read her mind. When I first entered, I was in a space with a cloned image of myself, where I was allowed to choose a class from the system. But it only gave me one option, Spellblade. She began. Did the system say anything? Give you an idea why you only got one option. Many of the young ones got a half-dozen choices, but only one of them could choose Spellblade. The dragon asked. The mage gave him an annoyed look, then sighed and mumbled something too low to be heard. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Gareth informed her. I said, it called me fat and lazy, then berated me for not awakening the system interface before now. I'm a researcher, for World Dragon's sake, when would have I awakened the system? Yet, it yelled at me for 5 straight minutes before it let me choose and leave. So, you selected the only option and left as soon as it let you? The dragon asked. That is correct. All right, that's all I needed to know. You can wait at the table if you like. There are refreshments. Karl created another chair so she could sit with them, and Janice eyed the tray of snacks with curiosity. Who provided these? What an odd grouping. She commented. That would be me. It was what I had available, but they go well together. There is tea as well. It's pretty good, a little minty. Karl informed her with a smile. The tea was a Remy creation, and it was technically boiled leaves, even if most of them came from medicinal herbs growing in her swamp. Janice sipped the tea, then did a double take. What did you put in this? Is this some sort of regional delicacy? Joseph laughed. It's an acquired taste. I like the devilment and spirit leaf grass combination, though. It goes well with the divine chamomile. Calming and refreshing at the same time. The female mage shook her head. What a waste using them for making tea. Such precious resources should be appreciated, not treated as a snack. Her counterpart chuckled and slid a bit of roast pork belly on an elven travel biscuit to make a sandwich. You need to get out of the library now and then. Have a sandwich and some berries. It will help your mood. Joseph popped a berry into Janice's mouth, and her eyes went wide in shock as she realized what he was feeding her. You bastard, I could have sold that. she gasped. Joseph put on an innocent expression while Karl laughed. There were literally thousands of those berries ripe in Remy's space right now, grown as a peace offering for Hawk when she irritated him with her inconsiderate use of water magic. Karl took out another handful and put them in her palms. There you go, plenty for later. They're good in cakes and muffins as well. I grow these at home, no need to be shy. Janice held the berries in her cupped hands and gave Karl the most confused look that the beasts had seen so far. It was like he had told her that he was actually a tricolor hydra who lived on the moon. She simply couldn't compute his words. But the berries were the same ones that came from Karl's balcony at the academy. Only these ones were commander rank resources, enhanced by the space they were grown in, and not just a bit of tasty junk food. In fact, the roast meat that they were enjoying had been seasoned with them and a few other plants from the beast spaces. Janice managed to get the berries into a pouch without spilling any, and finally managed to ask the important questions. Do you perhaps live in one of the protected sects of the Divine Beast Nation? Karl shook his head. I have a dorm at the Golden Divine Academy. Or at least I assume I still do, I haven't been there in a while. And you can grow resources like this there. That sounds, frankly, unbelievable. Karl winked at her. Trade secret. I can't go giving away all my horticultural knowledge. You don't know anything about horties or their culture, though. Rae reminded him. Horticulture is the knowledge of growing plants. Remy clarified for her older sister. Silly name for it. Karl tried his best to ignore them bickering and joking as the second batch of mages came out to meet with the dragon. This group had a special class with them, a magical knight. That should still be compatible with the rest of the spellblades, and it was an advanced class, so it had powers in the skill tree that should be superior to many of the basic ones that the regular mage class got. Well, it looks like you got your money's worth. I do hope that you enjoy your evening. Karl informed the two group leaders, then stood to shake their hands and send them on their way. We certainly did. Our money's worth and more. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Prince Karl and Lady Rae. Rae bowed politely, delighted that they had thanked her directly, and not through Karl. She could get used to this form if people were going to be so nice. Then POOF, giant spider. Cara laughed. Precisely. They'll never see it coming. That was just diabolical. Rae's humanoid form already terrified people and made it far too easy for her to sneak up on them. If she started just changing back into a spider right behind people, she was going to give someone a heart attack. Or make them soil themselves. Pick your targets wisely, sister. We all have sensitive noses. Thor added. For a few minutes, the ruins were quiet as the last of the trial takers left. Then a portal opened back to Bruce's temple, and one of the clerics came through to take the children of the Divine Beast Nation home. She waved at Remy from across the ruins, then began the task of making sure nobody forgot anything, so they could be returned home in one trip. Then a portal opened and Council Head Arnold, the troll that led the Newborn Council, came through. Merchant Karl, I have come to collect the kids. Thank you for your efforts so far. He greeted them. Not a problem at all. I was asked to remain here for the time being, and I couldn't really refuse. Is there anything entertaining coming up in the next few minutes? I could put off my return. Arnold suggested. It's hard to tell, really. We're mostly waiting on the next group to come challenge for the relic, or more reinforcements to be sent to take over from us and have their turn. It doesn't show any signs of instability yet. Karl replied. The troll nodded. You've likely got a full 24 hours worth of access. As powerful as that one is, I can't see it lasting longer than that. But until then, you're going to have an interesting day. But before I go, tell me something. Did you get a new benefit from the relic? Karl nodded. I got a most curious new class. It only has 3 skills available right now, and they're all insanely expensive. I will have to work hard to see the true benefits. The blue dragon turned to the troll. Do you know the Beastmaster? How was his strength before? I don't have a frame of reference for what he was at before and after encountering the relic. Arnold just shrugged. You would have to ask Overlord Leafa, but she's confined to the fort on security detail for the time being. She was the one who saw him in combat. If you wish to visit, just send a message and we will welcome you. Librarian Gareth nodded his massive head. I believe that I will. This relic is absolutely fascinating, and the potential growth of the ones who have benefited from it is astounding. I suspect that many of them are hiding the extent of the skills that they could use so that they can advance in private, but that is normal. Even the mighty predators return to their den when they want to advance. Ophelia poked Karl in the back, and he made a face at her. Come on, we know you're holding out. Just give the potion to Lotus if you don't want to give away Thor's advancement. She whispered. All right, I know exactly how to do this. Karl whispered back. Hey Lotus. Sister Remy made you a new type of juice. Karl shouted over to where the clerics were gathered. That brought the nature cleric running, and Karl took the potion out of Remy's space. She says you're supposed to drink it in one shot. Karl explained. Thank you so much, Remy. I wonder what it tastes like. What kinds of juice do Naga even like? Lotus wondered, while everyone else stared at the glowing neon green potion in her hand. Lotus sniffed it once, then tipped it to her lips and sipped a little. Her eyes widened in excitement, and she began to gulp down the potion like it actually was a glass of juice. Then the cleric began to glow the same green as the potion, then rise into the air, suspended by a pair of vines under her feet. The vines wrapped around her, until Lotus was nearly engulfed in them. She looked a bit like a tree stump with a head on top, but she was radiating healing magic. Then, branches and leaves began to grow from the vines, and she really looked like a tree that was slowly moving around the open area around the ruins. The tree was giving off an area healing aura that was far stronger than any that Lotus had used in the past, and it was hard to tell if she had advanced, or if the potion had brought her right to the bottleneck of royal rank. I love this new skill. There are birds in my branches. Lotus giggled. The birds were part of the skill, and could be dispatched to heal people by flying into them and turning into healing energy. But the visual effect was perfect for a nature cleric. Tree of Life is the name of the skill that the potion gave me. To think that the Spellblades gave us such a good thing to access the relic. She gave a twirl in tree form, shaking her branches and sending gold dust scattering to the ground, where it healed any lingering wounds on those nearby. Librarian Gareth chuckled. Little cleric, they didn't give you something that good. They gave you a decent enhancement potion, but not one that would grant an epic-grade healing transformation spell. That must be the result of whatever your friend Karl, or did you say that it was Remy, did to it afterwards. Now I wish that I had analyzed it before you drank it. Who knows what sort of thing I might have learned from the concoction. Karl sensed that he was going to have to give a step-by-step description to the dragon, but he had already been expecting that when he agreed to Ophelia's suggestion that they test the first potion on Lotus. Does it take a lot of effort to maintain the tree? Gareth asked. Lotus shook her head, which made the upper branches of the tree shake. Nope, it's just here. It's kind of slow and heavy, though. I can't move very fast. So, limited mobility, but greatly enhanced healing effects. Is there anyone here with a lingering ailment? A limb that has recently undergone regrowth, or other injuries that were still healing? The dragon asked. All the defenders looked around, then shook their heads. They had been picked because they were in good health. I was recently healed in my arm, and by High Priestess Lotus herself. I don't know that there is any more lingering injury to repair, though. Colonel Lu explained. That's all right, please go stand in the shade under her branches. The Minotaur complied without question, and the dragon cast a series of spells on him for observation as he stood in the healing aura, being regularly sprinkled with golden dust falling from the leaves as Lotus danced around in tree form. Fascinating. It is healing the lingering nerve and tissue damage that regular healing won't touch. The traumatic damage that leaves so many crippled from repeated magical healing spells. Gareth explained. Colonel Lu flexed his arm and shrugged. I will take your word for that, but I feel like a young Minotaur again. All refreshed and full of energy. A skill well worth its reputation as one of the grand healing magics. Then he turned to Lotus. The cathedral will be glad to see you returned. I assume that you are going back there after this engagement. Lotus giggled. Nope. We're going to the headwaters of the Sebingen River to find a temple for research, and then to the Witten Temple to hug Beastkin, and then we will take the long way back home. Maybe we can go back to the Beast God Temple first. The dragon turned a questioning gaze on Karl. This sounds like a nature cleric set the route. Why are you headed to the middle of the jungle? Lotus stuck out her tongue at the dragon, while Karl laughed. The jungle itself isn't the target. We're going to study ancient architecture. There are more examples of it popping up in the ruins and anomalies, so we want to study a temple that has survived the years to see what sort of differences there might be, and if there is some clue that might have been missed in the past because of a lack of knowledge. The dragon was suspicious, but he likely got most of the real reason from Karl's mind. The blue dragons were sneaky like that. That is understandable. I would ask that you bring an escort with you, as I have many questions for you once you reach Witten Temple. However, all of that is for later. Today, we get to babysit a newly appeared relic, and test all of the newly awakened elites on the skills that they have mastered. Surely one or two of them had a skill point available to upgrade a spell or attack skill. It didn't take long before another group of reinforcements arrived. A team of Monarch rank elites led by a warrior-class overlord in a black latex bodysuit that looked more at home in an idle video than on the battlefield. Who is in charge here? She demanded. Karl rose from his seat to face her. I am responsible for this location at the moment. You can call me Karl. The overlord nodded. I am Tabitha, and this is my team. We will be taking over control of this relic. Thank you for your dedication. You may continue about your assigned duties, if you were not assigned to remain here. It was a dispassionate response, not like she wanted him gone, but more like she didn't care where he was, as she was only here to do a job. Understood, Overlord. We were headed east, so once I introduce your team to the other leaders here, I will take my group and be on my way again. First, we have Librarian Gareth, from the Witten Temple. He has come to study the effect of the relic on the various candidates. Then we have Colonel Lu, who is temporarily in charge of the Nubon Empire forces. He's an excellent warrior, and easy to get along with. Especially if you have some knowledge of farming. In charge of the artillery regiment is Commander Jameson, and beside him is High Priest Dolores, who oversees the infantry. The red-robed war priestess nodded a simple greeting to the overlord, only sparing her a few seconds before she returned to rearranging her troops. There is no leader from the Divine Beast Nation here. Overlord Tabitha asked. Gareth chuckled, then gestured between himself and Karl. We are serving as the representatives of the Divine Beast Nation today. They didn't see fit to leave a military force here while they had no trainees present. How could an elite serve as leader for the Divine Beast Nation? She asked, confused. He is a beast master. There are 4 royal-rank divine beasts with him, and they represent the only divine beasts present. So, Prince Karl leads their force, while I am the impartial researcher. The overlord shrugged, and Karl noticed how Dana blushed and Tessa looked a bit disgusted by the way that her tight-fitting latex suit shifted and pulled with the motion. But he also noticed that it was an overlord-rank defensive skill. Why it looked like that was a mystery, but why she didn't wear anything over it was even more of a mystery, unless her skills gave her extreme agility, and she needed the flexible material with no impediment to her movement. In that case, you are dismissed, Prince Karl. The Honorable Librarian can take over the duty of leadership until such time as the divine beasts see fit to send a replacement. Karl bowed to the Overlord and motioned for his team to join him. 5 people would be too much to be comfortable on Hawk's back, so Karl let Dana mount up while the clerics hopped on Thor's back and Rae prepared her golems for riders. The other elites looked intrigued by the process, and even more when Thor began to jog away with his passengers while Hawk rocketed into the sky. This time, he used his barrier to hold Dana in place, cradling her like an ergonomic chair with head support. That made riding much easier when he wanted to make extreme changes in direction. Gareth sighed as he saw them running away. They weren't actually afraid of the Overlord's temper, they just wanted to go do fun things and not sit here being attacked while they sat at a huge glowing target. He couldn't blame them. Their plan to go explore an ancient temple sounded like way more fun than getting information about the same 3 basic class options over and over. Very few of the volunteers got an advanced option, and Gareth had already realized that the advanced options were related to the skills that the applicant had. In fact, he even had a pretty reliable chart to tell whether a mage would get the Spellblade option or not. The young ones got to choose classes, but the nations kept sending ones that were already undergoing training for a specialty, so they weren't picking any of the fun options that they had described. That had to change. Gareth sent a message to the Bruised Temple in the Divine Beast Nation. He needed 50 young beasts or beastkin who hadn't started training yet so that he could encourage them to try the other classes and see what they all did. They had a full listing of all of the promising children of the nation that had been brought to one of the temples for the traditional blessing of the newborns, and they had all of the school enrollment information for those who were in the right age group to be gaining system skills. There had to be some good ones in there, and if he didn't get to see them, it was a huge waste of the opportunity. It only took a moment for Gareth to craft a message, and even less time for a positive response to the idea to be sent back. Orthos took one look at the incoming message, then decided that he had the perfect group. There was a misfit class at the school in Holney, specifically for beasts and beastkin who wanted to pursue paths that were not well suited to their species. If they could get an actual class for their ambitions, they would have an excellent chance to grow up as something more than wastrels. Karl was almost to the horizon when the portal opened, and Hawk began to laugh. 100 juvenile beasts and beastkin had just arrived to use the relic, which was fair by the rules of usage splitting. But the students that the newly arrived elites were seeing were not what anyone expected. There was a forest weasel dressed as a blacksmith, despite only weighing 2 kilos, a dire bear with shamanistic bead necklaces, a foxkin wearing leather pants and carrying twin battle axes, and it only got more insane from there. That idea spurred Colonel Lou to do the same thing. What if the key wasn't to find the most qualified, but to find the eyeballs and make them qualified? So he called for another 20 from his nation, and they arrived within the next 10 minutes, as the first group was getting organized at the orb. They had sent all sorts of wild options from Nubon. There was an Orcish war chief that wanted to be a mage, but could currently only cast Fist. A succubus that had sworn vows of celibacy and only fed second-hand, and a Minotaur boy who desperately wanted to be a chef. That one the colonel recognized as one of his neighbors. They must have taken him to the fortress after the colonel and the other royal rank defenders were called to duty. What is with all the misfits? Overlord Tabitha demanded as she saw the new arrivals lining up and realized there was a pattern. It's an idea that the librarian had. What if the orb is best used by those who don't want a conventional path? The ones who want to defy fate and become something more than what they were born for. Humans can be anything, really. Because they're not born with any real worth or skills. They're not even strong enough for farming or mining until they train. But our people have innate paths that are easy for them. But this orb, it could be the key to unlocking more futures for our children. We will see when the first ones come out if they manage to accomplish that. Colonel Lou explained. And you are expecting this to succeed? Tabitha asked. The Minotaur nodded. Just wait. I am sure that at least some of the beasts will succeed, while the others will at least have a path they picked for themselves. The first one out was the fox-kin boy, who was now glowing with red energy and wearing black metal armor. I have found my new calling in life. I will be a blood knight, he declared. Librarian Gareth smiled. That is wonderful news, and not a rogue type at all. Just as you wished. Now, come tell me all about it, and you can go practice your new skills in the open area. Karl and his group had made so much progress by the time that the sun went down that they had no idea how much chaos Karl had caused by simply ordering everyone to get started using the orb. Everyone else had assumed that was an order from the Archbishop, so they just went with it. However, when the totems returned after dinner, they were thoroughly baffled to see hundreds of newly awakened adolescent system users. They had just come to an agreement on the schedule to use the orb, but everyone who had been called was just lined up double file, allowing the nations, including the Beastkin nation, who hadn't even been part of the negotiation, to use the orb equally. What is this? Lord Nacht, the Black Dragon, demanded. We are following the instructions passed to us by the group we relieved. Double file, equal access for both groups. The divine beasts were said to be part of the newborn delegation, and the representatives from the Beastkin nation paid for their access as part of the Golden Dragon nation's quota. Overlord Tabitha explained, not understanding why the dragon was upset. And who did you relieve that set this policy? The dragon asked. That would be Prince Karl, the Beast Master. The black dragon began to laugh, while the Archbishop gave a rueful smile. I don't suppose that he said where he was going, did he? The Archbishop asked. To a temple in the Beastkin nation, near the headwaters of some river. Tabitha replied with a shrug. The Sebingen River. Librarian Gareth clarified. All right, I know where that is. It appears that all our negotiations were unnecessary if everyone can share so well. Now, we are going to have a long discussion with a certain young elite about what the words executive decision mean. Tabitha began to laugh as she realized what had happened. Someone had decided to just act while the totems were negotiating, and hadn't expected them to come back in time for anyone to catch him. The young prince was a brave one, she would give him that much. Perhaps not too bright, but he had initiative. On a positive note, even among the ones who were found to be incompatible, there have been no injuries and no fatalities. Librarian Gareth informed the two totem rank leaders. That made this a superior resource to the divine injection, and the trial here had a success rate that was over 50% overall, and increased with youth. Among those who were under their 15th birthday or equivalent for their species, it was nearly 3 in every 4 that obtained a class. Wonderful news. We will ensure that there is a steady supply of candidates for as long as the trial remains open. Do we know the exact time it opened? The Archbishop asked. I don't, but as I understand it, the portal opened early this morning. The Archbishop nodded. Then we have plenty of time left. As if the world wanted to spite him, it was at that moment that the light of the orb began to flicker. The energy from it appeared to be as strong as ever, but something was changing. Then, it stabilized, appearing just as it had before. No more red flags. The Black Dragon insisted. Seconded. Let's see who comes out next. Perhaps an interesting choice was made. Who is in there right now? Lord Nacht asked, turning to his fellow dragon. Librarian Gareth shrugged. A bunch of misfit kids from the newborn capital and a couple of acolytes from the divine beasts. Almost everyone has entered already, the rest are just practicing their new skills over there. The blue dragon explained. The two totems looked around at the situation and nodded in satisfaction. All right, we will leave this to you who are here now. Send a message when you are finished or run out of volunteers, and we will come back. Lord Nacht insisted. Yes, brother. Gareth replied. The Archbishop closed his eyes to focus and then frowned. How can he be 5 kilometers apart from himself? I think that his beasts are messing with my targeting. The black dragon chuckled and ducked down so that the Archbishop could climb on his back. Open the portal in the air, and we will find them. Karl pulled his golem mount to an abrupt stop as a massive dragon head appeared through a portal 20 meters in front of him. Lord Nacht, good afternoon. How was your dinner? Karl greeted the dragon, then realized the Archbishop was on his back. Archbishop, may the blessing of the world dragon be upon you. The Archbishop floated down from the dragon's back, and Nacht transformed back into his humanoid form. We have been informed that you waited less than 5 minutes after we left to discuss the rotation of use before you decided to just send everyone present into the trial and start calling for more people. The Archbishop began. Your Eminence, I would like to clarify that I was not the one who called for more people to come for the trial. I simply set out usage guidelines that everyone could work with until your final decision was made. That's a beautiful way of saying that you didn't pay any attention at all and just did what you wanted. Nacht agreed. Thank you. The Archbishop hid his amusement at the way that the Beastmaster didn't back down, even in front of a totem-rank black dragon. It might be confidence, or he might just be oblivious to the danger, but he could sense that Karl's attitude was partially from his bonded beasts, and with 3 apex predators linked to him, it was no wonder that he was self-assured to the level of arrogant. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Cara asked. If he takes 2 more steps forward, I will consider it. Karl agreed. Nacht tilted his head curiously and cast a spell, then another spell. You're trying to determine what my beasts are saying to me, aren't you? Orthos told me the easiest way is to listen to my thoughts because I will think the words as I hear them. Karl suggested. The black dragon nodded. That's not my specialty. I am looking at your intent, and it keeps fluctuating, like a rainbow of different intents all mixed together. I am wondering which one is which. I would assume the one that is focused on mischief is the Naga Queen. Karl shook his head. No, that's the winged void badger. She has a thing with dragons. The Archbishop looked concerned that Karl might do something stupid, but Nacht was just amused. The dark goddess is fond of small and fearless creatures. They often get away with things that no larger creature could. I heard what she did to Orthos. I think that's a warning. Cara noted. He's definitely onto your shenanigans. Remy agreed. I will have to find new ones. The Archbishop cleared his throat. We will escort you all to the temple, on the off chance that there really is something there. Unfortunately, the Spellblade clan won't be able to join us, but Prince Corbin will get credit for his reports if there is something found. Corbin really had gotten cheated on this deal. He was the one who wanted to go there in the first place. Karl just hoped there was good stuff there for Thor. That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your assistance. The Black Dragon or the Archbishop must have known exactly where they were going because the portal opened right beside a temple that looked exactly like the step temple in the very first trial instance that Karl had entered. There is an opening at the top. Would you like me to fly you up there to begin the investigation? Nacht asked. Karl shook his head. No, I think it is important that you walk up the steps. This is identical to a World Dragon Temple in a trial I was in. The goal was to get as far up as you could. Now, this one might be broken, but if there is even a little lingering magic, it will be important that we have walked all the way up under our own power. Karl explained. All of the beasts came out to examine the temple, and Hawk was filled with a sense of nostalgia. It would be much easier to walk up the steps now. He was huge, and he might even be able to do 3 at a time. Karl led the way, then paused and went around to the left side of the temple. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. If I'm right, this one used to be the strength test side. He explained. Karl stepped onto the temple and began his ascent. There was no magical resistance, no sign of response from the temple, but he continued up the 1,000 steps to the top anyhow. If nothing else, it was a good workout. The others followed behind, curious to see if Karl would be able to provoke a response from the temple by mimicking the way that it used to function as a trial. They were about to give up on the whole notion when Karl reached the top and nothing happened. But when he took one more step forward, the temple began to slowly pulse with energy, a faint signature, but growing. Well, I'll be. It really did respond to your technique. What do you think you should do next? Naga asked. The Archbishop was making notes as he walked up, ensuring that no detail was missed. The old cleric surely had ideas, as he was the greatest expert in the world on the topic, but Karl went with the simplest idea first. There's what looks like an offering box on the altar. I will start with that. The altar was made of the same ancient gray stone as the rest of the temple, but the box was heavily weathered brass, and most likely bolted down if it was still there. Karl reached into his inventory and took out a piece of gear that he knew was system-compatible from the last resurgence, and placed the magical dagger in the offering chest. The dagger vanished as soon as he placed it in the box, and Karl waited to see if anything happened, or if everyone had to make an offering. The power in the temple was growing, but not everyone was at the top yet, as the clerics and Dana lacked the superhuman stamina of Karl, Ophelia, or the dragon. Eventually, they did all make it to the top of the temple, and the power level began to grow proportionally to the number of people gathered around the altar. Are we going to do something? Ophelia asked. First, we wait a few more minutes. Then we will offer it a few more system-enhanced treasures in the offering box. It accepted the dagger I offered, so I know it works, at least a little. Karl explained. After a few minutes, the power growth seemed to slow to a crawl, but the Archbishop had an idea. I think it just lacks the mana to continue. You clearly triggered it well enough, it just can't complete its desired task. Between myself and Naga, we should be able to fix it. He explained in a tired voice. For the first time, Karl noticed that the Archbishop was not a young man, or what could be called middle-aged, or even aging. Behind his beard and his clear eyes, he was very obviously elderly, and might not have more than a handful more years left. But once he recovered from the long walk up the stairs, the strong aura was back, and the two totems began to focus their energy on whatever was happening in the pyramid. That was bringing it to life, and Karl smiled as he realized that Corbin was right. There was something immensely powerful here. It was faint, but the energy coming off it was like nothing that Karl had ever felt before. It almost felt holy, but not in a way that Karl could put his finger on. Perhaps they really had found the tomb of a demigod. If that was the case, Corbin was going to be devastated, even if he was given the credit for the initial find. The black dragon smiled. I can feel it. There is something remarkable here. Prepare yourselves, I think that it is going to activate. The air seemed to twist, as if an anomaly was opening, and then Karl was floating in the void. There was nothing around him, only absolute darkness. For the first half of a second. Then he felt wind rushing past his face, and altered, flaming body, so that it gave off a large amount of light. On his right, Lord Naga was spreading his wings to begin a gentle glide around the area. So, Karl called Hawk out, only to find that the beast hadn't been returned to his space, and he wasn't here wherever they were. Karl shifted to flatten himself against the wind, slowing his fall, and waited for the ground to come into sight. Naga was already far above him, as the dragon had simply opened his wings. He hadn't realized right away that Karl was beside him and couldn't fly, so his first instinct was to explore the area. Then Karl realized that he didn't have to actually fly. He could change his armor and hope it adapted. Bestial raiment was removed and reactivated, giving him a new pattern of armor with a layer of cloth connecting his limbs that allowed him to soar through the air, greatly reducing his fall speed. Good call, boss. Remy congratulated him. You're with me. I thought we were all separated. Remy gave a mental shrug. When things started getting weird, I just went home. That was a very Remy thing to do. She wasn't fond of trouble, and liked to watch new things from the safety of her swamp. Only once she knew what was going on, would she come out. Karl realized that the others were likely in the same situation he was in right now, and frowned. I hope they're all right. Hawk can fly, so can Cara. Dana can walk on air, but the two clerics, Thor and Rae, could be in trouble. He had other things to worry about, though. He could see the ground now, or at least a mountain range in the distance, and Naga had come to soar beside him. What a curious thing this trial is. If there was anyone else in this instance, I would have expected it to be the old man, not you. He offered, keeping pace beside Karl. It is a shock to me too. I wonder how it sorted us, or what sort of trial this is. It clearly didn't sort us by power level, and it doesn't make sense to sort us by size. Karl agreed. Land there, on that ledge halfway up the mountain. Then, if we need to fly again, you can get on my back. Karl steered himself awkwardly toward the ledge, slowly getting the hang of maneuvering in freefall with his adapted armor. He could likely achieve the same effect with a cloak or cape if he tied it to his ankles, so he wanted to remember this skill for later. As they approached the cliff, Karl could see that there was a cave at the back, but he could also see that there was something alive in there. There's something in there. I can see the aura of its soul. Karl informed Naga as he steadied himself on his feet and refreshed his armor so it would spawn a more practical design. Then he dimmed the light of Flaming Body so that it didn't draw the attention of whatever he had seen. You have the soul sight as well. How did you manage that? Naga asked. It's a benefit of being bonded with Hawk, who has evolved into a Ghostfire Thunderbird. I gain the sensory specialties of my beasts, but most of them are duplicated or inferior to a version I already have. But I have thermal vision, echolocation, and soul sight to work with, which ironically makes it even more disorienting to be high in the air in the dark. Naga nodded towards the entrance to the cave. Shall we? If we're in a trial, standing around out here isn't going to do us any good. But we might have an advantage on some of the others, as we found something living the moment that we landed. He had a point. He had forgotten that he should be seeing anything living, if there was something alive in the trial, but Karl hadn't seen anything else living beneath them, only the ground and the mountains. Naga moved toward the cavern entrance, shifting into human form so he would fit within the confined space. The ceiling was over 5 meters tall, but in his adult dragon form, he was still far too large to fit within the available space. Karl also ended the brutality skill and let himself shrink back to his normal size, which suddenly felt very short compared to the height that he had gotten used to on his travels through the Newborn Empire. So you're not an exceptionally tall human. You just keep a skill active all the time to be taller. That's an odd choice. Naga noted. It also increases my strength by 50%. When there is heavy lifting or fighting to be done, it is much better to have it in effect, but if we're headed down into the tunnels, it pays to be a bit shorter than average. Naga laughed. His own human form was quite large, but Karl's was roughly 180 centimeters tall. Taller than most women, but not particularly tall for a man. However, he was broad and muscular. The tunnel was gently sloping and carefully carved, not a natural formation in the stone. Karl used silent movement to reduce noise to the point that echolocation was only a faint image, and he was relying almost exclusively on thermal imaging to navigate the darkness. Naga didn't appear to be suffering from the low lighting situation at all, so Karl took the lead and followed the winding passage down into the mountain. As they descended, Karl picked out patterns on the walls and motioned for Naga to stop. A tap of his knuckles on the stone to give him an echo image of the hallway clarified the situation for Karl. There were dwarven runes carved all over the walls around them in 2 lines. One at just over waist height, and one near the ceiling. Can you read those? he asked Nacht, once he realized the extent of the carvings. The dragon created a small light and began to mumble to himself. The system was translating, but it was just random words. Stone, forge, ale, deep, hammer. Then Karl realized what they were reading. It was a recounting of the names of the rulers of this place. We are in the legendary city of Graska. Or more correctly, a replica of it. This place was home to a population of dark iron dwarves, and perhaps in a trial it still is. Nacht explained. It isn't populated anymore in reality. Karl asked. The dragon smiled at him. Most likely not, but it was never a real place in our world in the first place. If we go by when the legends were first recorded, the actual city's minds would be hundreds of thousands of years old by now, and surely played out. The dwarves wouldn't remain forever if there was nothing but stone. They would have rebuilt the city on another nearby mountain. But when dwarves move a city, they give it a new name, and the upper line of runes clearly says that this is Graska, and that we are coming in from the southern entrance. What I'm more interested in is what is causing that soul glow. Something is alive down there, and powerful enough that we could both see its aura from the entrance. Karl shrugged and used flaming body to bring back the light. We might as well walk proudly into the city. Perhaps it's an ancient guardian left behind. This is a trial, and there is no reason to think that they are trying to play mind games with us. He explained. The black dragon chuckled. The young human had many things left to learn about the true nature of the gods, and the non-draconic members of the pantheon. That was a common oversight of the humans' nations. They taught about the dragon gods, but they tended to overlook the others. This place reeked of ancient power, and ancient power meant the laughing god, an ancient demon god who had once operated a system for the humans, separate from the one that the world dragon operated on the worlds that he protected. Nacht had heard rumors that this human with him had encountered remnants of that system in the past, so it wasn't impossible that his luck and affinity for fate had dragged them both into another laughing god-aligned trial. What do you know of the laughing god? Nacht asked as they walked through the ancient corridor. The god of pranks and ascension. Not a lot. He's supposed to be the god you turn to when you have reached your limits, and you need divine favor to survive. But according to my parents, his sense of justice is questionable, and the favors are often granted in the most unlikely ways. Personally, I think he's the scapegoat god. When things don't quite work out, and you don't want to say that another god's decision caused you hardship, you say that it's the favor of the laughing god. Nacht chuckled. In a way, yes. The random choice options in the system selection, the ones that can change your gender and species. Those are almost certainly his additions. But you are right about his aspect. He is known to help humans reach the status of demigods, even during times when no other god was willing. This place we are in, it might be a relic left by the laughing god, or the ancient system he implemented. It doesn't feel like dragon energy, so I don't think that what is here is a relic of the world dragon. Karl nodded. If Prince Corbin is right, this might be the resting place of a Titan demigod. I should have asked him more questions, but I was expecting to travel here with him. With the additional light, the details that had been painted on the walls became clear, as well as the fact that the city had most likely not met with a peaceful end. There were scorched spots on the walls, and some cuts in the stone that Karl had originally mistaken for tooling marks were actually weapon strikes. That gave the area a very different feeling than simply being abandoned for many years, and the two intruders began to move with a bit more caution as they followed the soul energy towards its source. The tunnel ended in what looked like a forge district, the furnaces long dormant. However, the buildings were intact, and Karl took the opportunity to look inside a few to see what he could find. The first was completely bare, nothing but a stone shell, but the second had a forge left in it, covered in magical writing. I will need a moment before we move on. I have never seen anything like that before. Karl whispered to Nacht. Good call. Brother Hawk will love me for writing these runes down for him. I don't know what they do, but if they're in a forge, they should all be fire-related, right? Remy agreed. The dragon waited patiently, well aware of the curiosity of humans. Karl was also very young, and he wouldn't be familiar with dwarven forge runes. It wasn't something that they taught in school, and Nak didn't know if there were any dwarves left in his nation. Before the thought crossed his mind, he hadn't cared. Who lived in the Golden Dragon Nation was of no concern to him. The signs of battle had been everywhere in the city as they traveled, but the houses had been carefully vacated, and there were no signs of the destruction that usually came with looting. There were no broken housewares or low-value items, and even the paintings on the walls had been removed and not left damaged or discarded. Perhaps whatever battle had caused the Dark Iron Dwarfs to leave the city was not a losing battle, after all. It might have simply been infeasible for them to continue living here. Nak gestured left. It's that way, through the opening in the stone and further up toward the peak. Karl followed Nak through the city once Remy had finished copying all the runes she could see. The ramp spiraled up to another layer of the city, laid out much like the one they had just departed, only this level appeared to be more residential and less industrial. There were also fewer signs of battle here, and more signs of belongings left behind, both in the houses and in carts by the doors. The soul energy was on this level, and Karl could see it glowing from its source. It wasn't moving, and it wasn't pulsating at all, just a steady glow of immense internal power. As they approached, Karl saw that the power was coming from a stone sarcophagus, but not one for the Titan demigod that Prince Corbin had expected to be here. The entire stone box was less than 2 meters long, though it was on a much larger pedestal, surrounded by stone pillars that were covered in runes and beautiful carvings. That was when progress became difficult. Every step forward that Karl tried to take seemed to put an increasing strain on him. Not a physical pressure, but a mental one, crushing his soul and attempting to break his will. He knew that if he slipped up just a little, he would instinctively take a step back, and that would probably be the end of his progress. Well, this is an unexpected challenge. Nak noted as he strode towards the grave with his hands behind his back. Oh. It doesn't look all that difficult to me. You've certainly got an easy time of it. Karl replied. While that is true, I can't touch it. I have the protection of the Black Dragon, God of Death. My soul is immune to attack. However, that means I cannot subject it to the attack of this trial to find out what it is supposed to do. I will have to watch your struggle and see if you can make it close enough to touch the stone that is set on the lid. If you can manage that much, you should receive a significant reward. There are immense amounts of divine energy in this place, waiting for someone to pass the trial and activate it. Karl continued to walk forward, completely focused on not letting the pressure drive him to the ground, as he moved past the point that it was simply trying to force him away. Fascinating. Your soul is compressing under the pressure. Karl didn't even hear Nak's words. He was completely focused on the task at hand. From the outside, it would look ridiculous, a grown man staggering down the street like he was drunk. But the normally invisible force was far stronger than anything Karl had ever felt. Even the aura that the Emperor of Nubon emitted when he was enraged wasn't close to this powerful. Karl wished that he had Thor here with him. His stalwart friend would know the best way to get across the road to his destination. Karl nearly stumbled as he moved from the cobblestone street to the soft gemstone gravel surrounding the tomb. Resting with his hands on his knees as he leaned forward, Karl saw the target, a large white opal stone. It was the source of the energy, and if he could just put a hand on it, he should have completed the trial. Just a little further. Today will be a good day, I can sense it. Nak chuckled, excited to find out what sort of trial they had been sent to that could accept a dragon of his power. It was absurd to think that someone had set a trial capable of accommodating totems, unless this place was truly a legendary relic. But here he was, and although he couldn't fully partake because of his affiliation with the God of Death, he was still part of the trial. Karl could feel his mind beginning to shatter as he took another step forward, but Remy, who was unaffected by the trial in her space, was singing as she worked on potions, and that was just enough to ground him and keep Karl moving. A final step, and millimeter by painstaking millimeter, he extended his hand to the opal. Trial successfully completed. Calculating rewards, the pressure vanished, and the soul aura that had been leaking from the stone was retracted, leaving it as a simple opal that was practically vibrating with power. You really did it. I can see the system message that the reward is calculating. Karl gave Lord Naga a weak thumbs up as he sat down on the gemstone gravel to catch his breath and let void body overcome the damage that had been done to his soul. Reward calculated, evolution stone, awarded, error, some functions unavailable, randomizing. Naga began to laugh as they both saw the message at the same time. I will see you shortly, friend. Good luck on remaining a dragon. Karl laughed. They had gone through all that, only to get a glitched reward that didn't even work properly. The totem rank black dragon seemed to think that this was the funniest thing that had ever happened to him, and his laughter echoed through the city as Karl waited to find out his fate. Optimal advancement skill selected, iron within rank 3, the flesh is weak, Remy giggled. Well, it's not wrong. Your flesh is weak. That was the real issue here. Karl mentally rolled his eyes at her. And what are we going to do if it changes me into something strange? Then you get to be the monster man for realsies. We can just keep doing fun stuff forever instead of going back to work. Passive skill active, iron within 3, beginning transformation. Pain shot through Karl's body, worse than the side effects caused by any of the experimental treatments that the Bureau agents at the Academy had provided for him, and he felt his bones shattering then regrowing. Error encountered, incompatible skill active, adjusting. No, adjusting wasn't necessary. Karl was thrilled with whatever it had come up with, as long as it wasn't planning to make this process worse. It had to be void body that was messing with the skill implementation, but in his current condition, Karl couldn't change any of his skills, not even to turn it off. Adjustments completed, continuing, the pain resumed, but this time it was fading to numbness, and Karl could see parts of his body turning to mist before reforming to look like they originally had. Once the wave had crossed his entire body, and Karl was fairly certain the process was complete, he slowly got to his feet and tested his body. It felt the same as it had before, but his footsteps felt heavier on the gravel than they had before. Status, he thought. Everything looked similar to how it had before, but with one notable change. Name, Karl. Class, Beastmaster Packmaster. Rank, Pending. Constitution, Void Iron Body. Bonded Beasts. 5. There had never been a line there for a special constitution before. Karl had feared that it was going to make him something other than human, as the description of the reward had said evolution, and that tended to make his beasts something other than what they were. But once he got through the miscellaneous details, Karl looked back up at the top. Rank, Pending. Did that mean he was in the middle of the transition from royal to monarch? If the change in his body had triggered a promotion, this reward would be considered one of the highest tier rewards ever encountered. Naga was distracted with whatever reward he had gotten from the trial, so Karl waited for him to finish with his progression. You're really the monster man now. I can feel the difference. You smell like Cara and metal. Remy informed him as they waited for the black dragon. Naga slowly recovered his senses and smiled at Karl, then pushed a bit of energy to him. The power filled Karl with a lingering warm glow that seeped into his bones and remained, driving away the strangeness of his remade body. It appears that your luck is infallible, young friend. I have officially reached the status of an ancient black dragon, and with it, I gained the gift of potential. However, the gift is not for me, but for a successor. Normally, the advancement is made in one's own nest, surrounded by family and clan, and the most promising of the youngest generation is given the gift because it can only be granted at that very moment. Today, you are the only one here that I might grant it to. So, you have been given the gift of potential, ordained by the god of death, the great black dragon. May you rise forever to the skies, and taste the aura of divinity long denied to your ancestors. The last bit felt like a ritual, and Karl could feel the dragon's resignation and dismay that such a gift couldn't be given to his own offspring. I will do your legacy proud. Karl assured the transformed dragon with what he hoped was an understanding smile. Naga sighed again, then turned his head to the sky and closed his eyes for a moment. But when he looked back down again, there was mischief in his smile. I wonder what nation has the strongest claim on you now. I dare say nobody would mistake you for a human anymore, and you've got the blessing of a dragon god that isn't the world dragon now. Perhaps you should come back with me and get to know some of the Beast Nation's leadership, he suggested. Karl chuckled. I will have to come back and visit soon. But I suspect that I will be expected to return home first, at least to check in. However, I really do need to stop at Witten Temple before I get there. There might be a chance to evolve Thor, who has reached the end of his natural progression path. If we can increase his potential to monarch rank with a resource, then I can use the skills of my class to increase it from there. Naga shook his head. You're not going to find anything stronger than whatever holy resource he has been using. If they had the ability to elevate clerics and holy beings to the monarch rank with any sort of reliability, the beastkin would be among the strongest forces on the planet. Unfortunately for you, they will be more interested in how you manage to get Thor to royal rank than they are likely to be able to help. Karl frowned. I guess that settles it, then. I'll have to force an evolution, and then I can work on finding a way to get through his next bottleneck. Rae likely won't be that far behind him. She hasn't evolved at all, and I don't know how far a bloodbath spider can go on their own. Naga smiled. Further than you might think. They're very instinctive, and with a safe spot to advance, plus plenty of blood, her evolutions will be subtle, but powerful. The spider goddess is kind to her children, and they often have more adaptability than any other species would consider reasonable. Karl chuckled. Like allowing them to learn earth magic because they bathed in hill giant blood when they advanced to royal rank. I can see how other species would find that somewhat unreasonable. If humans could adapt like that, the whole species would be nightmare fuel. Naga laughed. Humans are already a pain in everyone's ass with their excessive breeding rate and magic use. If they could evolve, we would likely have quarantined them. The trial began to fade around them, and Karl wondered how the others might have fared. Not all of them would have easily entered the city from halfway up the mountain. There might have been an entrance at the bottom, or perhaps there were other spots in the area that they could have landed and searched. When Karl's vision cleared, he was back on top of the temple, where all three clerics plus Thor were waiting for them. Oh, welcome back. We were wondering how long you would take. Tessa greeted them with a smile. I hope we didn't make you wait long. The Archbishop chuckled and Lotus giggled as she lay curled up against Thor's side. You could say that. We've been back for nearly 2 days already. Karl and Naga turned to each other in confusion, wondering if this was actually part of the trial, and they weren't really out yet. 2 days. We've only been in the trial for an hour and a bit. Karl asked carefully. Lotus looked up from her nap spot. That was our thought as well. We appeared in a forest village full of elves, had lunch with a human cleric lady, and then we were back here. Did you get a reward? Karl asked, wondering what sort of trial they had undergone. We did. We just don't know what yet. When we check the system interface, it still says rewards calculating. Tessa explained. That made both Karl and Naga believe even more strongly that they were still in the trial, but then Naga received a message, which shouldn't be possible in the separate space. Before we go any further, what happened to Prince Karl? The Archbishop demanded, waving a hand in his direction. Karl nodded in agreement. I suppose a rundown is in order. We landed on a ledge outside an ancient dwarven city. Then we followed a powerful soul aura to an opal mounted on a tomb deep in the city, and it gave us a test and a reward. I was given a gift of evolution, and a skill called Iron Within that appears to have reforged my body and granted a special constitution. A special constitution. It sounds more like it partially changed your species. Or perhaps entirely changed it with minimal change to your outer appearance. The Archbishop retorted. Then he got a curious look on his face and opened a portal. Jeeves, come here and bring your assistant. The elderly Archbishop demanded. A blue-robed dragonkin poked his head through, then nodded and vanished back to wherever he had been. Only a minute later, he came back out with a young blue-robed girl that immediately made Lotus stand up and smile. Karl discreetly sniffed at the air, then chuckled. The young one was a juvenile blue dragon, not a dragonkin. Lotus must have noticed faster than he had. Jill, it's so good to see you again. You will never guess what we have been up to since I saw you last. Ask the big meanie if you can stay a while after he finishes working, and we will catch up. Lotus insisted, speaking so fast that her words were jumbled together. Jill winked at her and continued following the cleric known as Jeeves. According to the system interface, his name was Geraldo, but the Archbishop might either know him by a nickname or simply forgot his name long ago and hadn't realized it. Your Eminence, I have brought all my tools. What sort of new species have you found for me? He asked. That one. I suspect that a system gift made him no longer human. I would like to know what he is. Demi-human. Some form of monster. An unknown species. The Archbishop replied. Geraldo smiled at Karl. My class is Scholar. I have a skill to allow me to compare a sample against any information I have ever read. So, if you are changed into another species, I should be able to tell. Karl nodded, and the cleric took out a needle. Everyone turned to see what the metal-on-metal noise was, while Karl and Geraldo stared at the needle. Well, that was unexpected. I'm sure I found a vein. Do you have a skill active? Karl shook his head. I have all my invulnerability and regeneration skills deactivated at the moment. The new one isn't something I can turn off, though. When it interacted with another skill I have, it became that new constitution. Were there any other oddities? Geraldo asked. My rank is listed as pending at the moment. The cleric looked impressed. You're going to make it to monarch rank once your advancement finishes. That is incredible. I'm sure that everyone will be delighted to find out that there will be a new monarch. However, that does explain the issue. Archbishop, I may need your assistance. Can you coat the needle in holy energy so that I can draw a blood sample? I'm not powerful enough to puncture his veins. The Archbishop took the needle from him and carefully drew a sample from the underside of Karl's forearm. The blood came out deep black and faintly shimmering, which intrigued everyone present. Karl included. They had never seen blood like that before, and when Geraldo tried to test it, he just shook his head. There is nothing about this in any of the research materials that I have seen. I could study some of the more obscure entries that I haven't prioritized, but that's mostly for extinct species and mythical creatures. The Blue Dragon Cleric explained. Nack stared at the blood sample for a moment, then took the needle and let a drop fall on his hand. I think that it has been permanently altered by his skill. If I apply small amounts of death energy to it, the blood regenerates. If I'm right, you're not getting a reading because the skill that has modified his body is stabilizing the sample. You're going to have to send it to one of your scientists if you want answers, and they'll have to do a whole research project. The dragon explained. Tessa smirked at the dragon. So, you're saying that even if his blood is spilled, the blood itself won't degrade? The dragon nodded, but the Archbishop realized the implication right away. And if he happens to impart that ability to his beasts? The elderly cleric began. An immortal bloodbath spider. Rae announced as the remainder of the team exited the trial at the same time. "Welcome back. Did everyone make it safely?" Karl asked. "As safely as could be expected. That trial was wild, and we didn't have the clerics or Thor or Remy. I couldn't even get her to give me stuff from her space. Fortunately, the buffs you cast on everyone were still active." Rae replied. "All right, you had a very different trial than the rest of us. There was nothing to fight in ours." Rae seemed lost in a fond memory for a moment. "Me and Cara appeared with Dana and Ophelia, and Hawk was in the sky over us. We thought that everyone else must have gotten separated, but then there was Angry Bacon and zombies and the whack-a-mole lady, and not quite humans, and some blue not quite humans. Everything was attacking, and I got to squish the zombie lady again, but with a hole in the middle of the stone, so she sprayed into the air." Ophelia shook her head in dismay, while Dana did her best not to laugh. The Berserker was back in her own form for the first time in weeks, and it was strange hearing her normal voice, instead of the deeper voice of her werbear form, as she added details to the explanation. "The trial told us that we would get a reward for every target killed before the timer ran out. Of course, with the 3 beasts, we were searching for targets halfway through the timer, and then it kicked us out with 10 minutes left on the timer. But it gave me a reward, so I guess we did it right," she added. Dana nodded. "It gave me a reward as well, but it says that it's calculating, so the reward is still pending." "I'm pending too," Hawk noted. "What do you mean, you're pending? Did you get a reward from the trial?" "Not quite. I'm just stuck halfway to Monarch. My skill advanced while I was playing with the not food, and now I'm pending." Oh, Hawk had learned a new word, and it somewhat fit his situation. He would advance to Monarch very soon, but something was stopping him. Maybe it was his space. Karl was also stuck in limbo, so it might be a deficiency in the stored energy levels or quality. "I don't think so, the spaces have plenty of energy." Remy informed him as she worked on more healing potions to give out to the group, so they would have some if she wasn't nearby. "Is there someone here who has to make a selection within their system interface?" Karl asked, wondering what the holdup was. "Remy, why don't you come out? Maybe that's the issue." Remy remained in a Naga queen form and came out to grab Lotus, picking the little cleric up in a princess carry. One after another, everyone confirmed that they didn't have anything waiting for them to select an option. So, the system must have just hung up and wasn't processing the rewards at its usual speed. "Well, if we're waiting anyhow, why don't we give Thor a potion and see if that changes anything? It's here and ready," Remy suggested. The 2 totems chuckled. Watching what the beast came up with regarding new concoctions was brilliant entertainment. "Well, there's nothing to lose." Thor agreed, still worried he wouldn't get anything but a duplicate skill that Rae and Karl could already use. But he dutifully tilted his head back for Remy to feed him the potion that she had upgraded, and power surged through him as well as the beast's spaces. Far above them, thunder rumbled and power surged from the temple beneath them as Thor began to grow. "Oh, it works really well. I should find good things to feed everyone," Remy cheered. His height increase wasn't excessive, but Thor seemed to have gotten noticeably longer than he was before, in proportion to his height. Karl guessed the length increase between his legs to be a bit over a meter, with about the same added to his tail, while the armored ball on the end had turned nearly all golden, as had his horns. Thor was definitely the first of them to reach Monarch rank, and while Karl didn't have a proper name for his evolution, it looked like Knack did. "Well, isn't that interesting? You found a way to turn a lightning Cero into a divine thunder Cero." Thor bugled happily as he realized that the potion hadn't disappointed, and that he was actually ahead of the others for the very first time. Not for long, as Karl could feel that the bottleneck was released, and Hawk would advance in the next few minutes. But Hawk was happy to let his little brother have this victory. "And you have gained another Monarch-ranked divine beast. I must say, The potential of this Beast Master class is absolutely incredible. Naga amended. Actually, I might have an idea about that. I can't do it yet, but I think that by the time I am an overlord, I should be able to teach the core ability to create a beast space to others. Once they have that, they should either be able to awaken with the class, or choose a variant similar to it during their next advancement trial. Karl explained, mostly for the benefit of the Archbishop, who was currently giving Thor gentle head rubs as he examined the changes. Fascinating. He really has changed species with just a potion. I knew that it was possible for some beasts, but I never expected that a lightning Cerro would manage it. The odds are lower than a carp jumping through the heavenly gates to become a dragon. The Archbishop noted. Naga rumbled with laughter at the thought. There was such a legend, but as far as he knew, it was nothing more than that. No known dragon had ever evolved from a carp, though it was said that during the early days, when the system was active, a few had come from lesser species like drakes and dragonkin. What new skills did you get, buddy? Karl asked Thor, who was immersed in the head pats. Eternal lightning didn't change. I got Thunder Stomp and Lightning Zone. Those both seem pretty fun. That's it for new skills, but I'm working on Ophelia's new one. Gravity Slam, she called it. I think I will have it soon. Reward calculated, random reward, skill book, 20% bonus experience, and Karl's experience. Those bonus experience rewards were the ones that made huge and unexpected changes to a person's power level, as they appeared to be retroactive for some time, and didn't just increase the bonus that you got for the trial. Either that, or trials gave a massive influx of power to start with. Karl checked his inventory for the skill book, which was sitting on top of a pile of supplies left over from the elves on the other continent. That seemed to be a prophetic placement, or perhaps it was a reminder of areas in which Karl was still lacking. He had incredible defense for someone of his level, and his attacking skills were both powerful and well-rounded for use on nearly any target. Combat was not an area where he was lacking. He even had silent movement for stealth operations. Plus, strength and stamina for long runs. So, the system had given him something that he hadn't really focused on during his development. Non-combat skills. Epic grade skill, runecrafting, the fine art of inscribing magical power runes to supplement the abilities of a magical object. Karl thought about that for a moment. He didn't have any crafting skills, and he wasn't sure that it would actually help to add runes to Remy's potions. However, he knew someone with a skill that would go very well with runecrafting. Morgana's enhancement tattoos combined with runecrafting would make for incredibly powerful buffs to the target. Once they made it back home, he would have to find a way to get time to study her skills. Or even a library book that had more details about magical tattoos. Karl used the book and an entire language began to flow into his mind, complete with syntax rules. The language was far more complex than the common spoken and written languages, with over 6,000 base runes which were compounded to make a form of single-word sentence. Then they were strung together in one of 8 different ways to create a complex concept with an activation order for the magical effect you were trying to create. Even with the skill book teaching him how it worked, Karl wasn't certain that he could completely comprehend the skill. While Karl was busy deciphering an entire new language, everyone around him was seeing their status change and in most cases, they were advancing. While Karl had left the royal rank behind him, with both Thor and Hawk advanced to the monarch rank alongside him, all of the ladies had reached the royal rank. How does this work? The boys all advanced, and we're left behind. Cara complained. You've got a monarch rank skill, though. Remy reminded her. Still not caught up to them. I need to work harder. Once I'm a monarch with an overlord rank skill, I can taste test all the dragons. Remy carefully considered the outcome of that. Yes. I think that should work. If it's disintegration that advances again, you can run away in a safety bubble. Hawk was rapidly expanding as he advanced again and took his place among the monarchs of the Beast Kingdom. With a 30-meter wingspan, the Ghostfire Thunderbird was as large as most adult dragons, and his innate abilities were far beyond what most beasts could claim. His fire most likely challenged Dragonfire for pure power, but the dragons wouldn't take it well if Karl suggested that to them directly. They were proud creatures, and enjoyed the thought that they were better than other species. As he finished his advancement, Karl realized that they had visitors. The portal was already closed, so he must have been distracted for a while, but Rae wasn't concerned, and she wouldn't miss a chance to tease Hawk about missing danger. Karl turned to the new arrival and saw an unfamiliar overlord, along with Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development. "Colonel Valerie, excellent timing. I have things to inform you about." Karl greeted her, then turned to the other person. "Overlord." "Monarch." "Sorry, I don't know who you are either. How does that even happen? Are there so many overlords and monarchs now that it's even possible that we don't know each other?" The man replied. Karl checked him with the system interface and saw that he was a ranger, but his system wasn't fully active, and it wasn't giving Karl his name. Then, he just had to go through the overlords he knew about. But none of the ranger types looked anything like this man. He must be one of the hidden assets of the nation, not one of the public-facing idol-type powerhouses. "I am Karl, from last year's intake at the Golden Divine Academy." The overlord nodded. "I am Joram, mostly stationed along the mountain giant border. The colonel was visiting my station when we got the message that your group had been found." Karl nodded. "Did we forget to tell anyone where we were going?" "Sorry for the trouble." The overlord chuckled. "You have all been missing for months. I don't know what you've been up to, but it is possible that there is a time flow difference within this trial. I can sense it below us, but for some reason I can't access it." Karl nodded. "You have to walk up all the steps." But none of us suspected that so much time had passed. I had thought it had only been a few days. Colonel Valerie looked him up and down, inspecting Karl's enhanced physique against her memory of him as a new student. "Well, on the bright side, you missed winter. Most of it, anyhow. The end-of-semester exams at the academy are coming up soon, and then spring break starts next month," she explained. Karl winked at Dana. "Should we request a ride back? We can see if my balcony survived, and maybe take the exams to graduate formally." Overlord Joram laughed. "What exam?" "The teachers are all commanders, remember. A royal rank mage would destroy the testing equipment, and it wouldn't hold up any better to whatever you've done to yourself." Karl shrugged. "Skill-based physical enhancement. The system calls it iron within rank 3. But that isn't a primary enhancement. It's something that developed because I was accidentally injuring myself with physical skills." Lord Nacht, the Black Dragon, was the only one unconcerned about missing multiple months of time. After all, he was a venerable dragon of the Death God. He had taken naps longer than 2 months. "How are things going politically?" "I should have been more careful," the Archbishop asked. "Everything is stable for the moment. The White Dragon sent a totem to keep things running smoothly within the church, while the army has been learning to play well with the civilian government and the elites. Overall, it has been as smooth as possible, and your subordinates have proven themselves quite capable. However, the same is not true of the situation on the continent in general. The orb incident, as it has been named, was only the start. We have 9 more stable dungeons on the continent now, all appearing and stabilizing within the last 2 months. 8 of them are ascended rank or lower, 1 is commander rank. However, that is not the problem. The new commander rank dungeon is also randomly awakening party members who finished the challenge with a group that has never entered before. We know of 18 cases so far from 4 different nations." The Archbishop took a deep breath. "And where might this new commander rank dungeon be?" Colonel Valerie hesitated before responding. The Nubon capital. Nubon City. It appeared over an ancient monument in the middle of the city. That's 2 stable commander rank dungeons in the same nation now, and we have no way of verifying how many monsters have gained access to the system. However, with the restriction, and the fact that it doesn't appear to be a guaranteed awakening for a single member, as we have observed at the one in our nation, it shouldn't be too far from our estimate. It has been open 6 days now. Of course, they couldn't verify the numbers. If they didn't have someone there to inspect them with the interface on the way in and out, the monsters would look the same on the way in and out. It wasn't like they immediately gained a rank when the system activated. However, having a commander rank dungeon right in your capital city would be a huge advantage once the chaos of other nations trying to gain access ended. Nack rumbled in annoyance. How many of the other confirmed stable dungeons are in Nubon? Valerie shook her head. None. There is an ascended rank dungeon in Baria, near the Divine Beast Nation border, but all of the other new dungeons appeared along the coast or on islands, so they're all nominally under human control except that one and the one in Nubon City. Nact frowned. Baria is a human nation. Or do you just mean that it is the only one that didn't appear near the coast? It is 20 meters from the river that marks the official border. However, there is a phoenix nest in the ruins where the portal opened, and the matriarch won't let anyone near her clutch. Karl perked up, and Colonel Valerie laughed. That includes you. In fact, it explicitly includes you. I don't know where you met, but she called you out by name as someone to be kept away until her eggs hatched. Lord Nact, you are on that list as well, as are Orthos, Librarian Gareth, Doug Mackenzie, the King of Krelliston, a succubus named Marie, and Overlord Lifa of Nubon. The rest of the continent was just warned away in general. Karl and Nact shared a confused look. They didn't know what they had done to the Phoenix, but it could have just been a premonition. Basic visions of the future could be unclear, and the Phoenix might have just blanket banned everyone she saw in the visions. The Archbishop shrugged. That's not our problem, though it is odd that all the dungeons are appearing at the edge of the continent. I will have to find out what is happening in the rest of the world. Lord Nact, if I might prevail upon you to ask some of your overseas contacts as well. This might be a worldwide awakening. The Archbishop opened a portal, and the 2 stepped through, but before anyone else moved, the portal closed, and Karl was left staring at a very dismayed Overlord Joram. Did they just? He asked. Yeah, they're like that. I think they're actually old friends. They are so in tune sometimes that it's scary. Now, do we have a way to get picked up, or are we going to have to run away and leave you here with the Colonel while we go looking for Fluffy Beastkin? Lotus laughed and gave a fist pump of appreciation for that idea, while Colonel Valerie sighed and gestured at the ground near the base of the temple. There is a helicopter right there. If we follow the river north to the lake, we can fly over the water and be back in the capital by morning. She explained. Karl looked down, and a vaguely familiar pilot waved up at him. He waved back, then smirked at the Colonel. I hope your legs are feeling good. It's a long way to the bottom. Like hell. I'll call the helicopter to come to us instead. How do you think we got up here? You really were out of it, weren't you? New skill. I was absorbed in the details. Still, I'm surprised that nobody warned me about the helicopter. Ray thought about it. You know, one moment they weren't here, then they were rappelling down to the platform. Time might still be strange here. I don't remember the helicopter coming at all. Karl motioned for the Colonel to call the helicopter. I think that time is still strange here, not just inside the trial, but also right here on the top of the temple. If we wait much longer, we could end up missing for weeks or months again. That got things in motion, but even as they were stepping into the helicopter and leaving the temple, Karl could see that the formerly midday sun was fading to the horizon. Well, it looks like we will be flying all night, but we can still make it to the capital in time for breakfast. How are your rations holding out? You've been in the field for quite a while. Colonel Valerie asked, noting their lack of packs. Ophelia chuckled. We're more than good. With the two clerics and Karl's meat hoarding tendencies, we've not had a bad meal yet. Rae woke Karl as they approached the city across the lake just before dawn. I think that we're going to land soon. We talked about it while you were asleep, and we want to come out and be welcomed with you. Karl chuckled. I don't see a reason why not, as long as there is space. Rae seemed excessively happy with that answer, and Karl wondered what she had in mind and how badly it was going to terrify the locals. Fortunately for Rae's plan, someone had notified the media that they were coming, and there were dozens of press members, bleary-eyed politicians who had been dragged out of bed before the crack of dawn, and corporate reps waiting in a large field for their arrival. Oh, that will be perfect. Rae cheered. Karl refreshed his armor and got a new version in black with a dark lighthouse tabard under a blued steel chest plate. It was almost knightly, if you ignored the part where everything but the chest was leather and chitin or cloth. He skipped on the helmet and waited as the helicopter approached the ground. Nobody else had changed, so Dana was in her cargo pants and hoodie with the armor underneath, while Ophelia had her heavy plate armor on. The berserker was in her human form, though. That was a change, and it took Karl a minute to remember that she was normally a human and not a werbear. She had spent so much time in her transformed disguise that everyone had gotten used to her being twice the size of the other women, and not just slightly taller than Tessa. Even Karl had deactivated most of his skills for the flight, and the group only had Eternal Lightning active on them. Ready to face the press? Colonel Valerie asked. I feel so short. Karl replied with a smile. Ophelia laughed. You feel short. I'm freezing. How did I ever survive winter without fur? Colonel Valerie chuckled, though her expression didn't change from its usual resting frown of general disapproval. Good thing we're sending you all for a combat mission check after this. You need a few days to acclimatize to civilized life again. But we will do this the standard way. As the host, I will exit first, then you follow by rank. How you sort that is on you. There was a fair bit of space in the cargo hold of the helicopter, so everyone else arranged themselves in a double file line. Dana and Ophelia behind Karl, with the clerics at the back. Then Rae came out in human form to stand between the mage and berserker, while Remy transformed back into spirit snake form to hang herself around Karl's shoulders for the best view. Finally, a shining silver and gold knight with a horned helmet on appeared between Tessa and Lotus. Thor. Is that Thor in human form? Your armor is beautiful. Tessa greeted him. Thor nodded and gave her a shoulder bump that made the cleric laugh. He always did that as a greeting, but she had been trying to get him to speak. Hawk's voice in humanoid form was strange, while Ray's was beautiful and haunting. So, she wondered what Thor would sound like. We will escort the ladies out, and then we will join you. Thor informed Karl in a deep masculine voice that closely matched his mental voice. Out of everyone, he was apparently best at the transformation. Tessa poked him. It is customary to take your helmet off to meet people. But my horns are attached to it in this form. Thor complained, suddenly sounding much younger. Tessa smiled and took the helmet off, revealing a handsome young man with long green hair, long ears, and shining golden eyes. He almost looked like an elf, but twice the size that any elven man should be. Thor was nearly as tall as Rae was, but burly to the point that he could nearly block both Tessa and Lotus from view by standing in front of them. Lotus ran a hand over his armor. We need to get Thor a shield. When we have time, we should take him to the armory with Karl's credit. He is basically a paladin, right? A holy warrior. He can do all the paladin things. We will work on it. Karl agreed. The helicopter touched down, and Colonel Valerie stepped out as soon as the back ramp was open. Karl didn't know why these things had side doors. Nobody ever used them. Karl led the way out while Remy checked out the crowd of people in front of them, and Hawk eagerly awaited his opportunity to make a grand entrance. Unlike Rae and Thor, he didn't intend to transform into a human. Cara didn't either, so they would both show up later, once the first impression was made. Karl took his first step onto the grass and realized that their grand plan had completely confused the crowd. They had no idea who Rae and Thor were, and wondered what nation they were visiting from, as both were clearly inhuman. If they didn't know what nation they came from, they didn't know all the proper formal courtesies, or how to properly address them as a royal and a monarch. Colonel Valerie cleared her throat. Introducing the Beastmaster Monarch, Karl. With him are the princesses Remy, Ophelia, and Dana with the Lady Rae Bloodbath. Then we have the royal high priestesses Lotus and Tessa, with King Thor of the Cerro. Lady Rae Bloodbath, I like it. Soon, I will be Queen Rae Bloodbath, and it will be glorious. But I need to ask a favor first. I've got all these great flavors of bath products, but do you suppose that I could have just a bit of Karl? Maybe a shampoo. That new skill smells wonderful. Karl mentally chuckled at her request. I will see what I can do. With my regeneration, I'm sure I can spare you some blood. Karl led the group to a spot 3 meters in front of the gathered dignitaries, and Rae stepped back from her spot between Ophelia and Dana. She joined Thor at the back of the group just as the cameras were getting set up, and the assistants were ushering the others into position. Now is good. Hawk decided, then appeared behind the group in all his glory, with his wings spread over the team. Cara came out to stand beside Karl, as she was too short to be seen over the group, while Thor and Rae returned to their original forms. Remy remained around Karl's neck, satisfied that she would be prominent in all the photos without being large. Screaming filled the air, and nearly half of the assembled civilians either fainted or ran away, leaving Hawk and Rae congratulating each other on their brilliant plan, and Cara laughing hysterically, rolling on the ground and pointing at the terrified humans. Karl. Damn it, did you have to do that? We have a schedule to keep. A deep voice boomed in the distance. Overlord Neil. I didn't see you back there. Karl shouted back, impressed at the man's stealth skills. It wasn't easy to hide an aura that powerful from him, especially now that he had soul sight. The rogue smiled behind his mask as he stepped into sight, his black Holy Inquisition uniform standing out among the business suits of the dignitaries. His presence brought most of them to their senses, but Karl noticed that one camera operator was dutifully snapping photos, oblivious to the chaos all around him. He was so focused on getting the perfect shot that Karl was certain he hadn't even registered the fact that those were real magical beasts in front of him. The dignitaries began to return to their spots now that the overlord from the Inquisition was in sight, while Colonel Valerie glared at Karl, and the ladies did their best not to laugh along with Cara, who was slowly regaining her composure. If you've finished having your fun. Valerie began. Of course, of course. Group photos. How are we arranging this? Meet and greet style, or with a large group pose? Karl agreed. Overlord Neil chuckled. Can you ask your friends to stay near their current position, and we can set up a photo shoot? There are mobile bleachers to lift your team up for the photo. Rae dipped her head, while Cara wandered through the crowd to examine the rogue. He stopped to look down at the Void Badger, who flapped her wings to help balance on her hind legs, which put her closer to his height, though still less than shoulder high. Well, hello there. Neil greeted her. Cara licked him. Neil laughed as he wiped drool off his face. Now I am wondering if you simply wanted to taste test Overlord rank human, or if that was some sort of greeting among winged void badgers. Cara balanced on her hind legs and made a noncommittal gesture. Yeah, that's what I thought. A bit of both. But we should get into position for the photos. Cara dropped back to all 4 feet and rushed over to stand on top of Thor, so she could see over the gathering. The dignitaries were standing in 2 rows, short then tall, while a long folding bench had been placed for Karl's team, with the beasts standing behind them. It would be a brilliant photo, and Karl wanted a copy as soon as possible. The photographers got to work, focusing on various people, then Karl's team was cycled through the back ranks so that they could get close-up shots with all the dignitaries. Karl was actually surprised how restrained Rae and Cara were being. He thought that the pair would prank someone, but they were behaving fairly well. Except that point when Cara stole someone's hairpiece and had to be bribed to give it back. It did look good on her, though. "Monarch, might we have just a few minutes of your time? We are with the Du Bois banking conglomerate." A short man in his 50s began. "I'm very sorry, sir. I am not currently booking any collaborative efforts or accepting employment offers. But if your offer is not about that, please, continue." The banker bowed politely. "I understand, sir. You have been on an extended assignment and require time to decompress. I will check with you again in the future." There were a few others who had the same idea, but as Karl was less approachable as a monarch, they were much more interested in going after the two new royals who might be much more amenable to their ideas. Monarchs normally already had solid plans, and while Karl was young, it was generally assumed that it would be the same for him. There were rumors that he was working with the Roth Savings and Loan Company on a major property deal, but such a project normally took a year or two before the details were finalized. Plus, it was likely to involve an exclusivity clause so that the elite didn't end up as the face of a competing company or project in the meantime. The only ones who were moving away from him were the ones who were only here as business representatives. Most of them were here to make friends with powerful elites, or as government or military representatives. Karl found a familiar face in the crowd and went over to say hello. "Director Jones, of Military Finance, wasn't it?" he asked. "You have an impeccable memory, Your Majesty." The bureaucrat replied. "The whole Your Majesty thing is a bit excessive." Karl laughed. "Certainly, Lord Karl. I heard that you were on quite the adventure and missed most of the chaos of recent days." "Indeed. But not all of it. I got to see some in person while I was out of the country. But I'm more interested in your job. How is the finance and supply situation with all of the additional anomalies and monster spawns?" Karl asked. "How did you know that the spawn rate was up?" "We hadn't made that public yet. I know a little about how it started and why. So it's only natural that it would increase here as well. At least we haven't been inundated with new dungeons. If that had been the case, we would have been in much more trouble than even Newbon with their commander rank dungeons and newfound influx of monster spawns. I won't bore you with all the details, but it was quite the shock to them. Bored wouldn't be the word that the director would choose, but he was an accountant, not an elite or any sort of soldier." Karl caught a blur of motion in his peripheral vision just before he felt something bounce off his armor. It hadn't made it past eternal lightning, but it was clearly an attack, and Karl turned to see who would be so brave. The situation almost looked calm and normal, but Soul Sight revealed Overlord Neil dragging someone out of the crowd while invisible. On the ground, Karl found a small metal needle that radiated magic. That must have been the projectile weapon, so he picked it up and put it in Remy's space, wrapped in a large leaf, so she didn't get poked accidentally. As soon as he stopped focusing on it, the needle disappeared, marking it as the creation of a skill, not an enchanted object. "Oh, someone is brave. Do you think that there are more of them?" Rae asked in his mind as she realized what had happened. "Where there is one, there are three." "Well, that is about earth mice in the house, but I think it works for other sorts of vermin as well. How do we know which ones are which? Can I just kill them all for safety?" "No, some of them are important and useful. The Inquisitors should take care of the situation, but don't let any sketchy people near the ladies." You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. It took all of 3 seconds for Cara to take that literally. A rather sleazy-looking businessman was getting too handsy with Ophelia for her liking, and the Void Badger grabbed him by the legs, spun him in a full circle, then body slammed him. The whoosh of air leaving the man's body, then the pained wheeze, had a few people laughing discreetly behind their hands, but the ones who hadn't seen the start were concerned that Cara had gone feral. But the way that she was rubbing his face in the dirt made it clear after a few seconds that this was personal. "Cara, you can let him up. I think he will promise to keep his hands to himself." Cara got off him, then wandered over and took something from a nearby woman's purse. The wealthy executive was shocked at the fact she had just been so casually mugged by a royal rank beast, but Cara gave back the purse and only kept one small item in her mouth. "What have you got there?" Ophelia asked. "It's a barbecue sauce package." "No, you can't barbecue him. I don't think that he would even taste good." Ophelia laughed. That was the last straw for the humiliated pervert. He bolted out of the meeting and began running for the questionable safety of the nearby buildings. The event lightened the mood of the meeting, though some were highly concerned about the actual safety of having the beasts around. After all, Cara had threatened to eat someone, and even Thor was large enough to accidentally crush someone to death. Sure, he had elites loving on him and rubbing his scales, but a casual collision with him would be like walking in front of a car. Overlord Neil returned after a few minutes of socialization, smelling faintly of human blood, and motioned for Karl to join him. Karl followed him to the edge of the green space and into one of the signature marble buildings that were all over the capital, and realized that this one was actually familiar. It was identical to the Inquisition holding building in design, but not in interior decoration. It might serve the same purpose, but the upper level looked more like the lobby of an upscale hotel. "Monarch, if you don't mind a short chat," Neil began, with a gesture to a door labeled Conference Room C. Karl followed him in and felt a spell activate as the door closed. Then Neil barred it with a steel beam, which made Karl laugh. The door was made of solid oak, but he could kick it clear across the lobby, so the bar wasn't for either of them, just to keep nosy people out. "First off, welcome back. It's good to see you again, and quite the shock to see how you have advanced. But more pressing is not the known fact that you are a savant, but the fact that your entire group are now royals. You have no idea how much of a stir it caused among the leadership when the Archbishop returned and casually informed everyone that your group were all now royals. Of course, he's so busy with other duties that he was most likely never informed that they were all ascended a year ago. But for those of us with more time to be familiar with such things, it has raised plenty of questions. If there is some sort of technique to speed progression to that level, it is of national security level critical importance that we know. Your misadventures have raised more royal rank elites this year than the rest of the nation, and nobody understands why." Karl took a moment to fully appreciate what the Inquisition's top assassin was saying. Overlord Neil had a point. There were so few royals that they would normally all know each other. He was the outlier, as he didn't really know anyone, and he was never around others. But now he had blown past that milestone and advanced to monarch rank, while the rest of his group was also progressing insanely quickly. There was nothing in his skills that would explain that, and other than Dana, the others had been growing at a perfectly normal rate before they met with him. Could it be that he had some hidden skill to help his group grow? He could for his beasts, but that was linked to their space. It didn't really apply to the rest of the group members. I think that it is more closely related to luck and the favor of the gods than any level of skill that I possess. The number of exceptional opportunities that we have been encountering is higher than most other elites could claim in years of training. We have been in 2 separate opening events for commander rank dungeons and what might be a demigod level trial in the last season alone. Neil shook his head. The trials alone don't explain it, unless the last one actually forced the advancement. But as I understand the reports, you were already exhibiting well beyond royal rank firepower before your rank had officially advanced, according to the system. Karl thought about it for a few minutes in silence, then decided to share a small tidbit about his powers with the Inquisitor. I have a skill called Skill Master, and I believe that it takes effect on my entire group, and not just the beasts I am bonded with. It lets them learn new skills more easily and improve the ones that they have. I suspect that the improvement in their skills might actually be driving their progress. Most people advance as their skills improve, right? Well, with Skill Master, the skills can be advanced to a rank over the user. It's never happened to another group member that I know of, but it does work for the beasts. I have had skills at Monarch rank for a while now, and that is a large part of my excess combat ability. Neil took a chair off the stack by the wall and sat down at the large boardroom table. What you're telling me is that there is a possibility that you will have an Overlord ranked skill while you are still a Monarch? He asked. Not a possibility, an almost certainty. How far through my progression will I manage it is the real question. It might be one of the beasts, and it may or may not be shared with me, but it will happen. Karl agreed, taking a seat across from the Overlord. Neil took a small object from his storage bag, or perhaps his inventory. Karl couldn't tell how active the man's system was. Squeeze that for me. I want to test your raw physical strength, he instructed. Karl shrugged and picked up the resistance scale. It had a D-shaped hand grip on one side and a scale needle on the other, so Karl just squeezed it and watched the needle smoothly spin in circles 3 times around before the lever bottomed out. Neil chuckled. Well, that defeats the purpose. But it is an answer in its own way. Your strength isn't on the human scale anymore, even for warrior classes. Do you think that there is a way you could help a few of our promising recruits advance as well? What I was thinking was to send them as apprentices to your group. Did they do something to upset you? Sending children to accompany a group like mine is basically a death sentence. Heck, even our protection couldn't hold up when Overlord Lifa and the Emperor got into an argument over her vacation plans. Karl replied. Neil stared at him. Come again. I know all those words, but I'm not sure that I understood what you were saying. I'm sure the reports will make it back to you soon. The Overlord decided that she was overworked and decided to go on an unapproved vacation. It led to an exchange of blows with the Emperor of Nuban. Neither was seriously injured, but there was a lot of property damage. Karl explained. That did not make it back to our reports, but I believe that I know the incident you mean. It simply wasn't explained the same way, and was passed off as an anomaly-related natural disaster. It is actually less concerning to know that it was just a dispute between powerhouses. At least that way, it's unlikely to happen again. Karl wasn't sure he would go that far. Eventually Lifa would break free again, but trying to explain the whole situation would just lead to a never-ending set of questions he didn't know the answers to, and probably someone wanting to study his weapons. He was quite fond of his weapons. Overlord Neil took out a notepad and placed it between them. Now we can move on to the reason I actually called you in here. I interviewed the failed assassin, and it appears that you have made the growing threat list of at least one foreign nation. The toxin from the spell scroll should have been potent enough to kill a royal rank elite if it had landed. If he hadn't missed, we would have had only seconds to prevent your death. Neil explained. He didn't actually miss. Thor keeps Eternal Lightning, his defensive barrier skill, active on the whole group at all times. He doesn't like any of us being in danger. So, the attack hit a Monarch rank barrier skill and simply fell to the ground. I thought it was a poisoned needle, and tried to collect it, but it vanished after a few seconds. Do you have any idea what group might be after your life? Neil asked. I didn't get their names, but a human nation that uses spellblades with black robes and red armor would be my first guess. They seemed a bit upset that we rejected their attempt to force their way into the trial that the Archbishop met me at. Of course, it could be the Giants. They have more than enough reasons to want me dead, especially after Lord Nak trolled them during that same event. It's probably not the divine beasts or the mages from Staptonbia. We all had a rather cordial relationship as of our last meeting, and the mages of Staptonbia were very pleased with our arrangement and the fact that we didn't argue with their price. The potions that they provided were an excellent base for an upgraded potion using resources that we obtained from the monster spawns. One of them gave High Priestess Lotus a Tree of Life, healing form, an epic grade spell, and the other allowed Thor to evolve into his current Divine Thunder Sero form. Thor has thunder abilities. Neil asked. Only one stomp ability. But he has a couple of lightning-based skills, so it fits with the general theme of his progress. Karl thought about his new skills, and realized that while he could make skill books and use Skill Master to help others learn skills, he would soon be a great asset to elites in general, simply because he could teach them random skills. Maybe he should try to get the Overlord to help him learn a few more skills before he left the capital again. Back on topic, we are concerned about the risk that someone is sending assassins after you, but the leadership is also determined to see if your luck will extend to a larger team. Obviously, they're not going to be able to spare an entire team of royals to follow you around when you've already got 4 of them on contract. I will look into the issue of the assassination attempts personally while your team is being debriefed and assessed after your deployment, then the apprentices will be sent to you. Karl drummed his fingers on the table as he considered ways to make that work. Can you send us acolytes? You know, the ones who are going to go for the divine injection at the end of the school year. I can test them personally for compatibility, and then we can take 5 of them with us to train. He suggested. You want common rank kids who are still in middle school. Neil repeated, ensuring he hadn't heard it wrong. Maybe from the orphanages. That way there won't be a fuss if things go wrong during training. Plus, I don't want some politician's snobby brat. I'd end up feeding them to Remy the first week. You wouldn't. Neil countered, but Karl could see that he wasn't convinced. Neil was a good judge of character, so he shouldn't take long to determine that Karl wasn't joking. Fine, maybe you would. I will see what we can find for your team. How long do you think that it will take to test them? He added. We should be able to sort them in a day or 2. I have a trick for it now. The cleric classes might be a bit harder, but the acolytes for me, Dana, and Ophelia should be easier. I can probably verify their compatibility right away. Neil made a note for himself, then gave Karl an expectant look. What can you tell me about what happened to you and Lord Nact in the trial? The Black Dragon was somewhat less than forthcoming with details. Karl chuckled. I can see how that would happen. He's not the greatest fan of humans in general. But he seems to be fond of you. I'm possibly the least humanish human that you will ever meet, though. But I can tell you that there was an evolutionary resource in the version of the trial that we got. It gave me a special constitution, and that was a major factor in being able to reach monarch rank. His details are his own, and as much as I like to prank people, I'm not going to give out the private details of a totem-rank black dragon. Karl explained carefully. Understandable. Some inquisitors would take that personally, but the totems are said to be able to sense betrayal, and I would rather that he didn't come barging in here. Karl chuckled. We would likely be gone before he made it here. Overlord Neil shook his head. He's still at the cathedral. If he sensed betrayal, he could fly here in under a minute. But the Inquisitor had asked anyhow, Karl noted. What are you going to tell the debriefing officers about your time abroad? Have you discussed it with the others? Neil asked instead of continuing his questions about the trial. Not yet. I think everyone understands what part shouldn't be spoken out loud. But most of the journey was eventful in one way or another, so there will be plenty to give them without looking like we're stonewalling the investigation. Besides, the Archbishop knows most of it already, and that's the important part. Whether anyone else needs to know is up to him. Overlord Neil made a few notes and then put the notepad away. All right, I will arrange for proper acolytes to join your team while they are in the city. I am looking forward to great results from you, and I will try to keep the annoyances away while you're all settling back into civilized life for a bit. Is there anything else that you're going to need right away, other than somewhere to stay? That has already been arranged, of course. The Archbishop wants your team close, so he has arranged rooms at the cathedral. Karl laughed. It's always the cathedral when we come to the capital. If I was there any more often, I would end up with my own room. That can likely be arranged. There is a separate building for high-ranking elites, next to the Inquisition dorms. You're a monarch now, so it wouldn't be unusual for you to rent a room there to always have a place to stay in the capital. Even Johann and Ahmad have rooms there, though they also have houses nearby, Neil explained. Oh, that does sound like a good plan. I will have to find out the costs and arrange something. The dorms in the cathedral aren't terrible, but the lights-out policy is a bit strict. The rogue laughed at Karl's complaints. Indeed, the cathedral did shut down very early so that the pious could pray in silence for a few hours before sleeping. But if you weren't on a pilgrimage, it was an extremely early bedtime. Why don't I call them over now? There should be someone on duty. Karl nodded, and Neil went to the phone on the wall to make a call, requesting an agent for the ranking elite dorm, as well as accommodation for 2 new royal high priestesses, who would be confirmed later in the day, and the 2 visiting royal rank elites. Lotus and Tessa would get permanent rooms here by default, as well as wherever they were assigned when they were no longer traveling with Karl. Karl suspected that nobody was in too big of a hurry to make them quit that mission, as they had gained so much already, but eventually they would all want some downtime with no violence. No violence? Rae asked in Karl's mind. Minimal violence. He amended. Still sounds boring. Can we leave yet? These people are annoying. Return to your space whenever you want. I will make excuses for you when I'm done here. That was all the motivation that they needed, and everyone but Cara was back in their space within seconds. Even Thor. That part was surprising, but the Cero looked harassed and ready for a nap. You all right, buddy? Karl asked. Flash photography is evil. Thor replied as he sank his head into the pond lined with holy stones. That explained a lot. Thor loved people, but like all beasts, his eyes were sensitive, and if they had been taking constant photos in his direction with the flash on, he would have a terrible headache by now. The real question was what Karl was up to, and why was Karl so certain that it involved Lotus? But he didn't have long to consider what sort of chaos those 2 might be causing. The representative from housing had already arrived, possibly from outside with the welcoming committee. Monarch. It is an honor to meet you. I am informed that you would be interested in renting a unit at the ranking elite apartments. The slim man greeted Karl, before adjusting his poorly fit budget suit and taking a seat to spread out an array of diagrams and pictures. We have various options starting with infrequent visitor residences at under 100 square meters, or if you are to be stationed here in the capital, we do have some options in the 500 square meter range. Karl did his best to hide his dismay at the opulence visible in the photos of the units. Even the smallest of them was far larger than the house he had grown up in, and at 500 square meters, the largest would require cleaning staff even if he had his whole team staying there. Though, if the beasts were in human form, they would take up a lot of space, so a floor plan with more common area might be best. Overlord Neil gestured at one of the plans. I think that this one might be a suitable option. There are 3 bedrooms, including the master bedroom, but there is a large sitting room. It's normally for the sort of elite who has a lot of informal business meetings at home, but with your friends around all the time, it might be a good choice. The agent nodded. Yes, this one is suitable for task force teams when they are in the capital, and it has easy access to the rooftop helipad, should you be on rapid response duty. But fear not, the soundproofing is excellent, and the noise won't unduly disturb you. Karl chuckled. I can hear your heartbeat and the shifting of your coat against your shirt. It takes much more than some basic soundproofing for me to miss a helicopter landing. But I am certain that it doesn't take much to get used to those interruptions, and I don't intend to be in the capital the majority of the time. Oh, are you working on something? The agent asked. I am in the middle of a deal with Roth Savings and Loan to build a facility for magical beasts that can be raised as assistants to the elites, Karl explained. Fascinating. I know that many of the ranger classes struggle to find just the right partner. However, as I am not one myself, I am not privy to all the details. That's fine. It's not really relevant to this deal anyhow. Oh, get the one with the huge bathroom with the hot tub. I want that one. Remy insisted. Yes, a gigantic tub is what we need. Rae agreed. Karl gestured to the floor plan. Do you have an option with a large common area and the oversized bath area with the hot tub? I have this one. It's slightly smaller overall, but still has 3 sleeping rooms, a large common room and the spa. However, it lacks a formal dining room, and instead only has a smaller table and dining counter in the kitchen. Hot tub. Rae cheered. Can we go see the unit? Karl asked. Of course, sir. However, it is customary to put down a deposit first, as a show of sincerity, as the units are rather expensive. Karl nodded. How much? The deposit amount is 50,000 credits, which will be deducted from the 240,000 credit total annual fee for the unit, should you choose it. Give him shiny rocks. I got a whole bunch of useless ones from the grave, Remy suggested. Can you do conversions? I have no idea how many actual credits I have, Karl asked. I can bring an appraiser from the supply department. Wonderful, I can wait. Also, if they can send someone for the rest of my people, it would make life easier. I'm sure they are wondering where I went by now. The ladies came in with the appraiser, who was an ascended rank elite with a crafting specialty class. Remy, did you pick useless stones? Karl asked. Yeah, and give him some of this grass I picked. There is too much of it here, and it's in the way. The appraiser bowed a full 90 degrees, while Overlord Neil chuckled at the show of deference, or more likely at Karl's discomfort around it. Sir, I am told that you require a conversion for some items you have obtained. Karl set the fistful of delicately cut gemstones and the large bundle of magical grass on the table side by side. This should be enough, I think. If you can convert that to credits for me, I would like to rent an apartment and maintain a balance in my account for incidentals. The man just stared at the pile, while Overlord Neil picked up one of the gems, a faintly magical garnet, low ascended rank by Karl's estimation. You know, a fire garnet of this quality and cut is worth a year's rent. You didn't need to make the man go through so much work. The Overlord was staring at the gem with what looked like lust, and examining it with the practiced movements of a jeweler. Or perhaps a jewel thief. Many rogue-class elites had a questionable past. Karl shrugged. I never exchange anything I didn't know. But if that's the case, you can keep that one for your assistance, and we can convert these 2 for credits, plus the pile of herbs. The appraiser looked at the pile of herbs with great concern. Are you certain that you wish to trade all of this? Make them go away. Those are the trash stalks that I pruned so much better ones would grow, or to clear space, Remy agreed. Yes. Those are the lower grade cast-offs that I don't need anymore. The man seemed to freeze, and began breathing too fast for a few seconds before Lotus cast something on him. Panic attack, he should be all right with a calming spell on him, she explained. Sir, those stocks are all commander rank, and they're worth nearly 20,000 credits each, the appraiser stammered. Do you regret picking the gem now? Karl mock whispered to Overlord Neil. Not at all. I don't need spirit grass for anything. But magic-type classes like the appraiser go all googly over it. You should see if you can get some potions made with the portion you kept. Your girlfriend would benefit from them. Karl stared at the grass with his system interface up. Moderate quality feed for Thor, mild intoxicant for Hawk, combines with sage spirit herb to make minor soul-strengthening potions for Hawk. That last line was a new one, but there were no other listed uses with identify, so it was no real use to his beasts. Good idea. I will look into that later. I have the ingredients needed, I believe. The appraiser carefully examined every stalk and made notes, while the group milled about and Lotus tried to teach Cara how to play cat's cradle with a piece of string. When he got to the last of the stalks, Karl stopped him, realizing that the total was an astronomical sum. That one is for you. A gratuity for your prompt service. The appraiser stared lovingly at the long piece of grass. Are you certain, sir? Of course. There are how many of them in that pile? One is no loss. The conversion of those +2 stones should be more than enough for my immediate needs. Tessa shook her head in dismay. You know, I tend to forget that while your stockpile of random stuff is useful in the field, you're actually insanely wealthy if you convert it to money. Karl laughed. Thor eats that grass as a snack. The appraiser and the real estate agent winced in pain at the cost of letting a giant beast eat such a valuable resource. The total will be transferred to your account, and these 2 garnets will be sufficient to cover a year's rent on your chosen unit. Thank you for your patronage, and the Cathedral Resource Warehouse appreciates your generosity. Overlord Neil watched the appraiser call for security as he loaded the grass into a secure cargo box on a dolly and handed the real estate agent a card on his way out. Now, should we go see that unit? As long as there is nothing wrong with it, I would like to get settled in. I have a long day of debriefings tomorrow, Karl suggested. You have debriefings tonight as well. But tomorrow will be even busier, so we should get ahead of the others, Neil agreed. Karl sighed and gestured for everyone to follow them out of the room. The apartment building was actually a high-rise tower that Karl had thought was part of the corporate district. 50 stories tall and as large as a city block, there was certainly plenty of room for the apartments. Lotus spun in a happy circle as she saw where they were going. This is perfect. I can just invade your space when the dorms at the cathedral get too boring. The housing agent gave Karl a look that said, should I show you a unit with a spare room for high priestesses? But Karl motioned for him to keep walking. I am sure that we can make space. Or we can look at other units if there might be a similar unit that keeps the large hot tub. That part is essential, Karl assured her, with a nod to the realtor to let him know the response was for him as well. Dana winked at him and Karl smiled. Rae and Thor weren't the only ones looking forward to getting time to soak. The elevator took them to the 10th floor, and a pristine white-walled lobby area with thick red carpets. There was a gold and crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and Tessa whistled in appreciation of the luxury. Red Dragon clerics spent most of their time in orphanages or combat training facilities before they graduated, and often after as well. They didn't see much luxury. There's a secure training facility on basement level 2. It's not actually under the building, but under the courtyard and park. It was reinforced by the Archbishop and a group of Overlord rank mages, so there is no danger that it will be damaged as long as you pay the energy cost to enter. There is a public pool on the 2nd floor, and a gym on basement floor 1. But the residential floors all look similar, with different layouts based on apartment sizes. There are 6 units on this floor, only 2 of which are currently occupied. Karl decided he didn't want to think too hard about why there would be so many empty units in the building. Sure, it was expensive, but all the more powerful elites were regularly required to be in the capital for one reason or another, so it made sense for them to get an apartment somewhere in the city. It wasn't like they couldn't afford it. If Karl had checked his balance before asking for a conversion of resources, he likely would have had enough for the rent just off his elite payments, and those would be going up now that he was a monarch. The agent opened the door and Karl stepped inside the apartment, which was decorated in what he understood to be the latest modern style, all white and stainless steel with hardwood floors and a light gray. Upon seeing the luxury, Rae came out in humanoid form and immediately wandered away before the sales pitch could even begin. The important parts of the tour were the bath and making sure that nothing here could rival her hammocks for comfort. Where did she come from? The property agent asked, confused by the new arrival. She's sneaky. Don't worry about it. Now, it looks like this place is fully outfitted. I see cups hanging from the racks, Karl replied. Yes, a full set of kitchenware is included, as well as daily maid service, so there is no need to do your own cleaning. If you are hosting parties or don't wish to cook for yourself, there is a restaurant on the main floor exclusively for residents and their guests. They can prepare your meals to be delivered on request or on schedule. Dana looked impressed. So, a top professional chef on call at all times for dinners. Now this is swanky. Overlord Neil chuckled. Of course. Elite is more than just a title saying that you've got magical powers. There's another building nearby for royals, if you would like to take a look. 3 of them, technically, as there are more royal rank elites than there are monarchs and overlords. Would you like to view one? The agent asked hopefully. Dana shook her head. No, this one looks good, thanks. The agent blinked once as he realized the situation, then continued the tour, showing them around the kitchen, the balcony with sun loungers for summer use, then the huge living room with seating for at least a dozen. This is nice. There is room for everyone at the same time. But where did Rae go? Lotus asked, unable to find the spider. Normally, losing a bloodbath spider in the house would be a cause for concern, but Karl could sense that she had already finished exploring the other rooms and had gone to the kitchen to see what the strange smell was. It turned out to be a fully stocked spice rack, and she was collecting tiny samples for Hawk and Remy so they could add variety to their cooking. She's in the kitchen. Finish the tour and you can play with the Rae. The ceilings are high. I can hang hammocks over the spare beds. Lots of room for sleeping, Rae informed Karl as they checked the remaining rooms. The hot tub was in a cedar room with a steam-generating heater and a bench along the far wall. It should be great for relaxation, and the bedrooms were plenty for the group if Rae was going to hang hammocks. I think that this should be perfect for my needs, thank you, Karl informed the agent. Wonderful. I will take care of the paperwork, and I believe that the Overlord had some more business to finish with you. Neil nodded. Not me in particular, but the Inquisition, plus the Bureau, and the Army Strategic Intelligence Agency would all like to have a nice chat with you tonight, while the details are still fresh in your mind. All right, you might as well send them all in. We can split up and everyone talks to someone at the same time. Or do we need to do this in the secure rooms? Karl asked. No need for that. Once you are over commander rank, almost all of this becomes a formality. Even if they suspected that you were likely to go rogue, it's not like they would try to imprison you. They'd just send me after you. I want a chance to play with the stabby Overlord, Rae demanded. Maybe later. He lives nearby so we can try to convince him to train with you in the gym to help you learn new combat skills. Neil noticed the puppy eyes attempt that Rae was making from the kitchen and turned to Karl for answers. I don't get what she's pleading for. I'm not going to let her torture the representatives, he whispered. Karl chuckled. That's not it. She wants to train with you in the gym before we have to go. It's a great way for her to learn new skills if I'm there to supervise and use my skills on her directly. It's so rare that we see someone who has compatible skills that are an improvement for her, but you're an Overlord rank rogue, you have to know at least a few. Neil laughed. All right. I would like to see just what I could teach Rae, and what she might be able to teach me. She has some rather unique skills, and I still don't understand how exactly an ambush predator learned to use golems. Tessa nodded in agreement. That is a mystery that baffles us all. But somehow, after seeing multiple different ways of casting golems, she came up with a way that works for her. It's brilliant and terrifying. But it's an incredible sign of what she might be capable of in the future. She already knows how to shadow step, create earth magic barriers to create her own portable shadows for better mobility, summon golems, and use lacerate to increase the bleeding, so she has a constant supply of blood. There really aren't all that many more things that a bloodbath spider could need for her perfect arsenal, except a few high-output ambush attacks, and possibly a form of invisibility that is better than her natural camouflage skills. Rae snuck over from the kitchen. You are taking too small of a view of things. I have almost mastered this skill to become bipedal now, and once I do that, I will need skills to pretend to be other people. Neil smiled at the ambitious beast. Oh, and why is that? Nobody will ever expect it if their friends and family are the ones that walk up and dice them into snack-sized cubes, Rae announced proudly. Neil nodded. I agree. We took too small of a view of things. Why hide, when you can stand beside them like a friend in the darkness until it's time not to? That's actually a common infiltration technique for some of the intelligence service rogues. If you don't mind that they aren't as powerful as you are, perhaps we could invite a few of them over to help you master the art of disguise. Nope, I don't see any way that this could end badly, Ophelia muttered to herself. Rae nodded. Exactly, all the outcomes are good. By the end of the evening, after everyone's current skills and combat status, along with the major details of their recent adventures, had been relayed to every applicable agency, and all the same questions answered 5 times, Karl's group was thoroughly ready for a nap. Overlord Neil had gone to his apartment hours earlier, leaving them with Colonel Valerie and the representatives of the government and military. Neither was particularly annoying individually, they just had to verify all reports independently, without any influence from other party members. This meant they were spread throughout every room of the house for their interviews, and everyone had to repeat everything for their assigned interviewer, then as a group, in case anything important was missed. Naturally, they had all come to a silent agreement about certain topics they wouldn't discuss. If it wasn't public knowledge and the people involved could squish them like a bug, it was ignored. If it was embarrassing to a group member, it was ignored. But other than that, they gave a fairly complete report of the events as they remembered them. The real saving grace was that Lord Nacht had brought a report from the Divine Beast Nation with him when he arrived nearly a day earlier than they had, which outlined the events that had transpired in the Bruised Temple. Albeit vaguely. So, while the interviewers were confused about the part where they seemed to have been providing daycare services for acolytes, at least Karl didn't have to go into great detail about how that had come about, or why they had agreed to be sent to the Nubon Empire in the first place. They simply said that it was an order from the Archbishop, and nobody questioned that fact. Colonel Valerie put her pen down as she finished summarizing all the notes she had collected. All right, I think that we have everything that we need from you today. I have been informed that you will be receiving a visit from mental health professionals tomorrow, and that there should be some acolytes brought to you for a training program being overseen by the Inquisition. Those students should arrive later in the day, and I am looking forward to seeing what sort of results might come from the partnership. She declared. You and I both. I think that letting them spend time training with the team should have significant effects on their growth, and there is some hope that we might be able to trigger a system awakening for them naturally, without the use of an anomaly like the orb. The colonel sighed and rubbed the tension out of the back of her neck. Don't remind me of that nightmare. It was open for 4 entire days before it ran out of energy and the ruins vanished. Nearly every elite over the rank of Ascended was sent there to attempt to advance their class marking by the time it vanished, and the more we sent, the more confusing the situation became. Most of the stronger ones could advance, but few of the weaker ones. Even with the same skills, different ranks didn't get the same options, and now we have dozens of new class markings to collect data on. Karl shrugged. At least the new classes will have more of a system interface, so they can tell you all about the class skills, the skill tree, and any other benefits they receive. It's a huge victory for the record keepers, as they now can file data for the next group of young elites, so there are fewer cases of unknown markings. Tessa winked at the haggard colonel. Plus, you can pass it all off to the Blue Dragons, let them handle all the recording and analysis, then just read their summaries to guide next year's training. The academy should be nearly through the school year, right? We lost some time in an anomaly, so I'm not quite adjusted yet. Colonel Valerie nodded. Yes, the next intake is coming soon. They will advance at the end of the standard school year, and that's in just over a month. But this round will be somewhat different from the previous ones, as we have a new technique. A new trick? Karl asked. Yes, we have numerous system-imbued items from the dungeon. We will have each student attempt to wear one our analysts believe will suit them, and then if they awaken the system with the item, they don't need the injection. It should increase our success rate and greatly increase the number of new students. In fact, they are so enthusiastic about it that they're building another dorm building for the purpose. There is some speculation that this year's intake might be as large as the entire student body combined, including both current students and those who underwent early graduation filings after serving on the front lines. Karl had almost forgotten about that. There would have been many casualties on the line, and the students who had grown significantly stronger would have been graduated early. That sort of practical combat experience helped many of them advance, so they might actually have many more commanders now than they had when Karl and his team had last checked in with the academy, even after combat losses. Will you be back tomorrow to check in on the new arrivals? Karl asked. Valerie shook her head. No, I will give you a few days' worth of training before I start directly monitoring your progress, assuming there is some to monitor. However, it will be my agents who bring them to you, so you might see some friendly faces, depending on which agents are back from their missions in time. Then I will be looking forward to it. I will send you a message if there are developments. Colonel Valerie laughed, and Dana pointed at the wall. We're in the city now. No need for radio phones, magical messengers, or anything fancy. You can just call her office. Right. I totally forgot about that. I suppose that means I should likely be expecting to start receiving calls soon. I won't need a secretary to deal with spam calls from business reps, will I? Karl asked. Doubtful. All calls to the building go through the switchboard downstairs, and they will pass on messages only from those with prior authorization or clearance to call you directly. If you had spent more time in the academy, most of the calls would be coming from your fellow elites, but nearly everyone you know is already in this room, unless the two high priestesses are going back to the dorms tonight in preparation for their formal rank testing tomorrow morning. Lotus emphatically shook her head. Not a chance. I will have breakfast early and head over before they miss me, but I'm not sleeping on those rock-hard cots when there are perfectly good beds available. Karl doubted that the beds for a royal-ranked high priestess were that bad, but Rae was going to make hammocks in the spare room, and those were hard to beat. The next morning, when Karl woke up, he was completely disoriented for a moment. It was far too warm, or possibly too cold, if he had slept in, and this large soft bed was quite comfortable with Dana in his arms. But it took his brain a few seconds to remember that he had rented an apartment, and that he was home right now. Strangely, it wasn't the comfort that had thrown him off, it was the temperature control. The Divine Beast Nation and Nubon didn't use human technologies, so temperatures fluctuated with the natural environment, unless it was getting cold enough that they had started a fire in the fireplace. But that felt different, as the heat came from a single direction, whereas the apartment building had vents throughout it to keep the perfect room temperature. The sun was just coming up, but the high priestesses had a formal testing and advancement ceremony this morning, while everyone else would likely be tested at the cathedral as well, but without the strict requirement. He could smell the food, and that was enough to rouse Dana from sleep and send her scurrying to the ensuite bath to get ready for the morning. Karl followed her into the shower, and ignored the fake cries of protest that he was going to make them late. Two people could shower as fast as one with that massive overhead shower head and the side jets, while teasing Dana could wait until later. They both dressed in their commander rank suits and went out to see what had made it here for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, sleepyhead." Tessa greeted them with a smile. "Are we, though?" "I don't see Lotus or Ophelia," Karl retorted. "In the shower still. I had the kitchen send up food before our test. We have pancakes, eggs, battered, fried toast, an assortment of toppings and meats." She said the last with great disappointment, and Karl realized that the breakfast meat was just regular sausages and ham slices. While they were very high-quality meats, they were not the commander and royal rank meats that the group had gotten used to. The energy content would be a small fraction of the usual, and mostly it would just be filler. "Do we have time to cook more? Or should I just have Hawk roast something?" Karl asked. Hawk's flame control was impeccable, and it wouldn't be hard for him to fry something for them to eat. "We can have a heavier meal later. We need to eat fairly quickly if we're going to make it over to the cathedral on time. I asked the staff when they brought the food, and there is a shuttle that can bring us there instead of walking. However, it looks like it's just a golf cart, and I'm not sure whether that's faster than going on foot." The other two came out still wet from the shower and in their best formal clothes, Lotus High Priestess robes and Ophelia's commander rank suit. "You know, we really should have Rae make us something fancy for future engagements. Fortunately for the three of us, we will be changing to the white visitor robes when we get to the cathedral." Karl laughed. "Or we can go shopping. We're in the capital now, and there are all sorts of high fashion shops around. Even if we each bought an entire wardrobe, it would only be a fraction of what it cost to rent this apartment for the year." Dana reminded him. Ray's disapproval resonated strongly in Karl's mind. Many of those outfits, especially suits and shirts, were made with silk from other creatures. That was not acceptable. Anything that's not silk. Rae wouldn't be happy about that. Karl explained to the others. "Got it. So, we have an advancement trial, then likely a meeting, and then we can go shopping before they bring our new acolytes over. Remind me again why we thought that was a good idea," Dana asked. "Because there is a chance that I can teach them skills and help them awaken their system more fully. The Inquisition is intrigued by the possibility that having experienced elites train acolytes might help them grow faster, the way private tutors do for promising students in the school. It will help build bonds between generations of elites and build the strength of the nation. But mostly, it's because my skills are so odd, and they already heard from Nak that my training is exceptionally helpful to young beasts," Karl explained. Tessa finished a mouthful of pancake. "So, because you can train young beasts and beastkin, they think you might be able to train human children. Do you even have a plan for that?" Karl smirked. "Of course I do. I believe that I can teach each of them at least one skill that will suit their personality. And then we can test them to see if they really will advance faster right from the start with our help. There were numerous options when I went to advance. Nearly a dozen, in fact. So, even if they wanted to be bonded to a beast, it might not result in a class like mine. But it could be a ranger, or a beast warrior type class. If they can make friends with a good boy like Thor, think of how highly desired they would be in any young adventuring group. Every team at the academy would be clamoring for a student capable of maintaining a refreshing lightning barrier. Especially if they trained as a frontline warrior, while their Sero defended the mages." Tessa nodded. "I see where you're going with this. If you can teach them a skill book, they will gain the skill and a class, and then you are hoping that at least one will get a class which can bond a beast, which will speed their growth. They get the power every kid craves, the nation gets another elite, and they will quickly reach at least Ascendant or Commander, depending on what beast they obtain, with a chance to grow further in the future using their class skills." "Precisely. And if they can't learn to bond a beast, we can teach them other skills and spells to help them gain other classes. It will also be a great test of just how many people can actually gain power, and how many are simply incompatible with the serum." The trip to the cathedral was a short one in the electric cart, which did turn out to be faster than walking, but not faster than riding on Thor would have been for the clerics. The Archbishop himself was there to greet them in front of the trial temple, along with Lord Nacht and an elderly high priest from the Red and Green Dragon factions. Welcome, high priestesses and honored guests. It is such a pleasure to have you here today. We have gathered to express our most sincere wish that the gods recognize the ascendancy of two royal high priestesses today, and show them their favor. The Archbishop began. The morning entrance to the temple will begin in 10 minutes, and we ask that the guests make way to allow the priestesses to enter first. That was when Karl noticed that they weren't the only ones here today, just the only ones who had entered the temple area via this path. There were dozens of young acolytes on the cathedral side, all kneeling on the stone floor out of respect for the Archbishop and allowing the ordained clerics behind them to see. There was a brief round of polite applause for Tessa and Lotus, whom the Archbishop motioned forward as the first signs of the temple's morning awakening began to manifest. The stones inside were building power that Karl could feel in his bones, and it wouldn't be long before the trial was activated, and the two clerics could go in. Would you like to follow the high priestesses in to have your advancements officially verified? One of the cathedral staff clerics asked Karl quietly. I think that we will wait a few minutes. We don't want to finish our trial at the same time as them, so let the kneeling acolytes go first, then we will enter. Karl whispered back. The cleric went and informed the others, and they began to arrange the acolytes into double rows, ready for a smooth entrance once Tessa and Lotus had entered. The temple's magic activated, and the two priestesses entered without hesitation, confident in their respective goddess favor and their ability to pass the trials. Then, the acolytes were escorted in, leaving only the remainder of Karl's group and the senior clerics. The elderly Red Dragon High Cleric addressed Karl with a faint smile. Monarch, princesses. Welcome to the capital cathedral once again. Your new acolytes will be chosen from the orphanage training programs, in the hopes that their drive to improve themselves will give better results. It doesn't actually affect the outcome rate of the injections, but the Red Dragon faction hopes it will improve your success rate in training acolytes. At the very least, they should be motivated to try hard, and not lazy or unambitious. Karl nodded. At the very least, we can try to teach them a few different skills to see if they can awaken the most common classes if their first option doesn't work out. But I think that if they show promise, we might be able to awaken a few unique skills just by teaching them the things that we already know. The old man in red robes smiled. That was the greatest goal of the orphanages that the Red Dragon clerics operated. If they could raise a generation of heroes who could change their fate, they would give hope to every orphan that came after them. The orphanages were filled with tragic backstories, but with just this, they might be able to give the acolytes hope that they could aspire to be more than hourly employees or infantry on the army's front lines. Assuming that they weren't one of the lucky few who was compatible with the injection, anyhow. The Archbishop gestured to the temple. Please enter and confirm your ranks. The high priestesses should be out soon, and then we have a short ordination ceremony before they will be available again. Karl simply smiled and stepped through the doors of the temple, letting the energy engulf him and pull him into the trial. Once again, he found himself standing at the foot of a World Dragon Pyramid temple, but this one was incomplete, still under construction, with a gantry and earthen ramps all around it to facilitate the movement of massive stones. There wasn't anyone here, and the temple felt like it was missing something. Without anyone to guide him, and the beasts trapped in their spaces, the obvious answer seemed to be to ascend to the top of the temple and see what had been holding up the progress. An unfinished temple should mean waiting for materials, so perhaps the test was for him to declare allegiance, or provide an offering to the gods. That might make sense for the cleric classes at the very least. This was a temple trial, so perhaps it was for everyone who attained his rank. So, he made his way to where the construction was ongoing, using the smooth ramps that had been made to move the stones, and examined the ongoing construction. He wasn't a mason, but he'd spent enough days in the mine to know what good stone looked like, and what was flawed. And the core stone was definitely flawed. There was a tall square obelisk in the center of the temple, and there were visible inclusions in it, which would certainly crack when the construction was finished and the stone was expected to carry weight. He could fix that, though. Earth's shield could make stone, or reshape existing stone to form the shield. So, that was what Karl did, removing the flaws as he went. Now, the obelisk was perfect, and the temple was ready to be completed. But it was still missing something. There was a small hole through the obelisk near the top, with an engraved platform for some sort of holy relic to sit on. It would be buried within the temple, but it would serve as the core for the sanctified ground effect. Every temple had one, though it was normally in a case behind the altar, where visitors could admire the holy relic. The great question was, what did he have that might qualify as a holy relic for a temple? He had some holy stones in Thor's space, but that likely didn't qualify. Maybe it should be something system-related. He had a number of system-linked reward items. But he could do better than that, he was certain of it. He had Skill Merger, which would allow him to create a whole new skill, and Skill Book, to write it out. So, if he made the very best skill that he could manage, and put the book there, it should count as an epic grade, Monarch rank system blessed item. That had to be better than picking stuff from his inventory. Karl did hope that this wasn't expected to be a short process, though. Because creating a new skill could take time, and then learning to formulate it into a skill book with his available materials would take even longer. Perhaps this wasn't the right way forward, given how long it would take. But it felt right.